What if heroes from every universe faced a civil war of the gods? Episode 5. Let's get started. Rukia Kuchiki's eyes widened at the sudden burst of two different power sources. She recognized one on the spot, and was vaguely familiar with the other. The one she recognized had her worried. Grimmjow Jagerjackes, she muttered. She become quite familiar with He-Man when he had impaled her with his hand. That had been the day where the Soul Society fought Sosuke Aizen's Arrancar army for the first time. Captain Hitsugaya, Akaku Madarame, and Renji Abarai had all been heavily injured in that fight. Ichigo had nearly lost control of his hollow, leading him to seek the help of the Vizards. Come to think of it, that battle had set quite a few events in motion. That battle led to Ichigo getting stronger, left everyone aware of the power the Arrancar held, and eventually cultivated with Orihime's capture by Aizen. Rukia then managed to fully recognize who was fighting Grimmjow, and it made her eyes widen with horror. Natsu, she yelled. Orga Nonagir looked at her. What's up, Kuchiki? Natsu is fighting an Espada, Rukia said. Orga frowned at this. An Espada, the 10 strongest members of Aizen's old Arrancar army, Rukia explained. Natsu is fighting number 6. Orga raised an eyebrow and looked at her in confusion. He then shrugged. Leave it be then, he said. Leave it be, Rukia said shrilly. If the guy's only number 6, then Salamander can handle him. Orga told her. He took down the twin dragons of Sabretooth single-handedly and they were the second and third strongest among our top 10 wizards. Yeah, but, just believe in Salamander, okay, Kuchiki. Orga grinned slightly. After all, he's the one who got our guild to change. If he can do that, I'd be surprised if there's something he can't do. Rukia thought it over. Believe in Natsu, huh? Rukia mused. Natsu is so much like Ichigo it's not even funny. Rukia thought. They all are the same in the end. If that's the case, then what am I so worried for? If I can believe in Ichigo, no matter the situation, then I can believe in Natsu too. Kitamura had also been surprised at the power that was felt throughout Harjin. Phew, he said, now that is the power of a final boss. The gold armor started falling off his body. Ah, Kitamura lamented, I guess my armor can't hold itself together anymore. No matter, it makes no difference in the end. Kitamura bit down on his thumb and started doing some hand signs. I wonder, he mused, if Grimmjow hasn't killed that guy when he's done, would he let me have a go at him? Kitamura slammed his palm on the ground. Summoning jutsu, he yelled. Kyodegumo. An enormous cloud of smoke appeared in front of Kitamura. As the smoke cleared, Rukia and Orga's eyes widened at what they saw. A giant spider hissed and roared at them. Mashiro Kuna and Shelia Blendy, still trapped in the web, screamed in horror. Ah, we're gonna be eaten like flies. Mashiro screamed. No, I'm too young to die. Shelia added, I haven't experienced true love yet. Kitamura laughed cruelly at this. Kyodegumo is hungry, not only that, but it also has kids to feed. An egg sac fell off of Kyodegumo's back. The eggs immediately started to hatch with baby spiders crawling out. Ew, Rukia said, visibly disgusted. Why do I always fight something gross and creepy? Orga's sweat dropped. Can't she just freeze them? He wondered. It's an easy solution. Natsu vs. Grimmjow. Natsu and Grimmjow landed on the ground simultaneously. Natsu immediately charged Grimmjow again. Here I come you blue-haired bastard, he yelled. Grimmjow grinned in anticipation. Fire Dragon Iron Fist. Grimmjow leaned to the side and caught Natsu's punch. He immediately countered and threw a haymaker straight at Natsu's face, sending the young dragon slayer back several feet. Natsu quickly recovered and attacked again. Fire Dragon Roar. Grimmjow sonidoed away from the roar and right behind Natsu. Natsu noticed this and quickly spun around. Fire Dragon Claw. Grimmjow met the kick with his own. A smaller shockwave reverberated from the two attacks. Grimmjow's grin widened. Not bad, he said, you're doing a hell-o-f-a lot better than Kurosaki did in our first fight. Natsu narrowed his eyes at this. He leapt back. You knew Ichigo? He asked, surprised. Of course I knew the bastard. He was the one who gave me this scar. Grimmjow gestured to the scar on his chest, a mark left there by Ichigo's Getsuga Tensho. Natsu whistled in appreciation. Damn, When I see Ichigo again I got to give him props for scarring you like that. That scar looks awesome. Grimmjow scoffed at this. When? Don't you mean if, moron? No, when? Natsu insisted, grinning. Because not only am I going to come out of this alive, I'm gonna kick your ass as a bonus. It's a win-win situation for me. Grimmjow scoffed again. You're going to kick my ass. Grimmjow yelled his next words. Don't make me laugh, salamander. Grimmjow charged Natsu again. The two started trading punches, most of them only connecting with the other's fist. Even Kurosaki couldn't defeat me. What makes you think you can? Grimmjow said angrily. That statement, of course, was a full-faced lie. Ichigo did defeat Grimmjow, but the ever-prideful Grimmjow refused to accept it. He insisted to this day that Ichigo never won that fight, as he, himself was still alive. The IR fight was not over until one of them was dead. Ichigo never defeated you, huh? Somehow I find that hard to believe. Natsu caught both of Grimmjow's fists. And why is that, salamander? Grimmjow inquired. I think it's pretty obvious I'm stronger than the bastard. It's not a question of strength in Ichigo's case. Natsu stated. There's really just no way he'd lose to someone like you, it's as simple as that. And how do you know that? This insolent bastard was starting to annoy Grimmjow. Natsu's toothy smile revealed itself once again. Because Ichigo is an act of order, just like me. So, in the end, I just know. Now, Fire Dragon Grip Strike. Grimmjow cried out in surprise as he was suddenly engulfed in flames. He wrenched himself away from Natsu's grip and leapt back in surprise. He glared at the famous salamander. Just like Kurosaki, huh? Grimmjow thought. Yeah, I can see that. This punk's looking down on me, just like Kurosaki was that day in Hueco Mundo. That is not something I can forgive. Grimmjow continued. Grimmjow landed and immediately charged Natsu again. Salamander, he screamed. Grimmjow. Natsu screamed right back. Grimmjow punched Natsu square in the face while Natsu managed to strike Grimmjow in the stomach. The two both coughed up blood from the impact. Natsu recovered first. Fire Dragon Flame Elbow. Natsu propelled his fist at Grimmjow, who managed to recover enough to catch the attack with his hands. He could feel the heat coming from Natsu's flaming elbow. He quickly kneed Natsu in the stomach and sent him reeling backwards. Grimmjow held out a finger. Sero, he yelled. Fire Dragon Roar. Natsu recovered. The explosion that followed knocked the two backwards. Both men managed to land on their feet. Grimmjow quickly sped through the ball of smoke with Sonido and appeared in front of Natsu. Natsu cried out in surprise as his face was suddenly grabbed. The young dragon slayer was quickly driven to the ground. Grimmjow raised his free hand into the air, only to leap back in surprise as Natsu suddenly coated his entire body in flames. Grimmjow got a good look at Natsu's face. He looked furious with him. Looks like the more I get him riled up, the more intense his flames get. Grimmjow noted. Natsu suddenly launched himself at Grimmjow, headfirst. Fire Dragon Sword Horn, he yelled. Grimmjow grunted in surprise as Natsu drove his head into his stomach. Natsu drove Grimmjow back with the sheer force of his attack. The Dragon Slayer pushed off the espada. Fire Dragon Wing Attack, Natsu yelled, waving his arms forward. Grimmjow cried out as he was struck by the flames, driving him into the ground in the process. Natsu soon landed, keeping an eye on where Grimmjow had landed. He narrowed his eyes when he realized that it was not over yet. Indeed, Grimmjow was getting to his feet. Burnt by Natsu's combo, but nowhere near defeated yet. He glared at Natsu. It's not over yet, he told him. There's no way in hell you've beaten me yet. Grimmjow drew his Zanpakuto. You've managed to survive so far, salamander, but if that's really your best, then you're screwed once I really start getting serious. Natsu frowned. Then get serious, he replied. You said you wanted to fight me at my best. Right, get serious, and then we'll see where we're at. Grimmjow growled at this. Still looking down on me, huh? You've got balls, laughing in the face of death, salamander, but it ends here. Grimmjow ran his hand across the flat end of the blade. Now grind, Pantera, Grimmjow yelled. Natsu's eyes widened as Grimmjow's power rose exponentially. The sixth espada's hair grew out. Spiked armor coated his body. His teeth became sharper, like fangs almost. A long tail grew out as well. Grimmjow laughed darkly, feeling the power coursing through his body. This is the true face of death, Salamander, he declared. Well, to be more specific, a destructive death. Natsu narrowed his eyes at this. He's taken on a completely different form and now his power has risen to some pretty high levels. Natsu thought, it's almost like Myra's Satan soul. Grimmjow suddenly vanished from Natsu's sight. Natsu's eyes widened when he realized that he could not follow Grimmjow's movements, even with his heightened senses. He then gasped in pain as Grimmjow suddenly drove one of his spiked gauntlets into his stomach. With Happy had almost dropped the person he was carrying when he felt the sudden burst of power from where Natsu was fighting. There was nothing he would have liked more than to fly over where Natsu was and try to help him in any way that he can, but Natsu gave him an order and he would follow it, even if it compromised Natsu's safety. Genma Shiranui, who had been injured after facing off against a squad of sound shinobi, was the person Happy was carrying. Being the observant person that he was, Genma quickly picked up on Happy's distress. "You okay, cat?" he inquired. Happy nodded. "Yeah," he said shakily, "that power's got me worried though." That's where Natsu is. Genma had also picked up on how close Natsu and Happy were a while back. Due to the importance of camaraderie in the Leaf Village, Genma decided to make Happy an offer. "You can drop me off and go help Dragneel. I think I can make it on my own from here." Happy frowned and shook his head. "No way," he said firmly. "Natsu told me to help the injured and that's what I'm gonna do." Genma was surprised at how resolute Happy was. "There's nothing I want more than to be there for Natsu," Happy admitted. "But he's right, I can't just think about his safety, I have to think about everyone's safety right now." Genma could understand where Happy was coming from. The concept of the needs of the many outweighing the needs of the few, or the one, was something the Leaf was quite familiar with, as the late 4th Hokage and his newborn son had been victims of that sad truth all those years ago. Before Genma could reminisce any further, Happy suddenly increased speed. "I won't disobey Natsu's order," Happy said with absolute resolve. "I will save as many people as I can while he kicks butt on his end." Genma smiled lightly and nodded in agreement. "These other worlders," he mused, "they have the WLL of fire and they're not even a part of our village." Back with Natsu, Grimmjow roared with exertion as he threw Natsu off of his gauntlet into a building. Natsu collapsed to his knees, blood dripping out of where Grimmjow had stabbed him. "Get up, Salamander," Grimmjow yelled. "You are not going to die right after I entered my resurrection just to fight you." Natsu struggled to his feet, only to be kicked in the jaw by Grimmjow, flooring him once again. However, this time, Natsu countered. Fire Dragon Roar. Grimmjow speedily leapt to the side. Natsu launched himself at Grimmjow again by propelling himself with fire on his feet. Fire Dragon Iron Fist. Natsu yelled. Grimmjow raised his arm and blocked Natsu's punch. He knocked Natsu away and roundhouse kicked him in the side. Natsu grit his teeth as he endured the pain from Grimmjow's immense physical strength. As he flew back, Natsu struck again. Fire Dragon Brilliant Flame. Grimmjow's eyes widened in surprise as he was suddenly enveloped by flames once again. Natsu grinned in satisfaction, only to be grabbed by the throat by an unharmed Grimmjow. Grimmjow tossed him into the ground. As Natsu got to his feet again, Grimmjow held out his arms. "Gara de la Pantera," he yelled. Natsu's eyes widened as several spiked projectiles flew towards him. The spikes quickly pierced several places in his body. Natsu cried out, coughing up blood in the process. The young dragon slayer managed to stand his ground in spite of the immense pain he was in. Grimmjow laughed madly at the pain of his newest opponent. "This is getting boring, Salamander," he declared. "And I had such high hopes for you too. I hate waiting," Grimmjow continued. "In fact, I can't wait any longer. It's time to finish you off." With that, Grimmjow sonidoed towards Natsu. "No way," Natsu thought angrily. "I can't die here. I promised Happy I'd survive this. There's no way in hell I'm breaking my promise. Happy, Lucy, Gray, Urza, all my friends in Fairy Tail. Ichigo, Luffy, and Naruto too. I'm not going to die here because I still have a duty to them as a fairy tale wizard." Natsu suddenly caught Grimjow's fist, much to the Panther Man's shock. I'm not losing to you, you hear me? Natsu yelled as his entire body suddenly became coated in flames and lightning. I will defeat you, Grimjow Jagerjackez. Kensai, Toshiro, and Laxus vs. Kizaru. Is this seriously happening? Laxus Drayar wondered. After several minutes of fighting Kizaru, the trio of powerful fighters had yet to land a single successful blow on Kizaru. He was either too fast, or the attacks phased right through him. It was frustrating, really. Kizaru was playing with them. They could all tell that. The bastard was not taking them seriously. It frustrated Laxus, and Toshiro too, to no end, as L. Axis was a famed S-class wizard that was rarely challenged in terms of power, and Toshiro was a once-in-a-generation prodigy. The fact that none of them could land a single hit on Kizaru was a seriously blow to their prides. Kizaru's same stupid grin remained on his face. I'm waiting, boys, he said. You better back up Al that talk soon, or I'm going to have to kill you. Laxus glared at Kizaru in anger. However, his anger was suddenly halted when he sensed a familiar power far away. It was Natsu's power mixed with his own. Laxus immediately knew what was happening. Laxus knew that Natsu was AYS exhausted whenever he used his flames with Laxus lightning. Even after all the training he had done, using Lightning Flame Dragon mode always drained him exponentially. He hoped that an ally was close by when he did run out of magic power. Don't you dare die, Natsu. Laxus thought. You'd leave too many people distraught, it just wouldn't be fairy tale without you. Back with Natsu. Grimjow's eyes widened at the new power Natsu had. Fire and lightning, he muttered. I'm a Lightning Flame Dragon Slayer now. Natsu grinned. Lightning Flame Dragon Fist. Natsu slammed his free hand into Grimjow's face. Grimjow cried out in pain as he was sent flying backwards. Natsu threw himself at the airborne Urankar. When he was right above Grimjow, he struck Lightning Flame Dragon Claw. He slammed his leg onto Grimjow. Grimjow was slammed into the ground. As Grimjow recovered, he saw Natsu prepare another attack. Lightning Flame Dragon Wing Attack. Damn, Grimjow mentally cursed. A massive explosion followed. A burnt Grimjow leapt out of the ball of smoke and fire and glared at the monstrous-looking Natsu. So the little bastard's been holding out on me, huh? He muttered. Grimjow's claws lit up with blue spirit energy. Razgar, he yelled, slashing forward multiple times. Natsu watched as several blue blades were launched towards him. It reminded him of Lucci's Tempest Kick when they fought in Chitsujo's temple. Lightning Flame Dragon Explosive Fang. Natsu swiped his own arm forward. Grimjow watched in surprise as Natsu cancelled out all of his attacks with his own. Lightning Flame Dragon Sword Horn. Grimjow cried out in pain as Natsu propelled himself into his chest. Natsu quickly followed up by whipping his head upwards, striking Grimjow in the jaw and snapping his head back. Natsu then double punched him in the stomach, causing him to nearly double over. Natsu then roundhouse kicked him in the face, flipping him over. Upside down, Grimjow's eyes widened as Natsu prepa. Read for an even greater attack than before. Lightning Flame Dragon Firing Hammer. Grimjow screamed in pain as he was struck by the devastating attack. He flew into a nearby building. And while I'm at it, Natsu continued. Lightning Flame Dragon Roar, he shouted. Grimjow managed to get to his feet just as the roar was several feet away from him. His eyes widened. Oh crap, he cursed again. Natsu wa tched with grim satisfaction at the explosion that followed. He breathed a sigh of relief as he exited his Lightning Flame Dragon Slayer mode. Damn, he muttered, using all those attacks in unison really wore me out. At least I can use more attacks than I usually can. Natsu managed to grin at the cloud of smoke and fire. I told you, he said, there was no way I was gonna lose to someone like you. Suddenly, something blue streaked out of the smoke. Natsu gasped in pain as his body was suddenly pierced once again. He looked down to see 3 very long blue blades going right through his body. Blood immediately started to pour out of his mouth. Natsu was not an expert in the human body, but he knew immediately that he had been stabbed fatally in at least one place. The smoke suddenly cleared, revealing a panting, burnt Grimjow. How did you? Natsu weakly began. You little bastard. Grimjow growled. Flashback. Just as the roar was about to strike, Grimjow cut his own hand, mixing his own blood with his spirit energy. A Sero started to form around his hand. Gran Rey Sero, he yelled. The more powerful Sero shot forward, colliding with the roar, canceling out the attack, and saving Grimjow from serious injury in the process. End Flabak. I'll give you this much, Grimjow told him. If I hadn't used Gran Rey Sero, I would have been in serious trouble. Grimjow grinned with satisfaction, as he saw blood flow freely from Natsu's injuries. And you even forced me to use Desgaren, my strongest attack. This was a fun fight, Salamander, but now it's over. Just know that in the end, you never could have defeated me. After all, Grimjow lifted Natsu into the air. I am the king. With that, Grimjow threw Natsu a great distance with some of his last remaining strength. Blood spurted out of Natsu as he flew away from Grimjow. Grimjow immediately collapsed in exhaustion after doing so. Now that I've killed Salamander, he thought, I can kill the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and Straw Hat. After I take care of those two, I'll finally kill Kurosaki. In spite of his exhaustion, Grimjow managed to laugh maniacally at the thought of it. Vengeance would be his. It was his light at the end of the dark tunnel before him. Rukia and Orga vs. Kitamura. Rukia's eyes widened. She started to sweat in fear as she immediately caught on to what was happening. No way, she muttered. Orga, who had knocked Kyodegumo away and was now turning his attention to Kitamura, found himself distracted by his partner suddenly freezing up. Hey, Kuchiki, why are you freezing up all of a sudden? No way, she repeated, there's just no way. Kuchiki, snap out of it, Orga yelled. What's happening? What's got you so shocked? Rukia did not want to believe it, but it was happening, and judging by the distance, there was not a thing she could do about it. Natsu is. Meanwhile, Natsu landed on the street, hard. The fact that he had survived the impact was a testament to his inhuman durability. That being said, his wounds were still quite fatal. As the young dragon slayer was looking extremely pale, blood continued to pour out of his body at a rapid rate. Back with Rukia, Natsu is dying. Rukia screamed in shock. Come on, I think it's right over there. Suigetsu Hazuka irritatedly yet obediently followed by Polar Jugo. Jugo had seen a nearby crash and had been concerned that it might be one of their own that was hurt. Suigetsu had noted that at the same time, it might not have been, but Jugo refused to listen and was intent on helping whoever was hurt. The two men froze when they saw who exactly was hurt. Oh crap, Suigetsu muttered. Natsu. Jugo yelled worriedly. Jugo immediately ran over to Natsu's side and knelt down. Suigetsu, get over here. He ordered. Suigetsu nodded and ran over. How is he? Suigetsu inquired. Jugo looked grim. It's bad, he admitted. So many stab wounds, a few going right through his body. Natsu's breathing was getting shallower by the minute. His lips were moving, catching Suigetsu's interest. What was that? He inquired. I'm sorry, everyone, Natsu whispered. I'm so sorry. Suigetsu's eyes went wide. He could tell that those words were not meant for him. We need to get him to a medic. Jugo said frantically. Damn it, Suigetsu, we need to save him. Suigetsu had a grim look on his face. Jugo, he said, his injuries are too severe. He'll die long before we find any medic on the battlefield. We have to try, Jugo insisted. Suigetsu shook his head and gestured to Natsu's injuries. He's been impaled in one of the 8 vital areas, here. Suigetsu gestured to one of the wounds that went right through Natsu's body. Add that to the blood loss and the trauma that resulted from the impact, and he'll be dead before we can do anything. I suspect he'll be dead in a few minutes. Suigetsu sighed grimly. The best thing we can do is try to comfort him in his final moments. Although, let's be honest, we're not the best at that. Jugo stared down at the rapidly paling Natsu. The blood was starting to create a puddle. Jugo then shook his head. I'm going to save him. Suigetsu blinked in surprise. What are you talking about? I just said there is nothing we can do. Jugo shook his head. There is something I can do. Jugo put his hands on Natsu's body. I can do for Natsu what I did for Sasuke during our battle with the 8-Tails Jinchuriki. Suigetsu's eyes widened, remembering just what Jugo did. Are you crazy? That will de-age you like it did before. He reminded him. And besides, we don't even know if it will work. The only reason it worked on Sasuke was because he had been compatible with Orochimaru's curse marks. We don't even know if Natsu is. Damn it, we have to try, Suigetsu. Jugo yelled. I can't let him die without trying. With that, Jugo's hands transformed as he pouring sage energy into Natsu's body. Why do you care so much? We just met the guy. Suigetsu noted. Because he's our ally now, Suigetsu. Jugo reminded his teammate. And I like being on the right side of the fight. Suigetsu sighed, realizing that Jugo was right. Okay, you've made your point, man. He said. Suigetsu raised the executioner's blade. He stood in front of Jugo and Natsu. I'll cover you, he told him. Just do what you've got to do. Jugo nodded and continued his gamble to heal Natsu. His eyes then widened in surprise when he saw Natsu's wounds close. He gritted his teeth as he felt himself de-age. He smiled weakly. It looks like it's working, he observed. Suigetsu briefly looked over his shoulder in surprise. Holy crap, are you serious? Talk about lucky. Jugo shook his head. It actually is kind of obvious when you think about it. Huh, what do you mean? All of the survivors of Orochimaru's curse marks were those who had strong wills. Sasuke and Kimimaro, the Sound Ninja 4. All of them had extremely strong wills. I may not know Natsu very well, but there's no doubt that his strength of will is just as great as Sasuke and Kimimaro's. Jugo explained. So what you're saying is that Natsu's strong will makes him compatible with the curse mark? Suigetsu inquired. Jugo nodded. Theoretically yes, I'm just glad that it seems to be the case at the moment. Kimimaro and Orochimaru had warned me that the survival rate is 1 in 10. Jugo breathed a sigh of relief as Natsu's wounds fully closed. The bipolar man had aged to that of a 12-year-old. Good, he should be out of danger. Jugo said, although, he's going to be unconscious for a while from the physical trauma he experienced. Suigetsu breathed a sigh of relief as well. That's good to hear, he admitted. Jugo lifted Natsu onto his shoulders. I'm going to take him back to the medical tents, Suigetsu. He informed him. Natsu should rest there. Suigetsu nodded. You should probably try to get back to your regular age while you're at it. Suigetsu added. But get him help, first. Jugo nodded and sped away, Natsu still on his shoulders. Suigetsu frowned after he left. Geez, him and his bleeding heart. Suigetsu muttered with slight fondness. If his other personality wasn't so terrifying I'd almost prefer it. Grey Fullbuster vs. Saken and Uken. Grey Fullbuster collapsed to his knees in pain. He could feel the strength and life leave the arm that Uken was attached to. Uken laughed giddily at Grey's pain. The demon parasite jutsu is truly terrifying, isn't it? He inquired rhetorically. Of course it is. There's nothing more terrifying than having your body destroyed from the inside out knowing there's not a damn thing you can do about it. Saken watched on the side with an annoyed look on his face. You're killing him too quickly, brother. He told him. Slow it down a bit, make him suffer more. Shut up, Uken yelled. You had your fun, Saken, now I have to end this guy quickly because you dragged the fight out for too damn long. Saken grumbled but chose not to respond, knowing that Uken was uncompromising in this matter. Uken returned to destroying Grey's body from the inside out. Feel the pain, ice bastard. Uken said. Feel the pain. Grey suddenly grabbed Uken's head, which was sticking out of his arm. Uken was surprised by this, but quickly grinned cockily. If you think you can just forcibly remove me from your body, you're wrong. We share a body, you fool. You can't remove me without hurting yourself. Grey surprised Uken by smirking. Who said I was just going to rip you from my body? Uken's eyes widened as the temperature around him suddenly dropped. He immediately caught on to what was happening. Wait, don't, he pleaded. Now freeze. Grey yelled. Uken screamed as he was suddenly frozen by Grey's magic. I really didn't want to use my Devil Slayer magic on losers like you guys, but you just had to go and take those demonic forms, and then try to destroy my body. Grey deadpanned. You'll have to forgive me. But the temptation was too great. Brother, Saken cried worriedly. Saken did not hesitate. He quickly formed a hand sign. Release, he yelled. Uken's frozen body slid out of Grey's arm. Grey gripped said arm in pain, as the separation had been rather painful. Release my brother. Saken ordered. Gray frowned. Why? Blinded by rage, Saken glared at Gray and charged him. Die, he yelled. Gray put his hands together. Saken threw a punch at Gray, who ducked under the attack. Ice make ice bringer, Gray shouted, summoning 2 ice swords. Saken's eyes widened as Gray cut through his body. Saken screamed in pain as he was almost immediately encased in ice. Gray smirked at his victory. The smirk almost immediately died when pain shot through his arm. Damn, he did more damage to my arm than I thought. Gray groaned. Gray took another look at Saken's frozen body and shivered involuntarily. To think I'd encounter such a demonic presence outside of Zerif's demons makes me wonder Ho would be insane enough to make something like what these two had. Gray thought, perhaps I should ask Lord Chitsujo if he can restore my Devil Slayer magic like he apparently restored Commander Hitaki's Sharingan. Gray looked at Saken and Uken one more time and glared at both of them. Furious at them both for taking such demonic forms. I swear, Gray thought, I swear that no matter the situation, if I ever come across a demon, I'll kill it. Rangaku Matsumoto and Leon Vascha vs. Jirobo. Rangaku and Leon leapt back as Jirobo shattered another ice wall with his fists. He's breaking through my ice like it's fine china. Leon muttered. Rangaku quickly acted. Growl, Hineka, she yelled as her blade dissolved into ash once again. Rangaku quickly manipulated the ash and had it spin around Jirobo at extremely high speeds. Leon, she yelled. Leon quickly caught on to what Rangaku was planning and leapt into the air. Ice make ape, he shouted. An ice ape appeared above Jirobo and threw a punch at the sound ninja. Jirobo threw an uppercut and the ape shattered into ice. Leon narrowed his eyes as the mist and shavings of ice obscured his vision. It all cleared away quickly, but Jirobo was nowhere in sight. All that was left was a hole in the ground. Damn, Rangaku, below you, Leon warned her. Rangaku looked down just as Jirobo emerged from the ground and slammed a fist into her stomach. The Quad 10 lieutenant gasped in pain as she flew backwards from the impact. Rangaku, Leon yelled. Rangaku flew back, but managed to recover in the middle of her flight. Hado number 31, Shakaho. Rangaku shouted. Jirobo was struck in the chest by the red fireball. He grunted and sped through a few hand signs. Earth style. Earth pillar jutsu. Jirobo slammed his hands onto the ground. A pillar shot out and struck Rangaku, knocking her away. Leon then came up behind Jirobo. Ice make wolf. Jirobo quickly ducked under the wolf head attached to Lion's hand. Rising elbow. Jirobo slammed his elbow into Lion's chest. Leon gasped, coughing up blood, feeling his ribs break from the attack. Growl. Rangaku recovered and attacked Jirobo. Jirobo grunted as he was struck by Rangaku's ashes, knocking him backwards. Ice make serpent. Leon shouted. Having recovered as well, Jirobo cried out in surprise as an ice snake clamped down on his shoulder. His eyes widened as ice started enveloping his body. Jirobo quickly tore himself away from the snake. Roaring with might, Jirobo slammed his fist onto the ground, just as Leon and Rangaku had landed. Rangaku and Leon gasped as they both stumbled about, feeling the groan shatter around them from Jirobo's massive physical strength. Jirobo then picked up 2 pieces of broken earth and tossed them at Leon like shot-put discs. Ice make wall. The first piece shattered the wall, and itself. The second piece kept going towards Leon, who could not get out of the way in time. Leon cried out in pain as he was knocked away by the giant piece of rock. Leon. Rangaku cried out worriedly. Leon was not moving. Jirobo laughed at this. I told you, didn't I? I have the strength of many within me when I use my level 2 state. If you wanted any chance at defeating me, you should have brought more men. Damn it, Rangaku thought angrily. I have to end this. Rangaku pointed her hand at Jirobo. Koga Yari. Jirobo spun around just as he was suddenly pierced by a long line of ash. Rangaku smirked. If Jin was still alive, I'd thank him for the inspiration. She thought, this guy may be strong, but even he can't stop an impact like that. Rangaku quickly called back the ash to prepare for another attack. Jirobo gritted his teeth as he clutched his bleeding wound. That bitch, he growled angrily. Rangaku prepared to attack again. Koga Yari. Jirobo punched the ground again, bringing a chunk of earth up that stopped the ash from hurting him again. He then did some hand signs. Earth style. Earth spike jutsu. Rangaku leapt into the air to dodge the spikes that suddenly came out of the ground. She prepared to attack Jirobo again, only to see him smirking and doing more hand signs. Rangaku's eyes widened when she realized what was really happening. The first attack was a feint, and she had fallen for it. Earth style. Earth fist jutsu. A fist made of rock shot out of the earth and struck Rangaku in midair, knocking her backwards. Rangaku hit the ground, hard. Jirobo grinned and picked up another chunk of earth and tossed it at Rangaku. I can't move, Rangaku thought in fear. Someone suddenly stepped in front of Rangaku. He brought his arms forward and just as his hands touched the earth. Freeze, he shouted. The earth was suddenly frozen completely. Rangaku's eyes widened. Now shatter. The frozen chunk of earth shattered into a million pieces. This guy, his control over ICE is almost as good as Captain Hitsugaya's. Rangaku thought in amazement. Rangaku then got a good look at her savior. Gray, she muttered. You all right, Rangaku? Gray inquired. I caught a glimpse of you and Leon and I got a little worried. Rangaku nodded. I'm fine. I think Leon is unconscious though. Gray frowned at Jirobo, who was glaring at his new opponent. First he takes on such a detestable form. And then he hurts my fellow student and friend. This guy's pissing me off more than the Siamese twins I just took out. Gray mused. Rangaku was surprised at how angry Gray was at the form Jirobo had taken. Detestable. It is quite demonic and terrifying, but why is he so angry about it? Rangaku wondered. Does he have history with people like him, or something? Jirobo's eyes widened in surprise. And he heard that his new opponent had beaten Saken. Holy crap, Jirobo thought. Saken may be an ass, but he is still stronger than me. Still, Jirobo reassured himself, he must have exhausted himself, fighting Saken. So I may still be able to beat him. Hey, Fatso, Gray called out to him. I couldn't help but notice that new look of yours. It's quite similar to the guys I just took out. Mind telling me what it is? Jirobo frowned at being called Fatso. It was a gift, from the great Lord Orochimaru. He replied. Gray's frown deepened. Orochimaru, I'll remember that name. This confused Jirobo greatly. You will, why? Jirobo asked. Gray glared at the large man. Anyone who attempts to create demons is no better than a demon itself. So I'll simply kill him like any other demon. Rangaku's eyes widened at Gray's declaration. Hey, Gray, that guy isn't a demon, you know. Sure, he may take the form of a demon, but that doesn't make him one. Gray ignored her. Jirobo laughed at Gray's declaration. You kill Lord Orochimaru. Do you really think you can stand against someone as great as him? Among the legendary Sannin, he was the one who stood out the most for his immense prodigal talent. He surpasses the other two. Trash like you couldn't possibly hope to beat him. Gray scoffed and took a deep breath. You may have beaten Saken, but you are still trash compared to Lord Orochimaru. Jirobo ranted on. Hell, I should kill you right now before you waste his time. Fighting someone like you is beneath him. You're not even fit to kiss the ground he walks on, trash. Ice. Gray began, summoning a bazooka made of ice. In fact, that's what I'm going to do. Jirobo declared. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you so Lord Orochimaru doesn't have to waste his time with you. Cannon. Gray shouted, firing a blast of ice at Jirobo. Jirobo's eyes widened when he realized his mistake. The fool had let his guard down in his ramblings. No, damn it, he screamed in frustration just as the cannonball struck him. Gray watched as the cannonball exploded on impact. Jirobo fell backwards, defeated. Rangaku watched this all happen in amazement. You beat him in one hit. Gray shook his head, an impassive look on his face. Only because you and Leon had worn him down. He admitted. Something tells me those curse marks him and the twins are so proud of are a bit more draining than they let on. Rangaku looked down. I guess wearing people down is all I'm good for, huh? Gray shook his head. So you lost this time, big deal. He said. You're alive, so get stronger so you don't lose again. You make it sound so simple. Rangaku noted. That's because it really is in the end. Gray admitted. Rangaku looked at Gray. Maybe it is, she thought, remembering some of the things he had said earlier, but that black and White view of the world may lead you down the wrong path one day, Gray. I hope you know what you're doing. Rangaku, however, could not bring herself to voice this, especially after Gray had just saved her life. Sasuke Uchiha and Boa Hancock vs. Franmalth. Franmalth sighed dramatically. Really, those three, he mused. They're so weak, no matter how much they try to hide it. Oh well, that's what they get for trying to imitate demons. Sasuke and Hancock glared at the rotund creature. I mean really, Franmalth continued, did they really think they could? A true demon is capable of wiping out an entire army. One like myself for instance. If those brats thought they could imitate me, then they really are foolish. Sasuke frowned. That's one hell of a superiority complex he's got there. Was I that delusional? He wondered. Hancock used Franmalth's distracted state as an opportunity to attack. She charged in, much to Sasuke's chagrin. Hancock! He yelled worriedly. Franmalth noticed Hancock lifting her leg into the air. He smirked. Well now, I certainly don't want to get kicked by you. He said. Now then, revolution. Hancock's eyes widened as Franmalth's body changed shape. He took on the bod. Y type of Boa Sandersonia using her devil fruit powers. Sasuke's eyes widened at this as well. That bastard's using her own loved ones against her. Sasuke realized. He then noticed that Hancock was hesitating from seeing the face of her sister. Damn, Sasuke thought in frustration. This is why I didn't want her charging him. Got you, Franmalth yelled. Gorgon hair. Eight-headed serpent. Hancock cried out as she was struck by Franmalth's hair, knocking her right back to where Sasuke was. Sasuke quickly ran over and knelt down to check on Hancock, who was slowly getting to her feet. Are you okay? Hancock ignored him and glared at Franmalth. That monster, I'm going to make him pay for taking on the form of my sister. Sasuke could understand her anger. What Franmalth was doing to gain an edge and the fight may have been smart in terms of strategy, but it was also quite deplorable for rather obvious reasons. Franmalth cackled giddily at his work and Hancock's actions. Honestly, humans are truly foolish creatures. Franmalth stated arrogantly. The cost of emotions such as love and compassion are too great and yet they insist on keeping them close to their hearts. Sasuke narrowed his eyes at this. Being from a clan whose love for those they care for was well known for getting out of control at times, hearing something like that made him angry. I'd watch what I say if I were you. Sasuke glared at the demon. Love may be costly at times, but it is still something a foolish human like myself would not trade for anything else. Not anymore at least, Sasuke added mentally, remembering his dark actions in the past. Call us foolish if you want, but my village prides itself on being a place where everybody loves one another, and it's that love that makes them strong. That is the will of fire. The belief that has been passed down since the days of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, one of the founders of the village. While I cannot truly call myself a shinobi of the leaf after my past sins, I am still Sasuke Uchiha of the Leaf Village, and I will not stand by and let you denounce the emotion that makes my comrades strong. Sasuke declared. Hancock smirked and prepared to fight again once more. As will I, she declared. For I too have gotten stronger from opening my heart to love. The love I feel for my subjects, the love I feel for my sisters, and most of all, the love I feel for Monkey D. Luffy. It has made me stronger than before. Sasuke was admittedly surprised at the last part of the older woman's declaration. Franmalth simply laughed at this. Then come forth, fools, and let me crush your love. Sasuke got over his surprise at Hancock and glared at Franmalth. Gladly, he said darkly, furiously. Mangekyo Sharingan. No more holding back, Sasuke thought, I'm going to save Hancock's sisters. Even if this psycho gets his hands on some of my power. He smiled lightly. You'd probably do the same thing, Naruto. With that, Sasuke and Hancock charged Franmalth. With Jashiro, Yukitake and a squad of Alliance soldiers. Wow, a Leaf Shinobi said in amazement, Captain Yukitake's skill is amazing. A Squad 13 Soul Reaper grinned. That's Captain Yukitake for you. Tuberculosis can't keep him down for long. The sickly Soul Reaper captain stood over several defeated coalition soldiers. War is such a tragic thing. He said sadly. Centuries of fighting and I still find us nowhere near peace. With the universe as we know it expanding, finding peace is going to be even more difficult. Jashiro looked over at Sasuke and Hancock's fight with Franmat, then at the defeated forms of Saken, Uken, and Jirobo. Things seem to be going well on this end though. I guess it's time to follow Kakashi's orders, push forward and enter Harjin. On the other side of this particular section of the battlefield, several coalition soldiers looked at Jashiro in fear. That guy looks like he's about to keel over any minute. How did he wipe out so many of our guys? And those guys from the Sound Ninja 4 were beaten. A Marine pointed out, Vice Admiral Dalmatian is dead too. Franmalth is the only one left. Forget this. Retreat into the city. Regroup there. The coalition soldiers started to flee into the city. Jashiro narrowed his eyes at this. It looks like they intend to regroup. He noted, either that or they have a trap prepared. Jashiro looked over at a large man who joined him, Mad Monk Urouge. What do you think, Urouge? Urouge's permanent smile widened. Obviously we go after them. Jashiro nodded. Maybe, but we should proceed with caution. Jashiro looked up at the roof where Kakashi formerly was. It looks like Kakashi has gone ahead already. He's probably going around and giving further orders to anyone who's already made into the city. Jashiro narrowed his eyes. That means he's trusting me to lead the rest of the unit into the city in his stead while he checks on the others. Jashiro then gave the order. Proceed with caution, he ordered. Freed Justine, Bixlow, and Evergreen versus Chiyuya. Freed, please tell me you have a plan to take care of these things. Evergreen said frantically, I'm thinking. Freed replied, barely blocking a strike from one of the Rage Ogres. The fight had been going badly for the Thunder Legion ever since Chiyuya had activated her curse mark. Not only had her control over the Rage Ogres increased, but their strength had increased as well. Even with their flawless teamwork, the Thunder Legion was still hard-pressed to fight these monsters. Bixlow, Freed called, do you think you can get a clear shot on the girl? Not at the moment, no. Bixlow admitted, if even one of my babies got close to her, one of those damn ogres would just break away and crush it. Freed sighed, then it appears I have no choice but to use that spell. Evergreen's eyes widened. She knew what spell Freed was talking about. That particular spell was forbidden, and for good reason. You can't, that spell is forbidden. Evergreen told him, I know, but the Beast in power will allow me to take them all at once. Any damage to my body that results from using the spell can be healed. But Freed, this is war, Freed reminded her, as much as I hate to admit it, using this spell was inevitable. I just never imagined it would be this early. He's right, Bixlow said, Freed's willing to sacrifice his body to win, don't dishonor a man's sacrifice. Evergreen huffed at this, honestly you men and your pride. Freed, Bixlow said to his closest friend, are you sure about this? It's the only way I can think of, Freed admitted, using this spell will be a definite win. Bixlow grinned, then give them hell, buddy. Chiyuya inwardly frowned as the trio conversed, dodging her Rage Ogres. What are those annoying bastards blabbering about? She wondered. Honestly, what could that green-haired homo do that could allow him to go one-on-one with all of my Rage Ogres at once? Better be prepared, this might get a little rough. Freed took a deep breath before casting the spell. Dark Acature, he said. Darkness. Evergreen and Bixlow watched as Freed took on the shape of a demon. Dark Acature. Darkness, Evergreen thought sadly, a forbidden spell that allows Freed to take on the form and power of a demon. The drawbacks are steep. She continued. To take on an unholy form that is incompatible with the human body causes great internal injury. The only reason someone like Miragen or Elfman is exempt from it is because their takeover magic bypasses that rule. I will handle the ogres, take out the girl. Freed ordered. 2 Rage Ogres charged Freed, who easily blocked their weapons with his bare hands. Chiyuya's eyes widened at this. Freed tossed the 2 Rage Ogres out of the way and turned his attention to the 3rd ogre. The beast roared as it grappled with Freed. Go! Freed yelled. Damn it! Chiyuya thought angrily. Bixlow, prepare the Baryon formation. Evergreen ordered. I'll keep her in range. Evergreen flew at Chiyuya. Fairy Blade. Evergreen gathered magic in her arm, Goblin. Evergreen swung her magic-coated arm at Chiyuya, who easily weaved in and out of the attacks while still playing her flute. Evergreen moved around to Yuya while attacking to keep her in the exact spot they need for Bixlo to hit her. I'm keeping her in range, Bixlo, you better hurry up. She thought. This bitch really doesn't know who she's messing with, huh? Chiyuya thought. Well, I guess it's time to play a new melody that will explain things to her. Evergreen's eyes widened slightly as Chiyuya played a new melody. Meanwhile, Bixlo finished charging Baryon formation. Okay, Ever, it's ready. Bixlo called. Baryon formation. Evergreen suddenly froze in place. Bixlo's eyes widened. Ever, get out of the way. Chiyuya smirked. Demon flute. Paralyzed with fear. She thought smugly. She's as stiff as a corpse right now. Inside of the illusion, Evergreen looked at the scene before her in horror. The whole country burnt to the ground, all her friends dead. And the killer gleefully showing her the heads of Laxus and Elfman. Evergreen screamed in terror and anguish, oblivious to the attack coming towards her thanks to the genjutsu. Ever, Bixlo yelled. Lights out bitch. Chiyuya grinned cockily, leaping away. Bixlo could only watch in horror as his own attack hit his own teammate dead on. No, Bixlo screamed. Freed paused from his fight with T. He rage ogres and looked at the scene in shock. Ever, no, he muttered. Chiyuya cackled madly at the scene before her. Bitch deserved what she got. She spat as the smoke cleared. Evergreen was lying motionless on the floor. Bixlo could not tell if she was alive or dead. He had put a lot more power into his Baryon formation than he usually did because they were all at war. He seriously hoped that he did not just kill his own teammate. Bixlo then found himself glaring furiously at Chiyuya. You bitch, he screamed, turning his babies on her. All logic was gone from Bixlo's mind. The only thing he wanted now was revenge. Rukia Kuchiki and Orga Nonagir vs. Kitamura. Rukia stabbed the ground in front of her. Tsugi no Mai, Hakuren. The sudden wave of ice engulfed the several spiders coming at her. After Kitamura had unleashed Kyodegumo on the unlikely team of Rukia and Orga, he took on more of a supporting role. And by supporting role, he meant watching from the sidelines while the babies went to feed on Mashiro and Shelia. This forced Rukia on the defensive, as now she had to worry about protecting the two bound girls. Meanwhile, Orga grappled with the surprisingly tough Kyodai Gumo, mainly because Rukia wanted no part of the giant spider. Kyodegumo hissed as it tried to bite Orga, only to be tossed backwards by the muscle-bound lightning god Slayer. Lightning god bellow, Orga shouted. Kyodegumo screeched as it was struck by Orga's bellow. Kitamura grinned at the sight as he created his own personal bow and arrow. This level of the game has been fun, and it's only the first level at that. I can't wait to see what the rest of the game is like. He mused. Too bad I can't stay and explore this level a bit more, but hey, we've all got the advance sometime, right? Kitamura continued, taking aim. Rukia managed to notice Kitamaru's arrow just as he let it fly. Hado number 33, Sokatsui. Kitamura frowned as Rukia knocked his arrow out of the air with her Kido. Why do some boss fights have to drag things out? He groaned. A boss fight should be fast-paced and only go as long as the player wants it to. Kitamura took aim with 3 arrows at once. And as the player, I've made the decision that I've played around enough, now die, weakling. Rukia slashed the ground in front of her. Yon no Mai, she said, Shirakub. A wall of ice appeared in front of her, stopping all 3 arrows. Rukia then flash-stepped in front of the ice and darkly glared at Kitamura. I won't let you near Mashiro and Shelia, she said dangerously. Toshiro Hitsugaya, Kensai Mugaruma, and Laxus Drayar vs. Kizaru. Blast away. Kensai launched several wind blades at Kizaru, who simply allowed the blades to pass through him. Rain over the frosted heavens. Toshiro swung his blade and sent a wave of ice at Kizaru. Raging bolt. Laxus sent a bolt of lightning at Kizaru as well. Kizaru leapt over the 2 attacks and landed gracefully. His goofy smile remained. Those attacks of yours may be strong, but the results will always be the same. You can't hit me, Kizaru told them. Kizaru's smile then vanished, being replaced by a bored frown. I'm done playing around, he said. I've given you plenty of time to figure out a way to stop me. It's time to show you what the speed of light really feels like. Kizaru held out his hands and started forming slight. Now, sacred Yata mirror. Kizaru then transformed into light. Toshiro and Kensai's eyes widened. Even their advanced senses, trained to see those who use flash step, Sonito, or Harenkyaku, could not follow his movements. Kensai then flew backwards, as Kizaru had appeared in front of him and kicked him square in the face. Kensai, Toshiro called out in worry. Before the other two could react, Kizaru kicked Laxus in the jaw and knocked him backwards as well. Toshiro furiously glared at Kizaru and prepared to cut him down. Kizaru smirked and summoned a sword of light. Kizaru blocked Toshiro's sword with his own. "Allow me to introduce my sacred Murakumo sword. My own personal sword of light." Kizaru introduced. "This sword has killed many criminals like yourself. I hope you're prepared to die, Snow Boy." Kizaru grinned. After all, the power of light always trumps over darkness. Right, no matter what kind of light it is. Toshiro glared at Kizaru, knowing what other lights he was referring to. You use your power as an entitlement. Your devil fruit powers, your rank, your status. You use it to justify whatever it is you do. It makes me sick. Toshiro tried to cut through Kizaru, who vanished with light. Our power and status do not make what we do right. It's our ideals and actions that do. There are plenty of times when that light you speak of becomes dark. Do you know when that is? Kizaru frowned. When corrupt men like you use the light for the dark. Toshiro finished. Bankai, Toshiro hissed, Daigure and Hirenmaru. I couldn't agree more. Laxus stood to his feet, glaring at Kizaru as well. After all, I learned that from experience. With that, Laxus accessed his Dragon Slayer magic. It looks like you've managed to make enemies out of us on a personal level, Admiral Kizaru. Kensai rejoined the fight as well. Prepare for the ass-kicking of a lifetime. Bankai, Kensai continued, Tekken Tachikas. Well, Kizaru chuckled, 2 Bankai users and a Dragon Slayer, this is getting quite scary. Definitely going to have to get serious. I can't let such powerful criminals leave alive after all. He continued. With that, Kizaru leapt into the air. Yasukani's sacred jewel, Kensai, Laxus, and Toshiro's eyes widened as it started raining light on them. Toshiro quickly moved his wings in front of him to block the light. Kizaru frowned as the light was not only stopped by Toshiro's eyes, but was reflected as well. Meanwhile, Laxus and Kensai did their best to dodge the attacks on their own. However, with light being the fastest element in the world, it was inevitable that they would be struck at some point, and they were. Laxus cried oot as he was pierced in several places by several beams. Kensai gritted his teeth in pain as the same happened to him. Laxus recovered first and glared at Kizaru. Lightning Dragon Roar. Kizaru held out one of his arms. Uzume. Kizaru fired a large beam of light from the palm of his hand that collided with the roar, canceling the 2 attacks out. Kizaru grinned at the trio as he landed on the ground. Sacred Yata Mirror. Kizaru vanished into light once more and sped towards them. Ryojin Hyoheiki. Toshiro suddenly yelled. A protective wall of ice suddenly appeared in front of the trio, the light th. At was Kizaru bounced off the ice and flew backwards. Toshiro had an impassive look on his face. I really hope that sent him out of the city. He muttered. Then again, I'm not that lucky. Toshiro, you stopped him dead in his tracks. Laxus was surprised. Toshiro nodded. Light reflects off of certain surfaces. He explained. When it is winter, light is particularly blinding to the naked eye because snow and ice is a reflexive surface. Kensai's eyes widened. In other words, we've found our defense from his light powers. That's brilliant, kid. Toshiro nodded. You flatter me, he said lowly. A tick mark appeared on Toshiro's forehead. However, he said, looking at Laxus, that is Captain Hitsugaya. And you, Captain Mugaruma. The young captain turned to Kensai. I am not a child. Are you seriously nitpicking with how I call you? Laxus asked exasperatedly. I am a captain of the 13 court guard squads. I worked very hard to reach my position. I will nitpick if I want to nitpick. Snow-headed midget. Muscle-bound bastard. Enough, Kensai said sharply, rubbing his temples at how childish the two were acting. If the Admiral does return, we're going to need a plan to stop him. Agreed, Toshiro nodded, immediately becoming professional again. Luckily, I already have a plan. With Kizaru. Kizaru slowly got to his feet and dusted off his admiral coat. That hurt, he muttered, years on the job and only one other person thought to do that. Kizaru was no longer smiling. In fact, he had a very irritated look on his face. Clearly, being launched by his own power had wiped away his laid back. Took one last look at where he had flown into. He shrugged at the destroyed building. Oh well, he muttered. Kizaru turned his attention back to the direction his three opponents were in. Sacred Yata Mirror, he said, vanishing once again. Back with Toshiro, Kensai, and Laxus. He's coming, Toshiro said, it's time to begin. While Toshiro went to work on his plan, Laxus and Kensai protectively stood in front of him. They then saw the streaking light in the distance. Laxus, Kensai yelled. Laxus stepped up. Lightning Dragon charged fist. Laxus yelled, punching with a ball of lightning around his fist. Kizaru appeared from the light and matched Laxus' attack with his kick. Kensai, meanwhile, donned his hollow mask and moved off to the side. Sero, he yelled, firing at Kizaru. Laxus quickly leapt back as Kensai fired the Sero at Kizaru. Kizaru allowed the attack to phase right through his body. Kensai narrowed his eyes behind his hollow mask. Damn, even hollowification doesn't work on this guy. Kensai yelled frustratedly. Kizaru grinned. I could feel the power radiating from that attack of yours. He said. It was real scary. Lightning Dragon breakdown fist. Kizaru quickly dodged the flying fist made of lightning. Meanwhile, Toshiro continued the preparations. Keep him busy for just a bit longer, guys. He thought. Kensai, deciding to stick to the plan regardless, charged Kizaru and started punching him with Tekken Tachikas. Kizaru sighed, allowing the attacks to phase through his body. Come on, man, you know you can't hit me. Lightning Dragon jaw. Laxus leapt into the air and attempted to strike Kizaru from the back. Sacred Murakumo sword. Kizaru summoned his sword and blocked Laxus' attack without looking. Kizaru forced Laxus away and grabbed one of Kensai's arm. As for you, he said, Uzume. Kensai gasped in pain as he was suddenly pierced by a larger beam of light than before. Laxus got to his feet and his eyes widened. Kensai. As Kensai fell, Kizaru turned his attention to Laxus, who was now glaring at him. Lightning Dragon Heavenward Halberd. Laxus threw a halberd made of lightning at Kizaru. Kizaru casually dodged the attack and reappeared in front of Laxus and attempted to kick him. Laxus managed to block the attack with his arms. Kizaru then smirked. Amaterasu. Laxus screamed in pain as he was suddenly blinded by a bright flash of light. Kizaru grinned and followed up with a high-speed kick straight to Laxus' jaw, sending him flying backwards. 2 down, Kizaru said, before turning his attention to Toshiro, who was holding Kensai's unconscious body. 1 to go. Kizaru casually walked towards Toshiro, summoning the sacred Murakumo sword once again. So, kid, do you still think you can win? He asked. Now that I know you have a way to defend yourself from my light, do you really think I won't be as careful? Toshiro surprised Kizaru by smirking. Why wouldn't I think that? After all, you got careless and fell for my traps again. 5 snowflake-shaped ice crystals sud. NLY glowed from the ground around Kizaru, creating a pentagon. The admiral's eyes widened in surprise. What the? Before Kizaru could react, a line of ice from each snowflake sped towards him. Rokui Hyokutsujin, Toshiro said as a large pillar of ice rose up from the area inside the pentagon. Kizaru had no time to cry out in surprise as he was completely encased in the pentagon-shaped pillar. Laxus and Kensai put themselves at great personal risk to make sure this plan was completed. I wasn't going to dishonor them by failing. Toshiro angrily narrowed his eyes at the immobile Kizaru. I'd like to see you escape now. Toshiro powered down. Sorry, he said, but it looks like my darkness beat your light, Admiral. Harjin was well known for having Fiore's largest seaport. Something that was errant in the large amount of marine ships, from battleships, to corvettes, to frigates, to destroyers. It was apparent that this place was crucial to the success of the coalition in Fiore. With control over the largest seaport, the coalition could launch any sort of attack it desired. This was all running through Frankie's mind as he stood over the defeated guards and stared down the ships before him. He smirked at the sight. Looks like I'll be returning to my old job as a dismantler in style. He grinned. The barely conscious Marines could only watch in horror as Frankie took aim at the ship in the middle. He was intent on setting off a chain reaction that would continue down both sides. "Frankie," he began. There was nothing they could do, only watch. Radical beam. Frankie fired a laser from H's hands and destroyed the battleship in the middle. He watched in grim satisfaction as the explosion carried over to the ships right next to it. If things went as planned, the fires would catch on every other ship and the Coalition's naval forces would be crippled for a long time. "Seems only fitting that I'm the one who does this," he mused. "We Straw Hats just seem built for sticking it to the world government." With Toshiro. Toshiro panted slightly in exhaustion. "I haven't faced an enemy with that much raw power since Aizen. Is this really how strong the Marine admirals are?" Toshiro remembered the conversation he had with the other captains of the division along with Commander Hitaki. He remembered how Hancock had described the admirals. "In spite of my hate for men, I would be foolish to disregard the power of the admirals," she admitted. "Those three are all monsters in their own right. I can count on two hands the people capable of facing an admiral in one-on-one combat from my world. Anyone else would require help." Toshiro remembered just who Hancock had listed. Any of the four emperors, Supreme Commander Dragon, Commander Sabo, I myself could hold my own against an admiral for a while. Warlord Dracula, Hawkeye, Mahawk, who was unfortunately allied with the Coalition, former warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo, and the former first mate of the Roger Pirates, Silvers Rayleigh. Remembering that grim proclamation, Toshiro was admittedly glad that Kizaru had been careless. He seriously doubted that he would have won, even with Kensai and Laxus' help, had Kizaru been more serious. He looked over at Kensai's still unconscious body. "I need you to hold on for a bit longer, Kensai," Toshiro told him. "I need to make sure that Laxus is okay. After that, I'll get you both out of here into the medical tents." Before Toshiro could walk away, he heard an explosion in the distance. "That is where the docks are," he noted, before smiling slightly. "It looks like someone reached them and is carrying out that part of the plan." "That is good. Can't focus on that, though," he said, shaking his head. "I need to check on Laxus." Before Toshiro could go any further, he heard the sound of something enormous shattering. His eyes widened in horror, as he immediately realized what was happening. Something landed right behind him. He spun around, preparing to draw Hirinmaru, only to scream in pain, as he was suddenly slammed onto the ground by a blackened foot. Kizaru grinned at the now unconscious captain as his leg returned to normal. "That was scary," he said. "If I hadn't used armament hockey to shatter that prison of yours, I would have been trapped there for who knows how long." He sighed in annoyance. "Although, I'm gonna be without my glint fruit for a while, thanks to the fact that I'm wet from the ice. Oh well, I should dry off soon." Kizaru looked at Toshiro, then at Kensai. "While I wait, I might as well kill you too," he decided. "Don't worry, it's all in the name of justice. Get the hell away from them, you bastard," Laxus screamed, stumbling into view. "And here I thought I broke your neck with that last kick." Kizaru mused, seeing Laxus. "Your durability is impressive, scary even." "Dragon Slayer's secret art," Laxus began. Kizaru quickly moved in front of Laxus and kicked him in the air with a hockey-embedded kick to the jaw. Laxus gasped, coughing up blood as he landed on his back. Kizaru grinned. "And you're still not dead, even after that, now that's scary." Kizaru sighed. "It's too bad my devil fruit powers won't return until after I dry off. Now I have to get my hands dirty and kill you the old-fashioned way. Water style. Water dragon jutsu." Kizaru's eyes widened as he was suddenly struck by a ball of water fired from a water dragon. "Damn, more water." He recovered quickly. "So, you're an admiral, huh?" Kakashi Hitaki was standing on the roof of a nearby building. "If that's the case, I have no choice but to give you a handicap to have a chance in this fight." Kizaru grinned. "I recognize you," he said. "So, the famous copy ninja of the shinobi world has come for little old me. My, I am honored." Kizaru got into his relaxed fighting stance. "Tell me, do you honestly think that you can beat me? Even with my handicap at the moment. All I have to do is wait until I've dried off, after all." Kakashi got into his own fighting stance. I wouldn't have confronted you if I didn't think I could beat you. Then again, I wasn't going to leave my comrades to die, so I really had no choice in the matter. Kizaru chuckled. True enough. That's what's scary about you criminals, that confidence you all seem to have. You should tone it down a notch before it gets you killed, Copy Ninja. Kizaru raised one of his legs in the air. Tempest kick. Kakashi was briefly surprised at the fact that his opponent could use the 6 powers as well. It was now apparent to him that the 6 powers were not just reserved for members of CP9, but also for the high-ranking members of the Marines. Kakashi leapt into the air and dodged the attack with ease. Using fire and wind is out of the question. Kakashi thought, that'll just dry him off quicker. Sharingan. Kakashi's eyes transformed. Oh, you've got Sharingan in both of your eyes now. It looks like our information on you needs to be updated. Kakashi gracefully landed and nodded at the relaxed man. I agree, he said, your subordinate. Dalmatian learned that outdated info can be fatal the hard way. Kizaru frowned at this. So, you killed Dalmatian, huh? Kakashi nodded again. Kizaru sighed. Well, that's no good, he said. Killing a high-ranking officer is a serious crime. One that warrants either life in prison at Impel Down, public, or immediate execution. I hope you are prepared to face the consequences, Copy Ninja. Then again, you knew what they would be the minute you allied yourself with criminals. Kakashi frowned back. I don't know what you people define as criminals, but most of the pirates I've met are very decent people. More decent than Vice Admiral Dalmatian, and way more decent than the people you Marines have allied yourselves with. I don't like it any more than you do, but rules are rules. Kizaru shrugged. And the rules state that the minute you are recognized as an ally of the world government, all crimes against you are forgotten. Kakashi started doing some hand signs. Well, that's not a good policy to have. How do you hold people accountable? No reason to. Once you are with the world government, you are on the righteous path. At least, that's what our policy on allies states. Kizaru grinned. I see. I guess in the end absolute power really does corrupt absolutely. Kakashi mused. Earth style. Fissure. Kizaru leapt into the air as the ground beneath him suddenly split open. Kakashi quickly followed up. Shave. Kizaru's eyes widened in surprise as Kakashi sped towards him. He followed his movements with observation haki. He then found himself confused by where Kakashi had placed himself. He was several feet away with a lightning blade already created, so why was he not attacking? Lightning cable. He suddenly heard 2 voices yell. Kizaru's eyes widened and he looked behind to see a Seikon. Kakashi with a lightning blade in hand. The 2 lightning blades were moving towards him, intent on connecting with each other. A shadow clone. Kizaru realized. Moonwalk. Kizaru got out of the way just in time. This high speed will air dry me at a quicker rate. Kizaru thought. I just need to keep this up for a bit. The 2 copy ninjas rushed towards Kizaru. The admiral narrowed his eyes at this. Tempest kick. One Kakashi managed to dodge while the other was cut in 2 by the attack. This one disappeared in smoke. That one was the shadow clone. Kizaru noted. Lightning style. Finger pistol. Kizaru narrowed his eyes as he was pierced by Kakashi's attack. Interesting. He combined lightning-based chakra with the finger pistol. Kizaru responded to this by kicking Kakashi in the jaw with a blackened foot. It's still not enough, he yelled. Kakashi cried out as he was kicked into the air. Kizaru grinned at the pain he was causing his opponent. He then gasped when Kakashi vanished in smoke. His eyes widened. Another shadow clone. But where? Kakashi suddenly appeared behind Kizaru. Lightning blade, he yelled, slamming his signature attack into Kizaru's back. Kakashi's feeling of success, however, was short-lived, as he quickly realized that his attack was not going through Kizaru's body. He moved his hand back to see that the spot he had struck had darkened. Kizaru had protected the spot where he had been hit with armament haki. Ah, you ruined my coat, and my shirt as well. That was my favorite shirt. Kizaru frowned. So this is the power of armament haki. Kakashi thought. Not only does it provide a near-perfect offense, capable of striking anything and anyone, but it also provides a near-perfect defense as well, one that only people who know how to combat haki can break through. Damn, Kakashi continued in a frustrated tone, I can't even copy this with my Sharingan. I guess Haki is like a bloodline limit in their world. Kakashi then leapt back as he dodged a kick to the head from Kizaru. Do you have any idea how rare devil fruits are in my world? Kizaru inquired. Furthermore, do you have any idea how rare the kind I ate is? Kakashi did not have a response to this. Even with our connections, it takes years to actually track down a devil fruit. To be honest, we don't even go on missions to obtain devil fruits, it's a waste of resources on our part. We just sail along, hoping for chance encounters. And whoever finds it gets to eat it. I was just the lucky soul who happened to find mine. What's your point? Kakashi asked. My point, Copy Ninja, Kizaru continued, is that you've underestimated me. What do you think I did to fight when I didn't have my devil fruit powers, huh? Kakashi could not respond to this. See, you underestimated me. Kizaru grinned. I didn't become one of the greatest military powers because of my devil fruit. Well, okay, that was part of the reason, but even the strongest devil fruits are nothing to a weak body. Kizaru leapt in the air. Moonwalk. Kakashi followed Kizaru's movements with his Sharingan. The Admiral appeared above Kakashi. Tempest Kick Guillotine. Kizaru created a wide arc with his kick that was aimed downwards at Kakashi. Shave. Kakashi dodged with ease. He's trying to dry off with that speed. Kakashi realized. I need to douse him again and stop him. Kakashi did some hand signs. Water style. Water Shark Bomb Jutsu. A shark made of water flew at Kizaru, who was in freefall at the moment. Kizaru braced himself as he was struck by the water shark. The Admiral frowned at the fact that Karachi had nullified his devil fruit powers again. Now to finish him off before he has a chance to dry off. Karachi thought. The 3rd Division commander channeled more chakra into his eyes. Mangekyo Sharingan. Kakashi yelled. Kizaru watched as Karachi's eyes changed. The 2nd level of the famed Sharingan, scary. Kizaru mused. He sighed. And now I have to dry off again. He thought. Prepare yourself, Admiral Kizaru. Kakashi told him. Susanoo. Kizaru watched in awe as Kakashi was suddenly surrounded by the enormous humanoid known as the Susanoo. Kakashi quickly summoned a sword for the being to fight with. He quickly swung his sword downwards, intent on cutting Kizaru in half. Shave. Kizaru yelled, vanishing. Kizaru moved off to the side and leapt into the air. Moonwalk. Kakashi tried to follow Kizaru's movements. Tempest Kick. Cross. Kizaru kicked the air twice. First vertically, then horizontally. The 2 Tempest Kicks then combined into a larger attack that struck the Susanoo in the head, where Kakashi was. Kizaru WNED at the fact that the attack did not seem to harm the behemoth that was protecting Kakashi. Well damn, he muttered. Moonwalk. Kizaru kicked across the air again. Kakashi's Susanoo tried in vain to catch him in midair. But Kizaru was simply too fast for him. Kizaru kept kicking, continuing to air dry in the process. He suddenly cried out in pain. Kakashi had finally caught up to him and had cut him across the waist. Even with observation Haki, he could not dodge the attack. He gritted his teeth, feeling blood spurt from his injury. However, there was a silver lining, one that made him grin through the pain. Kakashi noticed the grin. What is he trying to? Kakashi was broken out of his thoughts when he heard the next few words out of Kizaru's mouth. Yakasani's sacred jewel. Kakashi braced himself as the Susanoo blocked the attack with its sword. Damn, he's regained his devil fruit powers. Kakashi thought frustratedly. Kizaru turned to the side. Sacred Yata mirror. Kizaru vanished into light and sped towards a nearby building. Kakashi looked to the side and saw Kizaru bounce off the building and towards him. Before he could react, Kakashi was grabbed and pulled out of the Susanoo. Kizaru reformed his body and kicked Kakashi into the ground. He grinned sadistically at the crater that had formed. As long as light can reach it, I can travel through it. If light did not reach inside of your Susanoo, you'd be blind. Kizaru explained as he landed on the floor. Kakashi slowly got to his feet, only to be kicked away again. You were fun for a while, Copy Ninja, but I'm afraid it ends here. You're going to die. Sacred Murakumo Sword. Kizaru summoned his Sword of Light. For the crime of associating with pirates, I, Admiral Kizaru, sentence you to death in the name of justice. Darkness Stream. Kizaru's eyes widened in surprise as he was suddenly surrounded by darkness. He quickly reacted and struck the darkness with his blade. The light and darkness immediately cancelled each other out. I keep losing focus on my hockey. He frowned. Now, who was that? Kizaru looked behind to see a beautiful woman who had taken on a demonic appearance. And you are? Kizaru raised an eyebrow. Miragen. Kakashi was surprised to see the S-class wizard here. Another criminal then. Alright, I guess I'll have to execute you as well. Kizaru said. Miragen Strauss glared at Kizaru. In the name of justice, you say. I'll gladly become a demon if it is to defeat the likes of you and your justice. Freed Justine and Bixlo vs. Tayuya. With Evergreen unconscious, Bixlo was forced to contend with Uyea alone while Freed held off Tayuya's rage ogres. In spite of his rage-induced mind at the fact that Tayuya had caused his own attack to hurt Evergreen, he could still notice one thing about Tayuya: she was quick on her feet. That Tayuya was, however, she was still quite wary of Bixlo's attempts to trap her with his babies. Masked bastard keeps trying to drive me into a corner. Tayuya thought angrily. Line formation. Bixlo yelled. Tayuya's eyes widened as she leapt to the side to dodge. She then noticed Bixlo coming towards her out of the corner of her eyes. Crap, she thought frustratedly. Bixlo landed a kick straight into Tayuya's midsection. She briefly paused in playing, but managed to restart the melody before she lost control of her rage ogres. Meanwhile, Freed continued to clash with the rage ogres. He ducked under one strike, leaned out of another, and then uppercutted the third. Freed leapt into the air above the rage ogres. Dark Acature. Wings. Freed yelled to remain airborne. The rage ogres looked up at the flying, demonic-looking man. Darkness Flare Bomb. The rage ogres could not react in time as they were struck by the enormous blast of darkness magic. Tayuya inwardly frowned at this. The freak's stronger than I thought. She mused. And with the masked bastard attacking me left and right with those heads of his, I'm gonna need to step it up. Tayuya's hooked slightly as her body changed into a more demonic form. Bixlo's eyes widened behind his mask. What the hell? Her power has changed, risen. I need to end this quickly. Bixlo moved his dolls around Tayuya. Victory formation, he yelled. Bixlo's dolls started moving around Tayuya at very high speeds. Tayuya inwardly grinned as she started playing a completely different melody. I can afford to pause the melody for just a bit if it means I can take this idiot out. The freak will probably get caught in my flute's range as well. Bixlo froze at the different melody. What the hell? He muttered. Freed noticed this. Hey, Bixlo. He yelled to no avail, before finding himself frozen at the sound of the melody as well. The two members of the Thunder Legion then found their limbs bound by incredibly sturdy ropes. This is an illusion, Freed thought. This isn't real. This is just like with what happened to Evergreen. Freed found himself still bound by the illusion. Shouldn't awareness be the weakness? He continued. Why hasn't the illusion faded? Freed heard a familiar scream. He looked to see Bixlo screaming in pain as his arms started to melt away. Freed's eyes widened at this. He then noticed his own arms melting away. With the pain feeling all too real, Freed could only scream. Tayuya grinned. One of my strongest genjutsu. She thought. Demon Flute. Chains of Fantasia. Let's see these idiots break out of this with absolutely no knowledge of escaping genjutsu. Freed continued to scream in pain as his arms were almost completely gone. Have to get out, he thought. I have to escape. Freed's emotion and desire to escape triggered a sudden burst in power that surprised Tayuya. The ropes binding Freed's arms and legs broke away. Tayuya's eyes widened at this. Freed panted as the genjutsu faded around him. So, he muttered, a burst of power is capable of disrupting genjutsu, regardless of what kind of power it is. That's good to know. Tayuya sighed and took the flute from her mouth. Well damn, she said. Spoke too soon I guess. Freed looked over at Bixlo. Bixlo, he yelled. Channel your magic energy to disrupt the genjutsu. Bixlo's only response was another pained scream. Bixlo. Freed yelled again. He can't hear you, freak. Tayuya smirked. The only way out of the chains of Fantasia is through your own power. Outside help means nothing to this genjutsu. You bitch. Freed growled. Release Bixlo or I will crush you. I can't release him, Tayuya admitted. Once the melody is complete, the genjutsu will remain until he breaks it himself, or the genjutsu breaks him. There's a reason why Lord Orochimaru has kept me as a subordinate for all this time, you know. Freed narrowed his eyes at this. Chiyuya brought the flute back to her mouth. But you know, you should really worry about yourself at the moment, dumbass. With that, Chiyuya started playing again. Before Freed could react, the rage ogres came up to him from behind. Rukia Kuchiki and Orga Nonagir vs. Kitamura. With a wall of ice protecting Mashiro and Shelia, Rukia was able to give her complete attention to fighting the Spider-Man named Kitamura. Kitamura was now using 2 spiked clubs to clash with Rukia's Sota no Shirayuki. Meanwhile, Orga was still attempting to take out Kyodaigumo. Kyodaigumo was still snapping at Orga, attempting to devour him. Orga punched Kyodaigumo's head to the side and then leapt into the air. Lightning God Mjolnir. Kyodaigumo hissed and screamed in pain as Orga slammed a clenched fist onto Kyodaigumo's head. Orga moved back and prepared for another attack. By the time Kyodaigumo had recovered, it was too late. Lightning God Bellow. Kyodaigumo hissed and screamed again as it was struck by Orga's bellow. The hissing abruptly stopped as it vanished. Kitamura noticed this. Kyodaigumo, he yelled. Orga spun around. Kuchiki, he yelled. Rukia leapt back. Lightning God charged particle cannon. Orga yelled. Kitamaru's eyes widened at the blast of lightning aimed towards him. Crap, he yelled, leaping backwards. Kitamaru managed to dodge the attack, however, the frantic leap had left him off balance. When the attack cleared, Rukia immediately leapt at him, swinging Sota no Shirayuki. Kitamaru quickly reacted and spat out a long strand of web and pulled himself upwards, dodging Rukia's next swing. He then tossed the 2 clubs he had at Rukia. Yon no mai, she shouted. Shirakub, a smaller wall of ice than before blocked the 2 clubs thrown at her. Orga leapt into the air off to Kitamaru's side. Lightning God Thunderbolt. Kitamaru quickly leapt awa. Why from the black thunderbolt fired at him. Lightning God Bellow. Crap, Kitamaru yelled. Ninja art. Spider web net. Kitamaru spat out a web that managed to block the bellow, destroying the web in the process. He landed back on the ground and created 6 new clubs to fight with. Kitamaru then caught a glimpse of Rukia flash stepping towards him. Die, he yelled, tossing 2 of the clubs at her. The clubs froze in midair. Kitamaru's eyes widened when he realized she had frozen them with her blade. He raised his 4 remaining clubs in an X-like formation, stopping a stab from Sota no Shirayuki in the process. Rukia did not seem perturbed by this. In fact, she was smirking in victory. Kitamaru gasped when he realized why. His 4 clubs were freezing. Moments later, they shattered like glass. Ode no Shirayuki's true ability is freezing. Rukia explained. See if you can guess what else it can freeze. Oh crap. He realized what she was implying and attempted to get away from her. Rukia flash stepped towards him again. Kitamaru gasped as he felt her move past him, cutting him in the process. Before he could comprehend what was happening, his body was completely frozen over. Orga grinned with satisfaction at this. Hell of a job, Kuchiki. Rukia smirked and nodded at the hulking man. Now it's time to free Mashiro and Shelia. Rukia flash stepped towards the 2 and pressed her blade against the web. Sorry I couldn't do this sooner, she said genuinely. He was good at keeping us preoccupied. Shelia smiled. Don't worry, she said as the web shattered, freeing her and Mashiro. You got to us in the end. That's all that matters, right? Mashiro nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the frozen but still conscious Kitamaru lamented his situation with anger. To think I got caught off guard by a low-level boss. He thought, this won't do at all. If I don't do something right now it'll be game over for me. Kitamaru quickly came to a decision. No choice, time to use my extra life. Kitamaru's chakra levels skyrocketed as he entered stage 2 of his curse mark. Rukia, Orga, Mashiro, and Shelia's eyes widened when they realized what was happening. Kitamaru, in his stage 2 form, suddenly broke free from his icy prison and glared at the 4 of them. Round 3, he growled, fight. Sasuke Uchiha and Boa Hancock vs. Franmalth. Revolution. Franmalth yelled, transforming his body into a more grotesque version of Boa Marigold's form. Hancock gritted her teeth in anger at this. Sasuke lead the charge. One of his eyes started to bleed. Amaterasu. Franmoth screamed in pain as he was suddenly enveloped by the infamous black flames known as the Amaterasu. He quickly countered by raising his arms, preparing to absorb the jutsu. Sasuke quickly shut his eye, deactivating Amaterasu in the process. He did not want Franmoth to get his hands on Amaterasu. Sasuke gritted his teeth as he tried to cope with the pain that resulted from deactivating Amaterasu so abruptly. This is a bad idea, he admitted to himself. But it's either put my own body at great personal risk, or this guy gets his hands on my more powerful jutsu. Hancock, meanwhile, took aim at Franmoth with her hands formed into a heart. Love beam, Hancock yelled. Franmoth grinned as the heart that was fired at him passed right through him with absolutely no effect whatsoever. Hancock's eyes widened at this. But how? She inquired. Couldn't a demon like you be filled with impure thoughts? Ha! Franmoth scoffed at this. I have no impure thoughts that would constitute being turned to stone by your powers, Pirate Empress. No, the only desire I have is to gather more power. That's not lust then, Sasuke interjected, it's greed. I don't think your powers will work on him. Don't forget, we are demons created by the mighty Lord Zerf. Franmoth grinned. What we desire is decided by him upon our creation. What kind of existence is that? Hancock inquired. An existence without any free will, any chance to have your own emotions. I already told you I have no need for such things. Franmoth insisted. Hancock glared at Franmoth and blew him a kiss, creating a heart-shaped projectile. Pistol, she began before freezing up. She remembered that she was looking on the form of her sister, Boa Marigold. The very sight of Marigold's body made Hancock hesitate. Sasuke noticed this. Hancock, he yelled, trying to get her attention. Gorgon hair. Salamander. Franmoth yelled, launching fire from his hair at Hancock. Hancock managed to regain her focus when she saw the flames coming towards her. She leapt into the air and dodged the attack. Franmoth retuned to normal. Extension. He yelled, launching a fist at her. Salome. Hancock yelled at the enormous snake around her. Salome hissed in acknowledgement and lunged at the arm, knocking it away. Hancock landed and blew another kiss at Franmoth. Pistol kiss. She launched the heart projectile at the demon. Franmoth cried out in surprise as he was struck by the heart in the chest. Revolution. He yelled, transforming into Sandersonia once again. Sasuke, meanwhile, rushed in to attack Franmoth again. Inferno style. Flame control. Sasuke shouted, forming black flames in his hand. Sasuke held out the ball of black flames and fired several arrows at Franmoth. Franmoth easily weaved his way in and out of the attacks. Snake whip. Franmoth whipped his tail at Sasuke on the side opposite his black flames. Hancock intervened and blocked the tail with her leg. Get him, Uchiha, she yelled. Sasuke nodded and charged Franmoth, manipulating the black flames to move around his hand like a small cyclone. Chidori Inferno, he yelled, slamming the flames into Franmoth's chest. Franmoth screamed in pain as he felt the flames burn his body. Sasuke shut off the black flames before Franmoth had a chance to recover and steal the flames for himself. He then noticed something that made his eyes widen. Other than a crack in Franmoth's chest, he looked completely unharmed. Sasuke quickly caught onto why that was. He had covered his chest with armament hockey. Franmoth grinned at him. Extension, he yelled, slamming an extending fist into Sasuke's chest. Sasuke grunted in pain as he flew backwards. Franmoth reverted back to normal. Foolish human, he derided, I gain every ability I absorb, or did you already forget? Now, extension. Sasuke's eyes widened at the arms moving around him. Absorption. Sasuke screamed in pain as he felt his chakra leave his body. Hancock quickly intervened and kicked Franmoth in the head with a hockey-embedded kick. Franmoth cried out in pain as he stumbled backwards. His arms retracting, Sasuke watched as Hancock charged in to follow up that attack. Aromatic leg, she yelled, putting her hands on the ground. Franmoth narrowed his eyes and grinned cruelly. Revolution. Hancock froze in shock as Franmoth transformed into Boa Marigold once again. Franmoth laughed at Hancock's inability to attack when he had the face of his sister in use. Gorgon hair. Salamander, he shouted. launching his flaming hair at her once more. Salome hissed in warning, but Hancock was far too close to dodge this time. Hancock screamed in pain as she was struck by the flames, enveloping her entire body. Hancock! Sasuke yelled worriedly, trying to get up. Hancock struggled to her feet. Salome appeared to be hissing in concern for his master. Extension. Franmalth said lowly. Salome moved protectively in front of Hancock as the arms moved around them both. Absorption. That one word sounded like a death sentence. Hancock closed her eyes in shame and acceptance. Forgive me, sisters, she thought. But no matter what, I can't hurt you too. Even if it's not really you. Hancock screamed in pain as her body was completely absorbed into Franmalth before Sasuke and Salome could do anything. No, Sasuke screamed. In the end, there was nothing Sasuke could do and he knew it. Hancock was gone, just like her sisters. Now they were just another part of Franmalth's repertoire. Salome hissed in anguish and grief at the disappearance of his master. Franmalth laughed cruelly. What happened to your love, fools? Franmalth inquired. I thought you were going to beat me with it. Sasuke was now completely on his feet. I'm going to make you release them all, do you understand me? He asked. As if you could. Sasuke looked at Hancock's snake. Salome, was it? Leave now. I don't want you to get caught in the crossfire. I don't want Hancock to get angry with me after I save her from this guy. Salome nodded in understanding and slithered away. Sasuke glared at Franmalth as his chakra flared. Susanoo, he shouted, forming his own variation of the enormous being made of chakra. Franmalth watched Sasuke's display of power with interest. Die, Sasuke said lowly. Kakashi Hatake and Muragen Strauss vs. Kizaru. Kizaru frowned in frustration as his light was once again cancelled out by Muragen's darkness. Muragen was admittedly frustrated as well at the fact that her attacks still could not seem to harm Kizaru. Muragen fired several orbs of darkness magic that Kizaru dodged with ease. Kizaru then took aim at her. Uzume. Demon Breath. Muragen fired a beam of darkness at Kizaru's light. Kakashi watched Muragen's attack match Kizaru's in amazement. For an absent-minded girl, her raw power is phenomenal. Kakashi thought. Kakashi decided to attempt a sneak attack on Kizaru while he was preoccupied with Muragen. Water Style. Water Shark Bomb Jutsu. Kizaru noticed the attack in time and dodged by turning himself into light. Damn, Kakashi thought in frustration. Kakashi rejoined Muragen as Kizaru put some distance between themselves. Mira, listen, I have a plan, and I need your full cooperation in order for it to work. Kakashi told her. Muragen nodded. I think I know what you're looking for. You need me to distract him so you can nullify his devil fruit with water. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement at this. He already knows what I'm planning since I've done this before. So I need you to practically become his shadow. Understood. You just make sure you don't miss when you're ready. With that, Muragen flew at Kizaru again, forming two masses of darkness around her fists. Kizaru, meanwhile, formed his sacred Murakumo sword once again. Muragen roared with exertion as she threw her first punch at the admiral, who blocked it with his sword of light easily. For the sake of the plan. However, Muragen refused to let up and kept throwing punch after punch at Kizaru. Kizaru knew what they were planning, but was admittedly frustrated at the fact that he could not get away from the demoness. Meanwhile, Kakashi sped through the necessary hand signs to unleash the best possible jutsu that would not only nullify the glint fruit, but also do massive damage in the process. Evil Spark, Muragen shouted, driving a mixture of lightning and darkness magic into Kizaru's chest. Kizaru gritted his teeth in pain as the electricity coursed through his body. On the side, Kakashi was finally ready to attack. Water Style. Water Dragon Jutsu. Kizaru's body shined and exploded just as the water bullet struck him. Muragen and Kakashi both gasped in surprise at this. Did we get him? Muragen wondered. Suddenly, something started to form in between them. Kakashi gasped at this. It can't be. Kizaru soon had completely reformed. Muragen gasped at this. I paralyzed you, she shouted. That you did, Kizaru admitted. But you certainly didn't stop my ability to become light itself. Kakashi's eyes widened in realization. Of course, he said, by transfer. Ming himself into particles of light he was able to scatter and dodge my water dragon jutsu. Afterwards, he was able to reform himself at will. Kizaru nodded. Got it in one, he said, genuinely impressed. Kakashi frowned at this behind his mask. This is bad, he thought. I'm almost out of chakra and we still haven't come close to beating him yet. Why do you still fight? Kakashi asked. Our forces have breached Harjin and your ships are destroyed. Surrender, Admiral. Even if you do manage to survive us, you won't survive everyone who comes after you. Kizaru laughed at this, trying to stall for time. That's low copy ninja. As to surrendering, why would I do something like that? Things are going exactly as I planned. Meanwhile, keep moving through the streets. A leaf ninja shouted. Harjin will be ours soon enough. A group of Alliance soldiers moved through the streets at high speeds, carefully checking for coalition troops. Much to their surprise, barely anyone had come to fight. Why? The answer to that question lied underground in the form of several objects strapped to the top of the sewer systems. You see, these soldiers had the poor luck of being on the non-essential roads of Harjin, which made them a prime target for what was about to happen next. 2 coalition soldiers watched them move from the rooftops. A dark wizard and a sound ninja. The dark wizard was holding a STR-aimed device that looked suspiciously like a remote. Blow it, the sound ninja ordered. The dark wizard nodded and pressed a button on the remote. With that, several explosive lacrima were set off underground, destroying the roads and killing every single Alliance soldier above them. Similar explosions happened across Harjin, signifying the many lives that were being lost by traps. Meanwhile, on the main roads, several Alliance forces were suddenly ambushed by coalition forces. Sound ninja dove at them, Marines charged them and sniped them from the windows, Dark Wizard sniped them as well with Holder magic. Caught off guard, the Alliance forces could only fall back, losing crucial ground in the process. Meanwhile, Grimmjow Jagerjackes grinned with satisfaction. Looks like Kizaru's plan is working out perfectly. It's time to do my part now. Grimmjow put his hand in the air. Desker, he said, opening up a dark portal. The minute that portal opened, several monstrous hollows poured out of it, hungry for souls to feast on. Give them an early victory to lure them in, Grimmjow recited the plan, and then ambush them everywhere they go afterwards. Kizaru's a tricky bastard, lazy as hell, but very tricky. In the intelligence division, Ben Beckman leaned forward in shock. What the hell is going on in Harjin? He asked. Hibiki Lates looked frantic. Reports are coming in that the coalition has hidden their numbers in the city and are now using them to overwhelm our spread-out forces. They're trying to box them in by taking out non-essential roads and anyone on them with explosive lacrima and then ambushing the stragglers. I can't believe it. How could we have not prepared for this? Mavis Vermilion wondered. Damn it, where the hell is Kakashi? Did that lazy bastard let this happen? Beckman asked. Last reports indicate that Kakashi went to aid a few of our essential forces against a very powerful enemy. Hibiki replied. The ever-calm Kazuki Urahara had a calculating look on his face. Any ideas, Shikaku? He inquired. Shikaku Nara shook his head. By the time we come up with anything, it'll already be too late. Whatever strategy we come up with will cost far too many lives. Kazuki sighed. I'm going to have to agree with you on that. What are you suggesting? Mavis asked. Shikaku sighed. The only practical thing at this rate, we swallow our pride. Mavis and Beckman's eyes widened at what Shikaku was insinuating. Kakashi Hatake and Miragen Strauss versus Kizaru. When Kakashi heard the explosions, he spun around and stared at the results in shock. Buildings were collapsing as a result of the exploding lacrima. He could hear the screaming of his men. His eyes widened in horror as he realized that he had just blindly led several men to their deaths. It was a different feeling from when he led the 3rd Division in the Shinobi Alliance. The only thing close to an ambush they had was when they were enveloped by the hidden mist jutsu. Other than that, most of the fighting was rather direct. But this left a rather sick feeling in Kakashi's stomach, as he now felt like he could have done better in planning for this invasion. Sure, he had come up with a way to get in. But he never planned beyond that point, and now it was costing the 3rd Division dearly. This distracted state proved to be bad on Kakashi's part. Kakashi, Miragen yelled. Kizaru grinned. Yakusani's sacred jewel, By the time Kakashi realized his mistake, it was too late. He turned around, only to be pierced by several beams of light. Kakashi gasped in pain as he fell backwards. No! Miragen screamed. Kizaru spun around and sped towards her in a beam of light. He reformed and held a finger out. Shining finger pistol, he shouted, piercing Miragen's chest with a concentrated beam of light. Miragen gasped in pain as she hit the ground. However, she quickly got to her feet and was clearly prepared to fight some more. Meanwhile, Kakashi struggled to remain conscious. He had to remain conscious so he could give an order that might save his men. He weakly reached for a certain flare that was meant to be used in an emergency situation. With no other choice, with everything going to hell, Kakashi slowly raised the flare and fired it into the air. Meanwhile, Jashiro Yukitake saw the red flare in the sky before anyone else did. No, he said sadly, all of this for nothing. Knowing that there was no choice at this rate, he screamed the next order. Retreat. Admiral Kizaru grinned as he summoned his sacred Murakumo sword. He slowly advanced on Kakashi with a very dark glint in his eyes. Now that your defeat is inevitable, Copy Ninja, you have no reason to be kept alive anymore. Well, then again, you never had a reason to be alive anyway. You lost your right to live the minute you allied with criminals. Kakashi weakly summoned his Mangekyo Sharingan. Now what are doing? Kizaru inquired. Kamui, Kakashi yelled. Due to Kakashi's weakened state, he could not aim very well. However, he still managed to remove Kizaru's arm. Kizaru cried out in pain for a brief moment, but no blood came from his wounds. Kakashi watched in horror as his arm returned. Kizaru laughed at Kakashi's futile attempt to harm him. My body is made completely of light. Unless you have armament haki to nullify my glint fruit, you can't hope to cut off my limbs. I'll just regenerate them, he reminded the copy ninja. Damn, Kakashi thought in frustration, that was my last hope to beat this guy, too. Now then, Kizaru said, where was I? Kizaru raised his sword. Before he could bring it down, Miragen appeared and kicked the sword out of the way. Kizaru grinned. You're not dead yet, that's scary to know. Clearly, you can't be left alive either. Get away from Commander Hatake, you monster. Kizaru's grin widened. Are you sure you've got enough power to do that? He's right, Miragen thought grimly. Even if I were at full strength, I don't think I could beat this guy. This is someone only Gildarts and the Master could defeat. Miragen quickly grabbed Kakashi and moved away from Kizaru. Gonna run, Kizaru chuckled. What about your friends right here? Miragen's eyes widened, remembering that Laxus, Toshiro, and Kensai were still unconscious and severely injured. You've got a ton of physical strength, but with your injuries, I seriously doubt you can save more than one other comrade. Kizaru's grin turned cruel. Tell you what, I'll give you a few minutes to decide who you are going to save and who you are going to leave behind. Let's see just how powerful the bonds you Alliance folks are so proud of really are. Mira, don't let him mess with your mind. Kakashi told her. Commander, he's right, I can only save 2. Miragen admitted grimly. My injuries won't allow me to carry more than 2. I see. Kakashi made his decision quickly. He could not let others pay for his mistakes as a leader. As your commander, I order you to leave me behind. Miragen gasped. She could not believe what Kakashi was suggesting. I can't do that, Commander. You have to leave 2 behind Mira, and I want to make this easier for you. Now leave me and save 2 others. Miragen looked at Kakashi, then at Toshiro, Laxus, and Kensai. At this point, she started to consider her options as she thought about who she was going to save and who she was going to leave behind. First, there was Kakashi Hatake, her commander, the commanding officer of the 3rd Division. Even though he was requesting to be left behind, could she really do that? Kakashi was their leader, and while she would gladly trust anyone else to lead the division in Kakashi's stead, Kakashi was still a great leader, and replacing him would be difficult. Then there was Toshiro Hitsugaya, the captain of Squad 10 from the Soul Society. Mira, Jane admittedly found Toshiro to be very cute, like a big sister would of her little brother. Hell, with the white hair, you would probably think that Miragen and Toshiro were related. Toshiro may have been a little rough around the edges with that cold attitude, but she still considered him a friend. Kensai Mugaruma was also rough around the edges as well, having an attitude reminiscent of a drill sergeant. However, he was also an extremely reliable and very loyal comrade to have. Also, his holification powers made him a valuable and hard-to-replace asset for the 3rd Division. Finally, there was Laxus Drayar. Mirajan would not lie to herself, she had some bad memories of Laxus. Then again, so did just about everyone in the guild, considering how the man used to be. Arrogant, brash and rude. No one ever forgot the day Laxus turned everyone against each other in an attempt to take over the guild and remake it into something that was just wrong. To this day, she did not want to think of what would happen if Natsu and Gajil had failed to stop him. That being said, Laxus had still changed for the better, becoming something reminiscent of the kind little boy he once was. Now, she could truly consider Laxus a comrade from fairy tale. Could she leave Laxus behind? Scratch that, could she leave any of them behind for that matter? No matter who she chose to save and who she chose to leave, she was wrong. There was no right answer in this case. Kizaru stood patiently, waiting for Mirajan to make her decision. He could easily kill her outright, he knew that. However, tormenting her like this was more enjoyable for him. Not only that, but doing so would be a serious blow to the Alliance's sense of camaraderie. Whoever Mirajan brought back, there would be contempt kept towards her for leaving two behind. Regardless of the situation she had been in, that contempt would lead to those allied with the ones she saved coming to her defense, tearing the 3rd Division apart from the inside out from their infighting. Kizaru was a man who did his job like a good Marine Admiral, he simply had a different way of doing it. Sakazuki took a direct approach, he took an indirect approach. Of course, Sakazuki, Lord Kanton, and Lord Zierf did not have to know that he was playing with his enemies rather than killing them outright. Unfortunately, Kanton was probably going to find out anyway. Well, he really had nothing to fear in that case. Kanton did not care about the methods they used as long as they achieved victory in the end. Mirajan took a final look at her 4 options. Taking a deep breath, she finally came to a decision. I'm sorry, she thought sadly. With Sasuke Uchiha's eyes widened in shock as he watched the first batch of Alliance soldiers pour out of Harjan. He saw them running away from the city. He then remembered the flare that had been fired into the air. We're really retreating, he muttered to himself. I can't believe it, we had such a great strategy, powerful fighters, damn. And we still couldn't pull it off. Franmalth cackled with glee. Well, it appears that our plan was a smashing success. It's just as Kizaru said, lure them in with an early victory. And then strike them while they are complacent. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. You set ambushes all across the city, he said in realization. Franmalth grinned. Got it in one, Uchiha. He grinned. Explosive lacrima underneath the streets, troops in the larger buildings, and Grimmjow was helpful enough to prepare a Garganta to summon hollows to fight for us. Sasuke's fists clenched in rage. In spite of their brilliant plan, the coalition had come up with an even better plan. Franmalth slapped his hands together. Well then, it's been fun, Uchiha, but I must be going. I'll be sure to take your soul the next time we meet. Sasuke's eyes widened again. Don't you run from me, Kako. And with that, Franmalth vanished into the shadows, leaving Sasuke behind, furious at both his enemy or taking the souls of 3 of his comrades, and himself for being powerless to stop him. With nothing more he can do, Sasuke led the troops away from Harjan. With Grey Fullbuster and Rangaku Matsumoto. Grey Fullbuster watched grimly as troops poured out of the city. We failed, he said simply. Rangaku Matsumoto stood next to a field medic tending to Leon Vastia. Captain Hitsugaya was a part of the assault inside of the city. She noted, I hope he's okay. Grey looked at the medic. How is he? Grey inquired, concerned for his sibling student's well-being. We can move him now. The medic replied. I'm going to take him back to the medical tents, get him some more treatment. You two should get going as well. There's no sense in staying here anymore. I agree, Grey admitted. As much as I'd hate to admit it, we've lost this one. We need to leave here, now, before we get caught up in something dangerous. Rangaku did not want to retreat until she found out that her captain was okay, but she knew that Grey was right. The 3rd Division was retreating, the day was lost. If she stayed now, she ran the risk of getting attacked by opportunistic coalition soldiers. She would worry about her captain later, he could take care of himself. All right then, she said, looking at the medic, take Leon, and let's get going. With Fried Justine. Fried Justine cried out in pain as he was struck in the back yet again by the rage ogres pursuing him. In spite of his injuries, he refused to let go of Bixlo and Evergreen. He was going to save them. Tayuya grinned sadistically as she played her flute, hopping from rooftop to rooftop. I'm gonna get you, freak, she thought. Fried cried out again as the rage ogres struck him in the back again. Have to get away, he muttered to himself, have to save Evergreen and Bixlo. Tayuya kept pursuing Fried relentlessly. Keep running, freak, she thought sadistically. I'm going to catch you eventually. Before Tayuya could proceed any further, a new voice called out. Weapons left. Tayuya's eyes widened. She leapt back just as the area she had been on before exploded in front of her. Her sudden lack of focus caused the rage ogres to freeze on the spot, giving Fried enough time to put some distance between himself and them. Frankie flew past her. Fried, he shouted. Are you okay? Fried nodded. Yeah, thanks to you. Fried replied. Hey, why the hell are we retreating? Frankie asked, genuinely confused by what was going on. I managed to destroy the harbor. We accomplished our objective. What went wrong? I don't know, Fried admitted. Destroying the harbor was one of our objectives. However, Fried continued, I have a sinking suspicion that we've run into an insurmountable enemy. Insurmountable? Frankie was surprised. Who the hell could possibly be insurmountable for us? We've got Natsu, Commander Hitaki, Sasuke, and the Pirate Empress on our side. Not to mention guys like you and me, who's insurmountable? I don't know, Frankie. All I know is the enemy we fought is nearly insurmountable. Those monsters of hers have been a thorn in my side from the very beginning. Fried gestured behind him. That and her illusions managed to incapacitate Bixlo and cause Evergreen great injury. Whatever the case, Fried continued, there's nothing we can do now. Let's just regroup and try to figure out our next move. Frankie nodded. Yeah, you're right. Not only that, but we need to get you, Bixlo. And Evergreen looked at. Fried nodded. Agreed, let's keep moving. As the two fled the city, Tayuya watched the whole thing happen. While she wanted to continue pursuing the two men, she knew that Frankie's last attack had put enough distance between them for her rage ogres to not be able to catch up, much to her frustration. Damn that muscle-bound bastard, she muttered. The rage ogres vanished back to their own plane of existence. Tayuya collapsed to one knee, exhausted, as she reverted back to her original form, causing her to feel fatigued from being in her level 2 state. Just had to retreat right when I had entered level 2, how freaking annoying. She groaned. Tayuya caught her breath and managed to get to her feet. Oh well, we won today, I guess that's what matters in the end, right? With Rukia Kuchiki, Orga Nonagir, Mashiro Kuna, and Shelia Blendy. Ah, I didn't even get to fight. Mashiro Kuna complained as they all realized that the order was legit. Is that what's got you angry? Rukia Kuchiki asked annoyedly. How about the fact that we've lost this battle, doesn't that make you angry? Hey now, who says we have to stop? Kitamaru grinned. We can still fight, right? Really? Mashiro was gleeful at the thought of it. Hell, I'm up for continuing. Orga Nonagir cracked his knuckles. Wait, Orga, Mashiro, should we really be fighting right now? Shelia Blendy asked. Shelia's right. Rukia reminded them, we have to follow orders and retreat. You seriously want to retreat after everything we've been through to try and take this place? Orga seemed insulted at the very thought of it. No way, I'm staying until this place is under Alliance control. Yeah, I'm staying too. Mashiro cheered. Then you'll both die, Rukia yelled, trying to make them both see reason. There's a big difference between winning at all costs and throwing your life away. Don't let your pride get you killed. Orga and Mashiro looked at her. Seeing that she might have gotten through to the two, Rukia continued. Run and live another day. She told them. Live today, fight tomorrow. Orga and Mashiro at that point both realized that she was right and nodded. Kitamaru growled in anger when he realized that he was not going to get his fight after all. Damn you, he yelled, launching several spiked clubs at them. Rukia got in front of everyone. Yon no mai, she shouted. Shirakub. The wall of ice stopped the clubs. Retreat, she yelled at her 3 comrades behind her. Mashiro led the retreat, followed closely by Shelia, who was propelling herself with Black Wind, Orga, who was us. Ing Black Lightning on his feet to increase his speed, and Rukia, who was hanging back behind the others for some reason. Don't you run from me! Kitamaru yelled, leaping over the ice. Ninja art. Spider web net. Rukia spun around as a giant web fell over the group. She quickly stuck out Sota no Shirayuki and touched it against the web, freezing and shattering it on contact. Kitamaru gritted his teeth in anger, realizing why she had hung back behind the other 3. You bitch, he growled. Rukia turned back and sped up, along with the others. They were soon out of Kitamaru's range before he could do anything. Or were they? A slit on Kitamaru's forehead suddenly opened up. It was his third eye. Kitamaru prepared a bow and 3 arrows. He then took a deep breath and spat out a sizzling substance onto each arrow's tip. Time to test out my newest weapon. He chuckled. Kitamaru took aim at the retreating alliance members. He picked out his target and grinned. You may be moving pretty fast, but with my third eye activated, you're real freaking slow. With that, Kitamaru let the arrow fly. Seconds later, a sickening thunk was heard, followed by 2 screams of pain, and 1 of horror. Kitamaru cackled at this. Well, he said, I guess 2 out of 3 isn't bad. With Jashiro Yukitake. Jashiro Yukitake led the retreat out of Harjan. As he exited the city, he looked back in worry. He was concerned for Kakashi and Rukia's well-being, for different reasons. Kakashi was the commanding officer of their division and Rukia was Jashiro's lieutenant from Squad 13. Jashiro took one last look at the city. We won't let this stand, he told himself. Jashiro nodded in agreement to his own statement. Everyone who's died today, we won't let it be in vain. We'll come back and take this city. In the medical tents, his eyes slowly opened, still exhausted from his ordeals. The first thing he saw was a light in his face. He looked around in confusion, not recognizing the place he was in at first. He then saw someone standing over him. It was a beautiful older woman with blonde hair and a large chest. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw him wake up. Ah, good you're awake, she said. How are you feeling, Natsu? Natsu Dragneel then recognized the woman standing above him. I know you, he said weakly. Naruto told me all about you. You're Grandma Tsunade, right? Tsunade slumped at this. Damn it, she groaned. Why can't I avoid being called Grandma? Are all the acts of order this disrespectful? Seriously though, how are you feeling? Tsunade asked again. Natsu groaned. I feel like I got trampled by a bunch of Vulcans and then stabbed a few times by Urza's swords. Other than that, I feel good. Natsu looked at the bandages on his body. At least my injuries are healed. I thought I was gonna die back there. Natsu, a familiar voice screamed. Natsu grunted as he was embraced by a flying blue object. I'm so happy you're okay. Happy sobbed. Yeah, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Natsu smiled. You stuck to what I told you to do, right? Happy sniffled. Yeah, I got as many injured as I could out of the city. Natsu nodded. That's good to hear. Did we win? Tsunade interjected at this point. Unfortunately, I've just been informed that our forces are retreating. We're expecting to be quite busy at this point. That's why I've got the entire unit scrambling to prepare at the moment. Tease. Unade gestured behind her to see several medics preparing tables for the inevitable injured. As for you, Tsunade wrenched Happy away from Natsu. I know he's your friend, but please avoid tackling him like that until I've given him a clean bill of health. Sorry, Happy muttered. Natsu ignored the display between Tsunade and Happy. We lost, he muttered to himself in disbelief. Natsu then did something that surprised Tsunade. He started to get up. I need to get back out there, he said. I can turn this fight around. Tsunade forced Natsu back down. Oh no you don't. You aren't going anywhere, until I say so, got it? Why? Natsu was getting angry at this. I'm fine. All my injuries are healed. That may be true, but it's the method that you were being healed that warrants a few more tests and some observing on my part. This confused Natsu greatly. What are you talking about? Wasn't I healed here? Tsunade shook her head. Considering the extent of what your apparent injuries were, I'm going to I butte your confusion to the fact that you were disoriented at the time. I'm not going to sugarcoat this in any way. Natsu, you almost died. Tsunade explained. From what was reported to me, you lost a ton of blood, stabbed fatally, and had blunt force trauma from when you were tossed away by your enemy, all of which should have killed you. In fact, with how severe your injuries were, you would never have made it to the tents. Natsu's eyes widened at how close he had come to dying. How am I alive then? He asked. Did a field medic treat me? Tsunade shook her head again. No, she said, a field medic didn't find you. Suigetsu Hazuka and bipolar Jugo found you instead. Jugo did something to your body that healed you. Tsunade continued. You see, he has a unique body structure that allows him to give people his cells to heal any injury. However, it only works on people who are compatible with the curse marks my former teammate, Orochimaru, created. Natsu did not understand the last part, but he was starting to understand how he was healed. So what happened? Well, as you can see, it turns out you were compatible with Jugo's DNA and as such, you were healed successfully. So, what's got you keeping me here? Natsu asked. Well, when I heard about how you were healed with Jugo's cells, I wanted to run some tests on you to see if there were any aftereffects. We're waiting for the results right now. Tsunade gave Natsu a soft but stern glance. So stay here, okay, so we can wait for the results. But the battle is over, Tsunade interrupted. We've lost this time, Natsu. I know it's hard for you to accept, but that's the truth. We've lost. This is war, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. The key is to survive and come back from the losses when you have a chance to do so. Natsu, frustrated at the fact that he could not fight more and that she was right, slammed his fist on the table in frustration. Damn, he growled. Tsunade waited for Natsu to calm down. When he finally did, he took a deep breath. Thanks, Grandma Tsunade, he said. A tick mark grew on Tsunade's forehead. Natsu then cried out in pain, clutching his head. Tsunade had just hit him in the head. What the hell? He asked. You shouldn't do that to an injured person. Didn't you just say that you were fine, you pink-haired moron? Tsunade yelled back. I may not be able to stop Naruto from calling me grandma, but I sure as hell can stop you. I'll call you grandma if I want to call you grandma, you old hag. Natsu shot back. Old hag, Tsunade repeated, tossing a screaming happy away. Tsunade prepared to beat the living hell out of Natsu for insulting her. But a medic managed to stop her. Lady Tsunade, she called. Captain Strauss has just returned with 2 others. Miss Inoue is currently tending to all 3. If Orihime is doing it, then you don't need to interrupt me from dealing a well-deserved punishment on this idiot. Tsunade told the medic. Those powers of hers will be enough. Well, it's not that she needs your help, Lady Tsunade. The medic admitted. It's just what? Spit it out. Tsunade ordered. Well, you're going to want to see this, Lady Tsunade. The medic told her. With Orihime Inoue, the medical division was hard at work, tending to the injured that were flocking in constantly. It seemed as though every single medic was busy. Orihime Inoue was almost done tending to her injured when Tsunade had arrived. Tsunade's eyes widened at the sight. Oh God, she muttered. Orihime soon finished up the treatment and wiped the sweat off her brow. All done, she said. They are all out of danger. Orihime, what happened? Tsunade asked. Oh, hi Lady Tsunade. Orihime bowed awkwardly in surprise. What happened was that Miragen had come in with these 2. She told us what had happened right before passing out from her injuries and tiredness. Did she say who did this to them? Tsunade asked. Orihime nodded. She said it was Admiral Kizaru. Tsunade's eyes widened. An admiral is here. No wonder we lost. Fr. What I've heard, there aren't many who can stand up to those guys. Damn, she thought, if I had known an admiral was here I would have fought him myself. That info was probably kept from me because the Y knew I was needed here first and foremost. It's moments like these when being the world's greatest medic has its drawbacks. Orihime nodded and got into a thinking pose. This must be one really strong and smart monkey to become an admiral. Tsunade blinked in surprise at this. She looked at the busty girl in confusion. Monkey, Orihime. Orihime looked at Tsunade like she was the crazy one. Well, yeah, she said. His name is Kizaru. Obviously we are dealing with a very powerful yellow monkey. Tsunade's sweat dropped at this. For having healing skills that are just as good, if not better than mine. She's lacking in the brains department. Tsunade looked at the medic. So, why did you say I needed to see this? Well, take a look at who Orihime was tending to, Lady Tsunade. The medic gestured to the injured. Tsunade looked at the three. Her eyes then widened at the third. A look of understanding passed over her face. So that's it, she said. After all, the Hokage has every right to know the status of the troops under her command. Tsunade looked at the unconscious Jonin before her. Are the admirals really that powerful if you couldn't beat them, Kakashi? She wondered out loud. Tsunade then looked at the other two injured. She recognized the other male that had been saved. She shook her head sadly. You too, she said. Good thing you made it back. I don't think I want to see a man like Ma Kurove break down from losing his own grandson. Tsunade looked away from Laxus Drayar and then back at Orihime. You did good, she told her. Orihime smiled. Thank you. Before Tsunade could walk away, Miragen stirred awake. Oh good, she's coming around, Tsunade noted. Miragen woke up and immediately looked around for Kakashi and Laxus. When she saw them, she smiled briefly, but almost immediately started crying afterwards. Don't cry, it's okay, you're safe, Orihime said sympathetically. Tsunade nodded. You have nothing to be ashamed of, Miragen. She told her. Even if it was reckless, you still saved two of your comrades at great personal risk. You did well. Miragen shook her head. I didn't though, she sobbed. I left two others behind to save them. Tsunade and Orihime's eyes widened. Miragen sobbed louder. Oh God, how could I leave them? Miragen cried out. Miragen, calm down, Tsunade told her as a medic brought a sedative. Who did you leave behind? What happened? It was useless. Miragen sobbed. No matter what we did, Kizaru would just shrug it all off. He always seemed to have another trick up his sleeve. He then gave me the option of saving two people and leaving two others. I think he was toying with me at that point. And I saved Commander Hitaki and Laxus, but I left behind Toshiro and Kensai. Orihime gasped, as she knew both of those men. Tsunade gave Miragen a sympathetic look. It's okay, she told her. What happened wasn't your fault. It was my fault, Miragen insisted. If I had been stronger I would have never been in that situation. I've almost always been able to crush my opponents. But whenever I haven't, someone has to get hurt or worse because of my failures. That doesn't make it your fault. Tsunade shook her head. Sometimes there are things we just can't prepare for. No matter how strong or prepared we are. Miragen still looked ashamed. Do you think I made the right choice? Tsunade sighed. I can't tell you whether you did or did not. Tsunade admitted. All I know is that you made a choice at all, and that we are not down too many powerful fighters. That means, when we launch another assault on Harjin, we can take the city and maybe even save Toshiro and Kensai. The medic with the sedative moved forward. Now you just rest for a while, okay, Miragen? Tsunade asked. Miragen nodded as the sedative was injected in her. You did good, Orihime, Tsunade praised, although I'm sure you must be exhausted from running around and healing the injured all day. Orihime giggled at this. No worries, I can handle myself. No sooner had Orihime said that, a voice familiar to the redhead yelled. Medic, we need a medic, stat. Orihime looked to see Rukia Kuchiki rushing in with Orga Nanagir. An unconscious Mashiro Kuna and Shelia Blendy were draped over Orga's shoulders. Rukia, what happened? Orihime asked, running over with Tsunade. We were retreating from a guy named Kitamaru when he let an arrow fly at extremely high speed. Before any of us could react, Mashiro was pierced through the heart with the arrow while Shelia was struck in the shoulder. I tended to them as best as I could while retreating, but it was difficult due to us being constantly on the move. An injury like this would have normally been no problem for them, especially Mashiro. Rukia continued. However, I think there's something inside of them that's killing them from the inside out. A poison, Tsunade interjected. Definitely a poison. Orihime. Tsunade looked at the girl. Are you still good to go? Orihime nodded. I still have enough power left in me. Good. Take Shelia, since her wound is less serious. Conserve the rest of your power. I'll handle Mashiro. The two great medics quickly went to work on the two girls. Orga sat down and panted in exhaustion. He fired a third arrow. Orga added, I'm just lucky it didn't hit me. His aim was probably off because he was focusing on firing 3 arrows. Rukia noted, in fact, that's probably why Shelia wasn't struck fatally, like Mashiro. Rukia watched in amazement as the poison was expertly removed from the wound in Mashiro's chest. She then watched as the wound closed, putting Mashiro out of danger, for the most part. Tsunade called out to the medic with the sedative. Get me supplies for a blood test. Orihime. Tsunade turned to Orihime, who had just finished up with Shelia. Get me blood packs of every single type. We need to restore the blood cells in this girl's body. Lady Tsunade, I could do that without the test. Tsunade shook her head. Conserve your power. Tsunade reminded her. We're going to Nae. Edit for the seriously injured who are coming in. Orihime could not argue with that knowledge and ran off. Tsunade kept an eye on Mashiro. Rukia's voice broke her out of her thoughts. Lady Tsunade, if I may ask you a question. Go ahead, seeing as though Mashiro's out of danger. Did Natsu Dragneel arrive here, alive? Rukia asked carefully. Tsunade smiled and nodded. Natsu is alive and well. In fact, he's resting at the moment. She told her. We're just keeping him in bed to observe any abnormal changes. What kind of changes? Rukia asked. Oh, it's nothing you need to concern yourself with at the moment, Rukia. Tsunade replied. I understand. Rukia bowed. Thank you for telling me this, milady. Rukia paused before continuing. Milady, if it is not too much to ask, could I perhaps go and see him? Tsunade shrugged. I don't see why not. Like I said, he is out of danger. Tsunade gestured to the tent she had just come out of. He's just inside there. Rukia bowed again. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. With that, Rukia walked towards the tent that housed Natsu. Tsunade's attention was then drawn to Mashiro stirring. Whoa, she woke up pretty quick. Tsunade thought. I still need to get used to how durable these Soul Reapers are. Where am I? A now awake Mashiro asked. You're in the medical division's camp, Mashiro. Tsunade replied. You were hurt really badly in the fight. Rukia and Orga brought you and Shelia here so you could be treated. Oh, that was nice of them. Mashiro smiled lightly. Mashiro's eyes then widened. Wait a minute, she said frantically. Where's Kensai? Tsunade's eyes widened as well. How was she going to explain this to Mashiro? You want to know where Kensai is? Mashiro nodded. Kensai always comes to see me when I'm injured, she explained. Why hasn't he come now? Is he okay? Tsunade sighed. It was best to just come clean and explain what was happening. Mashiro, I'm going to tell you what happened to Kensai. She said. But I'm going to need you to remain calm. With Natsu Dragneel. Natsu Dragneel heard the tent flap open again. Oh, hey Grandma, did you return with the test results? He asked. Yeah, I kinda want to know what defects Natsu has. Happy chimed in. She never said it was a defect, Happy. Grandma. Rukia Kuchiki was confused. No, Natsu, it's me, Rukia Kuchiki. Natsu looked over at her. Yeah, you're Ichigo's friend, right? Rukia nodded. I am, she said. How are you feeling? Natsu grinned. I'm feeling great, he declared. I just need to wait for those test results and I'll be back to kicking ass. And the first ass I'm going to kick is that blue-haired bastard Grimmjow's. Happy cheered. Rukia could not help but smile. Natsu's energy was certainly one of his more positive qualities. However, her face fell when she remembered why she came to visit Natsu. I'm sorry, she told him. Natsu and Happy were confused. You're sorry, why? Natsu asked. I don't remember you doing anything that pissed me off. It's not that I pissed you off, it's just that I'm part of the reason you got hurt. Rukia admitted. Natsu was still confused. No, he shook his head. Grimmjow is the reason I got hurt. Rukia sighed. It's a bit more complicated than that, she admitted. What do you mean? Natsu asked. Yeah, you're starting to confuse me, Rukia. Happy admitted. Before you started fighting Grimmjow, I felt the surge of power from both of you. I wanted to help you because I knew how dangerous Grimmjow was. But I was talked out of it," Rukia explained. Natsu raised an eyebrow at this. "So, Natsu, I left you alone to face someone I knew was incredibly powerful. You got hurt because I decided not to help you," Rukia explained. "If I had gone over there to help you, you wouldn't have gotten hurt the way you did. You nearly died because of my mistake. I'm sorry." Natsu remained silent as he processed the information Rukia had just given him. He then did something that surprised Rukia. He started laughing. Rukia blushed embarrassedly at this. "That's stupid," he cackled. "Stupid," Rukia thundered. "I just apologized sincerely to you and you call that stupid? No, not that. The fact that you're blaming yourself for something that wasn't your fault is what's stupid." Natsu told her in between laughs. It was not her fault. This confused Rukia greatly. "How is it not my fault?" Rukia asked in surprise. "I left you to fight Grimmjow when I should have gone over to help you and you got hurt as a result. Of course it's my fault." "Nah, it's not your fault," Natsu insisted. Rukia was stunned at Natsu's insistence. "I mean, come on," Natsu continued, "it's not like you could have known that I'd lose the fight. You're not psychic after all. There's no way you could have known." Rukia was now stunned at Natsu's reasoning. "I'm here because I lost this round with Grimmjow. But next time, I'm gonna beat him." Natsu smiled. "So don't blame yourself, okay? Because there's no way I'm gonna let a friend of mine blame herself for something that isn't her fault." Rukia tried to counter Natsu's statement. She with her own to reinforce her belief that it was her fault. However, nothing came out. Instead, she found herself believing that Natsu was right. Rukia, in the end, decided that he was, and smiled at him. "Thank you," she said. With Kizaru. Kizaru watched grinned in satisfaction as the sounds of battle died out. "This was a good day," he mused. "I'd have to agree with you there," a familiar voice said, "especially because I got a damn good fight out of it." Grimmjow Jagerjackez leapt to Kizaru's side. "Oh, did you now?" Kizaru grinned. "Mind if I ask who?" "The salamander." Grimmjow grinned back. "Kid had a lot of potential. But now he's dead." Grimmjow, of course, was saying this without knowing that Natsu lived. The sixth Espada then noticed the still unconscious Kensai and Toshiro. Soul Reapers. He was surprised. "Why are they still alive? Don't tell me you went soft during this fight." Kizaru shook his head. "I was thinking of killing them at first after their comrade chose to abandon them in favor of saving two others. But I actually think that interrogating them might be a better choice." "Do you honestly think that will work?" Kizaru and Grimmjow turned to see Franmalf lumbering towards them. "What makes you say that?" Kizaru inquired. "These Soul Reapers are loyal to the very end. They won't give up their secrets. One can only hope this doesn't apply to the rest of the Alliance." Franmalf explained. "We haven't exactly tried yet," Kizaru reminded Franmalf. "Not true." Franmalf shook his head. "Didn't you read the report that Zael Aporo Grants is interrogating the Squad 2 captain?" "I skimmed it," Kizaru admitted. "She hasn't broken yet," Franmalf told him. "Even after breaking several bones in her body they could not get anything out of here. Interrogating two men of similar standing as her would give us nothing." "So what do you suggest?" Grimmjow inquired. "That we just kill them and be done with it. I'd be more than happy to do that." Franmalf shook his head. "That would also gain us nothing. I, however, can make use of these two, if you don't mind, Admiral." Kizaru shrugged. "You're an ally now, Franmalf. I've got no reason to put a stop to you." Kizaru walked away, with Grimmjow following shortly after. Franmalf chuckled darkly as he made his way to the unconscious bodies of Kensai and Toshiro, a sinister plan forming in the back of his mind. And with that, the Battle of Harjan was over. This day would forever mark the first real defeat of the Allied forces. When Kakashi Hataki's eyes opened, he had expected to be bound and in a coalition prison cell. Imagine his surprise when he found that he was not only unbound and not in a prison cell, but lying peacefully on a cot. He looked around to see that he was in a medical tent set up by the medical division. "Good to see you awake, Kakashi." A familiar voice spoke up. "I'd hate to have one of my best ninja out of action for too long. Especially a division commander." Kakashi looked to see Tsunade standing over him. He frowned behind his mask. Not that I'm unhappy to see you, Lady Tsunade, but I really would have rather not woken up here. Tsunade was confused by Kakashi's statement. What do you mean? She asked. Kakashi sighed. I guess Miragen refused my order. He mused. Tsunade raised an eyebrow at this. There was something odd about Kakashi's words. What order did you give her, Kakashi? She asked. That man, Kizaru, gave Miragen an ultimatum. Save two and leave the others behind. Kakashi explained. Tsunade nodded at this. She had heard plenty of the details of that situation from Miragen herself. I wanted to make things easy for her. Kakashi continued. I told her to leave me behind. Tsunade's eyes widened. She then frowned at Kakashi, trying to restrain herself from smacking Kakashi across the head. Do you have any idea how disappointed I am in you right now, Kakashi? She asked. I thought you were better than that. Kakashi was surprised at Tsunade's tone. I don't understand. What do you mean you don't understand? Do you need me to spell it out for you? Tsunade was shouting now. Kakashi was genuinely confused. Damn it, Kakashi, you are the commanding officer of the 3rd Division. You are their leader, they need you. Jashiro could have replaced me. Kakashi tried to justify his actions. Listen to yourself. Tsunade shouted. You are the leader, not Jashiro. You can't be lazy about this, Kakashi, and you certainly can't be selfish either. The choice of words shocked Kakashi. Calling him lazy was something he could understand. He knew he had a reputation for being a lazy person. Selfish though, that might have been a bit harsh. Even for her. Selfish, Lady Tsunade? Kakashi inquired. Do you even realize the kind of position you put Miragen in? Tsunade asked angrily. She knew she couldn't leave you behind for reasons I have already explained to you, yet you insisted that she did. You made things even more difficult for her. Okay, maybe that was unfair for Miragen, but was it really selfish? I was just trying to make things easier for her. Kakashi was still trying to justify why he did. It was still selfish. Not only were you essentially abandoning your job as division commander, but you put Miragen in a very difficult position. But Tsunade glared at him, daring him to continue. This ordeal was starting to anger Kakashi greatly. Are you that eager to die? Tsunade asked him. No. Kakashi had finally lost his patience with his Hokage of all people. I just wanted to be able to protect someone else for a change. Minato-sensei, Rin and Obito all died saving me. I couldn't save my father from himself. Naruto has saved me more than he should have too. I'm a failure, even though I'm a genius. I can never save anyone when it counts. Tsunade's expression softened at this. And I couldn't save my little brother and fiancé when it counted. Then shouldn't you be able to understand why I tried to do what I did? I do, Tsunade admitted, but sometimes we don't get to take the route that benefits us. Especially when there are still people counting on us. We are leaders, Kakashi, both of us. Tsunade continued. We have soldiers looking to us for guidance. Being a leader is about doing what is best for the group. Not for yourself. You should know that by now. Kakashi thought over what Tsunade said and realized that she was right. I messed up, didn't I? He said somberly. Tsunade nodded. I should apologize to her. Kakashi decided. Tsunade nodded again. You should, she said in agreement. However, before you do that, I have something else I feel like I should discuss with you. She suddenly said. Kakashi was surprised at this. After all of that, she still needed to discuss something else with him. What is it? He asked. This is information that only I know at the moment, but as his superior officer. You have every right to know. Who? Kakashi inquired. What information do you have on one of my subordinates that's so secretive? Don't doctors have a patient confidentiality rule to uphold or something? They do, but this information is vital to the 3rd Division's success in the future. Tsunade explained. Okay, but can you now tell me this mystery subordinate of mine? Tsunade nodded. Gladly, she said. I'm not sure if you know this, but Natsu Dragneel was among the injured from the previous battle. This surprised Kakashi greatly. Natsu was injured. How bad was it? Kakashi was genuinely concerned by this. Due to Natsu's connection to Naruto, Kakashi had already felt a kindred spirit with the pink-haired Dragon Slayer. Natsu had a unique charisma that was similar to T. Had of Naruto's that drew Kakashi to him. It was bad, Tsunade admitted. Natsu's injuries were fatal. If it wasn't for Jugo's interference, we would have lost one of the 4 acts of order, and really early at that. That would have been really bad for morale. Kakashi knew how crucial Natsu, Naruto, and the others were to the morale of the alliance, due to being the 4 acts of order. If any of them died, a part of the alliance would die with them mentally and emotionally speaking. Well, at least he's alright, Kakashi said, but is this the information you needed to give me? I'm not going to shelter him just because of how important he is to morale if that is what you're getting at. Tsunade shook her head. Goodness, no, she said, Natsu is far too important to us to shelter from the battlefield. Hell, we'd have a fight on our hands to do that. Kakashi could not argue with that. If there was one thing the 4 acts of order all had in common was they were all stubborn. Naruto did not take being confined well when he discovered that he was being confined during the 4th Great Ninja War, and Natsu will not take it well either, that was a definite fact. Okay, if it's not that, what exactly is this information you want to share with me? Kakashi asked curiously. Well, as I'm sure you know, Jugo has a unique body structure, due to his clan having the ability to harness natural energy, the main reason why Orochimaru used him as the base of the curse mark. Kakashi nodded. He certainly remembered that much. Jugo has an ability that allows him to heal those who are compatible with the curse marks that allows him to transfer his own cells into their bodies. That was how he saved Natsu's life. Are you saying Natsu is compatible with the curse mark? Kakashi asked, surprised. Theoretically, yes, but that's not what has me interested in the results of this healing method. What else could have possibly happened? Kakashi asked. Well, Tsunade said, due to this unique method, I decided to run some tests on Natsu's body while he was incapacitated, and what I found surprised me. What did you find? Tsunade took out a file. This file contains the results of the tests I ran on Natsu's body. You are going to want to read it. And for crying out loud, read it word for word, don't skim it. Kakashi nodded and took the file from her and started reading. Its contents absolutely surprised him. With Miragen Strauss. Did you hear what Captain Strauss did? Yeah, she apparently left behind Captain Hitsugaya and Captain Mugaruma to save Commander Hitaki and Captain Dreyar. I can understand Commander Hitaki, but why Captain Dreyar? What made him more important than Captain Hitsugaya and Captain Mugaruma? Oh come on, of course she'd save Captain Dreyar, they're part of the same guild, right? Man, I can't believe her. You think you can trust someone with your life, but in the end she looks out for her own guild mates before anyone else. What about us, right? Captain Hitsugaya is our captain. She just left behind our captain. Yeah, and Captain Mugaruma is our captain. Che, we'd better watch out if we're ever with one of those fairy tale wizards. If we get in trouble, we're probably going to get left behind by her in favor of that wizard. Miragen Strauss held back her tears and the feelings of guilt and shame as she listened to the Soul Reapers from Squads 9 and 10 talk about her. There were a few Soul Reapers from the other squads, along with a few allied pirates as well, but they were not as prevalent as the ones from Squads 9 and 10. It was an interesting thing, how news seemed to travel quite fast amongst the alliance. Only a few hours after the battle and everyone already knew just what she did. Their words hurt, there was no denying that. But she would take them, she deserved such words for leaving Captain Hitsugaya and Captain Mugaruma behind. She would gladly shoulder the burden as a pariah as punishment. The words then suddenly stopped, much to Miragen's surprise. Shameful. Did they even realize what kind of situation you had been put in? Fried Justine had walked up to Miragen without her even noticing. A steely glare had silenced the speakers. Don't do that, Miragen said softly. You'll just make it worse. Fried shook his head. It's not fair for them to say such things about you. He insisted. You were put in a situation that had no right or wrong answer. Miragen was surprised that Fried knew the details of what had happened. How do you know about what happened? She asked. Laxus just woke up. Fried said. I was right there the minute he woke up. Am I? Rajan raised an eyebrow at how dedicated Fried was to his leader, but said nothing about it. He told me what happened. and that while he's upset that you couldn't save everyone, he understands that it was an impossible situation you were in. He's grateful to you for what you did, he doesn't blame you for what happened, Mira, and you shouldn't either. I left Toshiro and Kensai behind, Fried. I know you did, but do you really think things would have turned out better if you had chosen differently? Miragen did not respond to that. The Soul Reapers blame you for losing Captain Hitsugaya and Captain Mugaruma, while the ninja and wizards praise you for saving Commander Hitaki and Laxus. Fried reminded her. However, if you had saved Captain Hitsugaya and Captain Mugaruma instead, what do you think would have happened? Miragen still did not respond. Well, I know what would have happened. The Soul Reapers would have praised you for saving their leaders while the wizards would have called you a traitor. To your own guild mates and just about everyone would have hated you for leaving our commanding officer behind. Fried told her, I'll even admit it, I would have been furious with you for leaving Laxus behind. Mira, the decision you made had no right or wrong answer. Someone would have ended up hating you and someone would have ended up loving you. Fried continued, that's the cruel reality of living in a world where you are surrounded by the masses, rather than a group of close comrades like we usually are. No matter what happens, everything we do will be praised by some and condemned by others. You can't make everyone happy. Miragen could not argue with that. You're a good woman, Miragen, and the fact that you were able to make a choice as hard as that, knowing that there would be repercussions, speaks volumes of your mental strength. Fried told her, smiling lightly. Just remember that. Miragen wanted to cry after hearing this, just let out all of her emotions at once. In the end, she simply settled on saying, thank you, Fried. In Crocus. Thank you for relaying this to me, Kazuki. Chitsujo told him. Kazuki had just finished relaying the situation arising from the loss at Harjan to see Hitsujo and the other leaders of the alliance. Everyone had a somber expression upon hearing just how bad the situation was. Kazuki bowed. It was my pleasure, sir. Do you have any orders you would like me to relay to Kakashi? Chitsujo shook his head. None at the moment, although I do believe that we need to capitalize on the destruction of their ships. How do you propose we do that? Mei Terumi cut in. Ships are used for two things. Chitsujo explained. Transferring troops and transferring supplies. We've already destroyed one method of transportation, I think it's time we do the same to their railroad. Makarov Dreyer's eyes widened at this. But Lord Chitsujo, are we really going to destroy the railroads? They are crucial to Fiore's economy. Railroads can be rebuilt, Makarov, lives cannot. Chitsujo reminded him. I'll admit, I only wanted to destroy the railroads as a last resort, due to the need to transfer troops quickly at times. However, after the setback we have suffered at Harjan, I believe we need to forego the original plan. Nobody could argue with this. Relay this to Kakashi as soon as you can. Chitsujo told Kazuki, I want Harjan put under siege. Also, find out who is common. Ding the stealth subdivision nearest to Harjan. I want them to destroy the railroad coming straight out of Harjan. We will starve them out and wait for them to attack us out of desperation. We will force their hand and make them fight on our terms the second time around. Understood, Lord Chitsujo. Furthermore, with Harjan under siege, the 3rd Division will be unable to complete their objective of taking the railroad cities. Chitsujo continued, so send a message to Sabo. Tell him to turn back once they are at the last city, Clover Town. From there, they are to take each city and eventually form up with the 2nd Division and launch a joint assault once they come together. Kazuki nodded and left the room. Now then, Chitsujo said, with that out of the way, I believe it is time we discuss the main reason why we must be more aggressive in our tactics. Chitsujo brought out a file. This file contains information brought to us by the stealth subdivision led by Captain Soifin. Information Co. Concerning a weapon that is currently under construction, or reconstruction to be more specific. A weapon that if completed, may very well be the death of us all. Chitsujo looked at everyone before continuing. Nirvana, he said lowly. Makarov narrowed his eyes at this. So, that accursed weapon has returned. Chitsujo nodded. The information detailed here says so. He told them. Forgive my rudeness, Lord Chitsujo. But most of us are out of the loop here. Shanks reminded him. What exactly is Nirvana? Makarov, Perhaps you would like to explain, as your guild, along with Bob's and Uba's, were the guilds that dealt with Nirvana when the Oración Cease used it. Makarov nodded. He now had the floor. Nirvana is an ancient weapon created by a tribe of people known as the Nervit. To put it simply, it uses a very dark and evil form of magic, capable of turning light into dark, and vice versa. Light into dark. Sting Eucliffe was confused by this. What do you mean? I think I understand. Gaara interjected. It is a weapon that can turn good into evil and evil into good, right? Makarov nodded grimly. From what Urza told me, it is quite effective in its purpose. It turned one of the Oración Cease good. Why would the Nervit create something like that? May wondered out loud. The very concept of it is horrible, forcing people to change who they are instead of appealing to their better natures. Obviously we're trying to stop wars. Monkey D. Dragon replied. They thought by creating a weapon that could turn evil into good, they could create world peace. What they didn't count on, however, was that the magic could work both ways. Unnoted. Could it really be that simple though? Onoki inquired. I've been alive for a long time, and I've never once seen a single power that was strong and simple at the same time. From what Urza told me in her report, at first, it only works on those who are teetering between light and darkness. Makarov explained. However, I can imagine that in its later stages, it grows more powerful in that regard. Everyone remained silent for a long time. Well geez, obviously we have to do something. Sting broke the silence. If we let them rebuild this thing, we'll be in serious trouble. Sting is right, May said. We need to focus all efforts on destroying Nirvana before its reconstruction can be finished. Chitsujo hummed in acknowledgement. I know, he said, that is why I am sending new orders to Shunsui and Jelil. We have Nirvana's coordinates detailed in this report. I'm going to have the intelligence division relay this information to both men. From there, we're going to have them form up once they are close and then lead a joint assault on Nirvana. Destroying it will be difficult, especially if it reaches its final stage. Makarov interjected. If that happens, its destruction will become complex. Onoki frowned. And that would be, we will have to destroy all 6 Lacrima that are powering it at the exact same time. But we can bypass that by destroying it while it's under construction, right? May inquired. Theoretically yes, Makarov said. What exactly does the report detail about Nirvana's layout, Lord Chitsujo? Chitsujo opened up the folder. Structure-wise, the layout is generally the same. The ruins that make up the body of Nirvana serve as the gathering place for the coalition soldiers. Each of Nirvana's 6 legs holds a lacrima that serves as its power source. However, there is one crucial change that bodes badly for us. And that would be, Shanks egged Chitsujo on. Cannons have been added to the top of Nirvana, aimed straight at the sky. What? Why at the sky? Sting asked, confused. We've hypothesized from the information gathered by Kazushi Aburame in this report, that the cannons will fire magic energy into the sky, and from there, the magic will rain down in large radius, affecting anyone caught in the radius. Everyone's eyes widened at this. How large is the radius? Reina Mikazuki inquired. Unfortunately, we don't know. Chitsujo admitted. The only possible way we could learn such a thing is if we witnessed them fire the cannons. Obviously we don't want that to happen at all. Everyone present nodded. Is there anything else? Goldmine asked curiously. The lacrima are heavily guarded. Chitsujo replied. As are the cannons. That is to be expected. Gaara nodded. This weapon is their trump card, after all. Indeed, Chitsujo said, but regardless of its difficulty, we cannot fail, no matter what. If time is of the essence, can't we just send in the stealth division? Sting asked. Chitsujo shook his head. We can't, he said, after the incident with Soifen's subdivision. The area will be far too heavily guarded for an attack like that. No, we have no choice but to use a frontal assault. Even if it takes a while for the 1st and 5th Division to reach Nirvana. That is a chance we have to take in order for this plan to have a chance to be successful. Nobody could argue with this. That is it for today, everyone is dismissed for the time being. With that, everyone got up and left the war room. Well, almost everyone left. Dragon remained behind as there was clearly something else he wanted to discuss with Chitsujo. Is there something you would like to say to me, Dragon? Shitsujo inquired. You know that whatever you had to say, you could say it in front of the others. Dragon shook his head. No, he said, after a loss like the one we just had. This is something that must be kept between you and me. The Supreme Commander of the Allied forces folded his arms. Gaara called Nirvana their trump card, and you agreed with him. He noted. Nirvana is their trump card. Shitsujo, you and I both know that it's not. Nirvana may be a threat, but it's not the real threat. Shitsujo sighed. I know, he said, I know it isn't. Then you know what their real trump card is. I certainly do, Dragon said. Shitsujo nodded grimly. The acts of chaos. Dragon nodded back. Is there a reason why you are downplaying the threat they pose in favor of Nirvana? I'm not downplaying them at all. Dragon. Shitsujo shook his head. I'm simply not leaving anything to chance. If Kantan finishes Nirvana, then he will be able to create the chaos he loves so much. I know that the acts of chaos are the true threat, but I cannot ignore Nirvana. Dragon could not argue with this. Furthermore, Shitsujo continued, they will not have to worry about the acts of chaos. Dragon raised an eyebrow at this. You're going to send those boys against them, aren't you? You're just going to send my son and his new friends against the likes of the Black Wizard, Madara Uchiha, the Quincy King, and Blackbeard. I don't want it to come to that, Shitsujo admitted. If anything, I would rather face them myself. While I do not particularly like getting involved on the battlefield due to the damage that my power can cause, I will if I must. However, Shitsujo continued, keep in mind that I created those boys to defeat them in the first place. You should have more faith in them, Dragon. Dragon smirked at this. I guess you're right, he said. But Luffy is my son, Shitsujo. And while he may be able to take care of himself, he's still my son. I understand perfectly, Dragon. Shitsujo said. And you need to believe me when I say I would not put Luffy in that kind of situation if I did not believe he could handle it. I do, Shitsujo, I do believe you. Dragon said to him. Shitsujo smiled lightly at Dragon, happy that he had gained the enigmatic man's trust. Thank you, he said kindly. Back with the 3rd Division. Miragen Strauss had been expecting Kakashi Hatake to call her in for a meeting in the medical tent. After disobeying a direct order to leave him behind in order to save someone else, she expected him to read her the riot act for what she did. Miragen pushed open the flap and entered the tent. You wanted to see me, Commander? She asked. She then noticed that she was not the only one in the tent. Sasuke Uchiha stood next to Kakashi. Oh, Sasuke, what are you doing here? Miragen inquired. Sasuke gave Miragen a curt nod. I was just checking on Kakashi. Sasuke told her formally. A lot happened while he was in the city, so I decided to tell him what happened. Thank you for telling me this, Sasuke. Even if the information is rather disturbing. Kakashi said. Sasuke nodded. Miragen, he said calmly. Miragen nodded back. Sasuke. As Sasuke began to leave, Miragen turned her attention to Kakashi. You wanted to see me, Commander? Yes, Miragen, I'd like to discuss with you what happened in Harjin. What the two did not know was that Sasuke had stopped just outside of the tent and was listening in. Sasuke had heard of what had happened between Kakashi, Miragen, and the others, and was curious to see how Kakashi would handle this. You don't have to say anything, Commander. I disobeyed a direct order from you, and I will take any punishment you give me. Miragen said calmly. Kakashi shook his head at this. No, I won't be punishing you. He said. There's no reason to punish someone for disobeying an unreasonable order. Sir, there was nothing unreasonable about the order. No, it wasn't, Kakashi insisted. Miragen was confused at what Kakashi was implying. Miragen, I put you in a terrible situation. He said somberly. I told you to leave me behind when you knew that you couldn't. I made your decision more difficult, and for that, I'm sorry. Miragen nodded sadly. A part of me wanted to follow your order. She admitted. But, somehow I knew that in the end I couldn't leave our division without our commanding officer. Kakashi nodded at this. I know, he said softly, it was selfish of me. Trying to sacrifice myself like so many people I care about have, and yet I still made your decision even more difficult. I'm sorry. I also know that you are being treated badly by the Soul Reapers. Kakashi continued. I can fix that if you want. Miragen shook her head. Their anger is understandable. It's not fair though, Kakashi insisted, his mind going to a certain blonde's treatment growing up. Miragen nodded. That may be, but I would have become a pariah among some of them anyway, no matter who I saved and left behind. Kakashi nodded in understanding. That was, indeed, a decision that had no right or wrong answer. All right, he said, it is your decision in the end. After all, Miragen said, we can always save them, if we can. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Well, there was always a chance that they could save Toshiro and Kensai if they were not immediately executed by the coalition. He hoped that they were okay, he wanted to save them too. Miragen then gave Kakashi a genuine, bright smile. Will that be all, Commander? Kakashi returned Miragen's smile with his own patented eye smile. Yes, that will be all, Mira. With that, Miragen left the tent. However, she was immediately stopped by another voice. They are probably still alive. Miragen almost jumped in surprise. Oh, Sasuke. Sasuke was leaning against the tent. Kakashi told me what happened, he said. And they're probably still alive. Miragen was confused by this. What makes you say that? There was this demon, from Tartarus. Sasuke. I think his name was Franmalth. Miragen nodded. Old woe. Wounds suddenly aching from the battle with Tartarus. He had this power, an ability to absorb people's souls inside of his body and then use their power as his own. Sasuke continued. Miragen's eyes widened at this. She then remembered Natsu bragging about slamming a large chunk of rock against a demon who kept absorbing his attacks. This had to be the same demon. What are you trying to say? Miragen asked. What I'm saying is that they are probably still alive because Franmalth is there. Sasuke told her. From what I could tell, he was a greedy monster, and he probably requested that they be kept alive so that he could absorb them himself to increase his strength. And this doesn't kill them. Sasuke shook his head. I doubt it, he said. Where there's a way in, there's always a way out. Powers like that work both ways. Kensai and Toshiro are alive, Miragen. We can still save them. Miragen smiled happily at this. Thank you for telling me this, Sasuke. Miragen walked away. Sasuke smiled lightly. You're welcome, Mira, he said softly. Excuse me. A new voice spoke up. Sasuke turned to see one of Chitsujo's soldiers standing next to him. What is it? He asked. Is this the tent where Commander Hatake is resting? Yeah, it is. Sasuke nodded. I bring a message from the Intelligence Division and Lord Chitsujo. The man said. They are new orders for the 3rd Division. Sasuke was surprised at this. So soon after their defeat. He's in there right now. Sasuke said. Go ahead and see him. The soldier nodded and went inside. Sasuke narrowed his eyes as the soldier entered. New orders so soon after the fight, huh? He mused. Well, we certainly could use something to get everyone's spirits up after the hell we just went through. A little direction is always nice. With Natsu. Natsu Dragneel and Happy sat patiently. Tsunade had told him earlier that the test results would be coming in soon and that she would be delivering them personally. Natsu then heard the sound of the tent flap opening up. Hello, Natsu. Tsunade greeted. I'm here with your test results. Awesome, Natsu said brightly, and then I can leave here, right Grandma? Tsunade frowned at being called Grandma again, but managed to smile slightly. Yes, you can, Natsu. Tsunade opened up the folder. This is a bit confusing, so bear with me. Tsunade first showed Natsu an X-ray of his body. This is an X-ray we took of your body while you were unconscious. Tsunade explained. Tsunade pointed to one particular design. This diagram represents the flow of magic energy through your body. Tsunade then pointed to another design. This diagram, however, represents something completely different. What do you mean? Natsu asked. Natsu, if I did not mention this before, I apologize. Jugo's body structure is rather unique. You see, Jugo's body naturally draws in something known as natural energy. It allows him to access something known as Sage Mode. Natsu nodded. When we noticed something different about the inside of your body after running the tests. We took a closer look and what we found was surprising. Natsu braced himself for what Tsunade was about to say next. Natsu, your body has naturally reacted to the cells Jugo gave you when he healed you with them. This diagram represents natural energy flowing through your body like magic energy. Natsu, Tsunade continued, you have gained access to natural energy. You are on your way to becoming a sage. Natsu's eyes widened. He had seen Naruto use sage mode during that fight they all had in Chitsujo's garden. How is that possible? Natsu asked. I'm not a ninja like Naruto is. As actually rather surprised about it myself when I first discovered it. Tsunade admitted, but I do have a theory. Tsunade gave Natsu a quizzical look. Your Dragon Slayer training altered your body slightly, correct? Natsu nodded. Yep, my body has taken on a few qualities of a dragon. I have dragon lungs for breathing fire, dragon claws for attacking with fire, and dragon scales to handle the fire. He replied. Tsunade nodded. That explains it then. Natsu was confused. What do you mean? He inquired. Well, to explain my theory, I'm going to have to explain a bit more about Sage Mode. Tsunade pulled up a chair and took a seat. You see Natsu, Sage Mode is something that is accessed by training with an animal you have signed a summoning contract for. For example, Tsunade continued, Naruto, more specifically, became a toad sage after training with toads. Whoa, that is so cool. Natsu interjected excitedly. Happy chimed in. Talking toads, we cats aren't alone anymore. Don't interrupt me, Tsunade said sharply, smacking Natsu and Happy across the head. Oh man, she's scarier than Urza. Natsu noted. Happy muttered. Tsunade growled, but continued. Now, this doesn't just go for toads. There is also the snake sage mode, the slug sage mode, and much more. What does this have to do with me though? Natsu asked. I was getting to that. Tsunade shook her head at yet another blatant show of disrespect. Now, when training with these particular types of sage mode, sometimes you take on the qualities of the creature that corresponds with the sage mode. For example, my former teammate Jiraiya used to take on the qualities of a toad because he could never perfect it. Naruto's eyes also become toad-like when he uses sage mode, however, he managed to perfect it. Also, according to the info, Mashin we received from Sasuke Uchiha after the 4th Great Ninja War, Kabuto Yakushi took on a few snake-like qualities as well. The point is, Natsu, Tsunade continued, is that Jugo's cells interact with the dragon qualities in your body. Jugo's healing method and the dragon physiology in your body have combined to create a brand new type of sage mode. Inside your body is the makings of the very first dragon sage. Natsu and Happy's eyes widened. Tsunade waited for at least one of them to respond. She was surprised at what Natsu's reaction was. I'm gonna be a freaking sage, this is so awesome. Sir, Happy cheered. Naruto, Natsu yelled. I'm gonna be a stronger sage than you hear. Far away, one Naruto Uzumaki sneezed. He stared out confusedly, as the sneeze had been rather unexpected. Is someone talking about me? He wondered. Naruto shrugged and continued marching with the 5th Division, still trying to figure out who was talking about him in the back of his mind. Natsu drag. Neil had been practically jumping around excitedly the minute he had learned that he had the power to become the very first dragon sage. However, that excited mentality ended the minute he realized nothing. How the hell was he going to train? He did not know the first thing about being a ninja, let alone a sage. Talking to Naruto was certainly out of the question, since he was busy in the 5th Division. Furthermore, he was the only dragon sage, who the hell actually knew how to become a dragon sage. I'm in trouble, he muttered to himself. Natsu decided to confront the person who told him of his new condition and ask for her advice. Finding Tsunade was not difficult, she was currently going over each medical report of the injured. Grandma Tsunade? Natsu asked. Tsunade sighed in exasperation. Clearly, Natsu was not going to stop calling her that. Yes, what is it Natsu? I forgot to ask, how am I going to train in this? I'm not exactly familiar with how to harness natural energy. Tsunade thought this over. Well, normally, you'd have to train with the animal you are contracted with. Since you don't have a summoning animal, becoming a sage would normally be impossible. However, since you have Jugo's cells inside of you, you naturally gather natural energy, therefore, you don't have to worry about that. Natsu was still confused, as he had no idea what any of this even was. So, he said, trying to egg her on. So, if I had to guess, I'd say that all you need to do is use the natural energy you absorb just like you use your magic. However, you still need to transform into your sage mode. Following that kind of logic, I'd theorize that you can transform into a sage just like when you use Lightning Flame Dragon mode. That at least made sense to Natsu. He has become quite familiar with his Lightning Flame Dragon mode. Well, okay, I guess I could try that. Thanks a lot, Grandma Tsunade. Tsunade took a deep breath, still getting used to the fact that Naruto was not going to be the only one calling her grandma. At this point, she could only hope that Luffy and Ichigo did not do the same. Of course, she said kindly, it's no problem. As commander of the medical division, I am obligated to share any information along these lines. Natsu grinned. Awesome. That's totally awesome. He said. Man, Naruto was totally wrong about you. Tsunade blinked in surprise at this. Natsu turned and started to leave. The fifth Hokage narrowed her eyes as Natsu walked towards the exit. Natsu, what did that brat say about me? Natsu ignored her and left the tent. Natsu, Tsunade yelled. What the hell did that brat say about me that he's wrong about? The woman still did not get an answer. She started grinding her teeth in anger. That damn brat, she growled angrily, who does he think he is? Talking about me with his new friends like that. Tsunade slammed her fist on her desk, splitting it in half instantly. He's dead, she declared. I'm going to give him a beating worse than the one I gave Jiraiya after I caught him peeping on me. Later, Natsu soon found himself in a clearing. He grinned happily, wanting to get started immediately. Okay, he yelled exuberantly. Time to become a sage. Natsu rubbed his hands together. Okay, he said, Grandma Tsunade said that using sage mode will be like using my Lightning Flame Dragon mode. Natsu took a deep breath and started channeling both Lig, HTNING and Fire Dragon Slayer magic and entered Lightning Flame Dragon mode. Natsu smirked triumphantly and exited that mode just as quickly. Natsu released a breath he found himself holding. Okay, he said, now I just have to channel that feeling and enter sage mode. Natsu froze when he realized something. Oh crap, his eyes widened, how the hell do I even channel the natural energy in my body? He surrounded Natsu's body as anger started to overcome his very being. However, he soon managed to calm himself. That being said, he still wanted to tear his hair out in anger. Arg, I'm never going to kick Grimmjow's ass like this. He lamented. Okay, Natsu said, trying to think now. Think, Natsu, think. How the hell do I channel natural energy? If it's like using Lightning Flame Dragon mode then, how can I do the same thing with Sage mode that I do for that? Natsu racked his brain for the answer to this question. Arg, he yelled again. Thinking hurts. Natsu roared in anger. However, his mind suddenly found itself wandering back to his training with Igneel. Flashback. Several years ago. This is so hard. Young Natsu Dragneel screamed. Igneel, why does using fire have to be so hard? Igneel the Flame Dragon King simply sat patiently, listening to his adopted son rant about the difficulty of learning Fire Dragon Slayer magic. I did everything you said to do, Igneel. Natsu told him. Everything. I even took a deep breath and held it until I turned blue. I never told you to do that, Natsu. Igneel deadpanned. Igneel took a breath and let out an enormous blast of fire that burned the tree in front of the two. You did the same thing I did. Natsu pointed out. No, you did not. Igneel told him. Natsu, using Fire Dragon Slayer magic is about doing the most with the least amount. Huh, what does that mean, Igneel? Natsu asked. What I mean is that it is not about pushing your body past its limits, and it is certainly not about taking deep breaths and holding. Igneel explained. While all it does require you to train your body to higher levels than normal, that is not it. Then what is it about? Natsu inquired. Natsu, Fire Dragon Slayer magic, no, Dragon Slayer magic in general, is about harnessing the magic energy that naturally flows within your body. The minute you can do that, you do not need to breath deeply or anything else you've been doing today. Harness the magic energy in my body. How do I do that? Natsu asked. For one thing, concentrate. Igneel told him sharply. Second, Considering your brand of Dragon Slayer magic, you must simulate the feeling of the part of your body that you are using to attack with. If you wish to breathe fire, then heat up the magic energy inside of your lungs and ignite it. If you wish to punch and kick with fire, ignite the magic energy in your hands and feet. Do you understand now? Natsu got into a thoughtful position and nodded a few moments later. I think so. Do not worry, child, Igneel continued, it will become easier as your body adapts to your dragon physiology that shall grow with you under my care. Igneel pointed to the burnt tree. Now, attack the tree again, and remember what I told you. Go, Natsu, show me that you are my son. Are you my son, Natsu? Igneel's speech seemed to fire up. Yes, he yelled exuberantly. I am your son. I am the son of Igneel and I'm going to master this magic. End flashback. Concentrate. Natsu remembered that day clearly. If harness natural energy is like harnessing magic energy, then I suppose that I can try that first. Natsu took a deep breath, as he remembered all of his lessons he had with Igneel. Okay, he continued. Let's get started. With Kagura Mikazuki. Kagura panted in exhaustion. The wizard had aged several months once again from training in the precipice world. She collapsed to her knees as the black coating on her training sword faded. Currently, the ace of Mermaid Heel was training her armament hockey. Damn, she thought, frustrated, I never thought just focusing would be so difficult. Silvers Rayleigh watched this happen and shook his head. You need to concentrate your spirit more, Kagura. He told her. Armament hockey is about concentration. Meanwhile, Mifune watched Kagura with a hard gaze, waiting for her to get to her feet. He had been taking it easy on her, per Rayleigh's orders, until she could hold her own against him in a one-on-one spar. Rayleigh's gaze softened. However, you are getting better, he told her. Every day you slowly advance the time you can maintain armament hockey. Once you've mastered it, you can maintain it as long as your spirit allows it. Mifune frowned at this. Don't coddle her, Rayleigh. He told her. She needs to get better, it's as simple as that. Rayleigh frowned back. Easy there, Mifune, he said. We're in no rush, remember. Time moves slower here than the real world. No, he's right, Master Rayleigh. Kagura interjected. I do need to get better. The sooner I get back out onto the battlefield, the sooner I can be of more help to my comrades. Rayleigh shook his head at this. You may need to get better, Kagura, but you won't get better rushing like this. If mastering hockey is all about focusing your spirit, then you need to slow down. Kagura could not argue with Rayleigh's logic. Take it slow, Kagura. Rayleigh told her. Take it slow. Mifune sighed, realizing that Rayleigh was right. I'm sorry, Kagura, he told her. You were only doing what you thought was right, Master Mifune, do not apologize. Kagura gave him a small smile. Mifune smiled back. Kagura felt happy from seeing Mifune's warm and friendly smile. However, she noticed that his smile also showed sadness. Why? Meanwhile, Squad 12 third seat Akon observed the training, taking notes. Interesting, he said to himself, it appears that while she is progressing at a rate similar to that of someone from the pirate world. Then again, it would have been better if we had someone from the pirate world who had just awakened hockey to accompany us as a control group. Akon sighed. Oh well, beggars can't choosers. Akon looked over at Isshin Kurosaki, who was still keeping the flow of the precipice world at a complete stop. Are you still good, Isshin? He asked. Isshin lifted his head. Yeah, I'm fine, he said. I could probably still go for another month or so. Akon nodded. We'll stop you around that time, he said. We'll rest outside of the precipice world afterwards. Isshin nodded and let his head drop low again. Meanwhile, Kagura managed to get to her feet. Okay, Master Rayleigh, Master Mifune, I'm ready to go again. She told them determinedly. Rayleigh looked at her thoughtfully, wondering if she really could go through another session. Deciding to place his trust in Kagura's judgment, he nodded. Very well, he said. Mifune, prepare to spar with her once more. Understood, Rayleigh. With the 5th Division. While the 5th Division had been extremely disturbed by the 3rd Division's defeat at Harjan, they knew that they had to march on. All Heikadu was continued to play their part in the Alliance's plan of victory and hoped that the others did their part as well. With this in mind, they were all surprised when Jello called for them to stop and rest for a bit. A few of the more perceptive members, namely one Shinji Hirako, noticed that Jello had done so shortly after receiving a message from one of the intelligence division's messengers. As Jello went over the message again and again, Shinji walked up to the commanding officer of the 5th Division with a curious look on his face. "New orders, Commander Fernandez?" Shinji inquired. Jello nodded. "Command sent me these as a response to the failure at Harjin, as well as one of the Stealth Division's discoveries of something horrific." Shinji raised an eyebrow at this. Something horrific. Jello had a grim look on his face. "There are some dark things in this world, Shinji. Some very dark things." Shinji nodded. "Do our new orders change anything?" he asked. Jello shook his head. "Not in the end, no." Using his own telepathy magic, Jello relayed the following to his entire division. "Listen up, everyone, we have new orders coming straight from command. Our orders do not change very much. The 2nd and 3rd Division will be responding to the failure at Harjin. However, we have just received a new, high-priority target from command." Jello began. "We are to form up with the 1st Division further along, and together we will launch a joint assault on the extremely dangerous magic weapon, Nirvana." Meanwhile, Urza Scarlet and Lucy Heartfilia's eyes widened in horror. Upon hearing the name of the weapon they had thought they had destroyed during the Oración Cease incident. "Many of our wizards here already know the dangers of Nirvana," Jello continued. "However, for those of you who do not understand the gravity of the situation we are in, allow me to explain just how dangerous Nirvana is. Nirvana is an ancient weapon created by a tribe of people called the Nervit, a group who desired world peace. In order to do so, they created the mighty Nirvana, a weapon with a very specific purpose, to change darkness into light. In other words, change evil into good." The "Re" was a collective gasp amongst the majority of the 5th Division. Naruto Uzumaki in particular was stunned, horrified as well. The idea of changing people against their will reminded him too much of the infinite Tsukuyomi. However, magic works both ways, Jello continued. Where darkness can be changed to light, light can also be changed to darkness. In other words, Nirvana can change people from good to bad as well. Jello had a grim look on his face, remembering the Oración Cease incident well. According to the intel provided by Command and the Stealth Division, it is still currently being reconstructed. In other words, we still have time to stop it before it can be operational once again and be used against us. I do not think I need to tell you how crucial it is that we move fast and do not allow anything to slow us down. Jello told them, if this weapon is made operational once more, it may very well mean our complete destruction. So, as a reminder, our new orders are to continue moving forward. However, a few miles from Nirvana, we will be falling in with the 1st Division and will be launching a joint assault on Nirvana together. This assignment is crucial to our success in retaking Fiori. Failure is not an option. That is all. Jello cut the mental link to everyone in the 5th Division. He closed his eyes in contemplation. Konten, the being of chaos, he mused to himself. He's recreated a weapon that was nothing more than pure chaos. Such an obvious move, we should have seen this coming. Jello berated himself. Especially since he's brought back the dead to fight against us. If he can do that, he can rebuild a weapon like Nirvana. You okay? Shinji suddenly asked. Yeah, Jello replied, just thinking. Hey, Shinji, Jello turned to the Squad 5 captain, do you think we were prepared for this war? Shinji thought this over. Honestly, it's hard to say. He said, we shared our techniques, our foes, and were all familiar with our own worlds and enemies. However, he continued, there's still so much that we don't know. What do you mean? Jello inquired. Well, think of it this way. Shinji said, we came into this war with a lot of knowledge, that is certainly true. At the same time, there's still so much we don't know about the coalition, which is obvious when you think about it. You rarely know much about the other side in a war other than geographical advantages and probable military strength. In the end, Shinji said grimly, there's only so much you can do to prepare for a war. In fact, I'd say that nobody can truly say they are fully prepared for a war. Al could not argue with that kind of logic, especially considering how much he had grown to trust Shinji. While it was not the level of trust he had with someone like Erza, or his fellow members of Crime Sorcier. Shinji had managed to establish himself as Jalal's proxy since they had begun their campaign in Fury. Shinji may have come off as childish, but he was still one of the most intelligent and powerful men Jalal had ever met. Jalal trusted him. Thanks for the chat, Shinji. Jalal gave him a small smile. Hey, no problem, Commander. Shinji gave his superior a toothy grin. With Naruto, Kiba, Lucy, and Erza. Being the observant person she was, Erza Scarlet had immediately caught on to how disturbed both Naruto Uzumaki and Kiba Inuzuka looked. Lucy Heartfilia, on the other hand, simply looked stunned at the prospect of Nirvana being active once more. Are you two all right? Erza inquired. Naruto gave Erza a small smile. Yeah, don't worry about us, Erza. I think Kiba and I were just having flashbacks to the same thing. Naruto looked at his good friend. You thinking the same thing, Kiba? He asked. Kiba nodded. Yeah, he said, Infinite Tsukuyomi, right? Naruto nodded. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Kiba's disturbed look was replaced by that of a sheepish one. You know, I've never really told anyone this, but my dream was actually kind of amazing, like I actually wouldn't have minded staying like that. Naruto frowned. You do realize that was the idea of the jutsu, right? I know that, Kiba said sharply. It's just, Naruto, I was the Hokage in my dream, and I was about to make a national holiday for dogs. Naruto nodded at this. Yeah, that was the idea, you were shown your greatest desire. Kiba shuddered at this. I'd have been living in a fantasy for all of my life. Akamaru, who was at Kiba's side as usual, whimpered at that. Lucy was brought out of her stunned state by Naruto and Kiba's conversation and raised an eyebrow in confusion. What exactly are you two talking about? She asked. And what does this have to do with Nirvana? Naruto ignored Lucy's question. I hear you, Naruto said. But now, I just can't believe that this world at some point tried to destroy people's free will. Lucy was shocked at Naruto's blatant distaste of Nirvana. Destroy people's free will, she repeated. Naruto, they were trying to stop wars. And so were people like Madara Uchiha. Naruto replied. There it's making people live in a fantasy or changing people's feelings, it's still destroying free will. What these people, the Nervate, tried to do, was noble, but wrong. Weren't you listening? Lucy was starting to get angry at Naruto's dismissal of the Nervate. Naruto, they were trying to stop wars, trying to stop people from going through the pain that we're all going through right now. I'm inclined to agree with Lucy this time. Naruto, Erza admitted. While Nirvana was ultimately used for an evil purpose, the Nervate still had good intentions. Naruto sighed and gave Erza a sad smile. And that was great of them, he said. But there have been some horrible things done in my world with good intentions. Infinite Tsukuyomi was an attempt to control people under the guise of ending wars. Naruto explained. An old rival of my surrogate grandfather, the third Hokage, used to commit immoral acts, for the good of the village. The fourth Mizukage once wiped out hundreds of bloodline users believing they were a danger to the village. They were all done under good intentions. Erza and Lucy were stunned at the horrific events that Naruto had described. Good intentions, horrible actions. Naruto continued. This certainly gave Erza and Lucy food for thought. Naruto smiled warmly at the two. Don't feel bad, he said, you didn't know. Did people really do that kind of stuff? Lucy asked. Kiba nodded. Yeah, he said. The bloodline purge was talked about for years, and that old rival of the third Hokage, Danzo Shimura, not many people had knowledge of his actions until Lady Tsunade released NTS of his acts as a show of good faith to the other villages shortly after the Fourth Great Ninja War. As for Infinite Tsukuyomi, Kiba shuddered. Living in those dreams may have been enjoyable, but it was still no way to live. Naruto frowned at the contents of some of those aforementioned documents. Some of those things Danzo did, they weren't for the good of the village, they were for the good of him in his own selfish quest to become Hokage. Naruto, I agree with you that all of those things were horrible, but what does this have to do with Nirvana? Erza asked. Naruto had a thoughtful look on his face. Do you know what the Nervate and Madara had in common? They both tried to create world peace, and their methods were quite similar. How? Lucy asked. Both of their plans involved destroying people's free will. Granted, it would have been done in different ways, but the end result would have remained the same. Urza's eyes widened in realization. I see now, people who would have been affected by Nirvana would have lost their free will in the sense that they would not have made the decision on their own to turn good. Naruto nodded. Bingo, he said, and with infinite Tsukuyomi, people would have lost their free will in the sense that they would not be living their own lives, but rather dreams instead. People shouldn't be forced to change, Naruto said, nor should they have to live in a fantasy in order to find peace. Peace is something that everyone must choose in order for it to be true peace. To choose that, everyone must understand one another, not be forcibly changed to thinking the same thing. Lucy looked saddened at the thought. To lose that freedom must be unbearable. I've never even thought of it that way. I always thought Nirvana was simply an experiment gone wrong. I actually thought that it might have done a lot of good if used right. Urza nodded in agreement. Indeed, we never should have thought that, especially when some of our comrades are living proof that people can change. Naruto smiled encouragingly at the two girls. Hey now, don't beat yourself up about it. We all make mistakes. Urza and Lucy smiled back. Thank you, Naruto, Urza said kindly. Naruto nodded, showing his thankfulness for Urza's gratitude. Urza then took notice of something common in Naruto's words. These are deeply held beliefs, Naruto. Urza pointed out. Naruto rubbed his head sheepishly at this. Well, yeah. Urza had a thoughtful smile on her face. Is that why you fight? So people can have the opportunity to choose peace for themselves. Naruto nodded. Finding peace, breaking the cycle of a turd that has plagued us all for so long, that was the dream of my master, a dream that was entrusted to me when he passed on. I'm going to break that cycle somehow, Naruto stated with absolute resolve. And if that means winning another war, going through more pain, and getting 4 different worlds to understand one another, then I'll gladly do that in a heartbeat. Kiba grinned. And we'll be right by your side while you do that, Naruto. Kiba said. Me, Shikamaru, Hinata, Shino, Sakura, everyone. And since you are an honorary member of the Fairy Tail Guild, you can count us in your honorable quest as well, Naruto. Urza smiled. Honorary member, when did this happen? Lucy was surprised. Do you have a problem? Urza asked. Oh no, not at all. Lucy waved her arms. I was just surprised. Naruto's quest is a noble one, Urza said, and I too would like to see the day where people don't hate one another. Hatred gave birth to monsters like Zerf and everything else that happened because of his existence. I will gladly support a quest as noble as yours, Naruto. Lucy could not argue with Urza's logic and smiled. As will I, Lucy said. I'll do whatever I can, Naruto. You guys. Naruto was speechless. Naruto smiled, wiping a lone tear from his eye. Thank you, he said. Let's push forward and break the cycle together. Several hours later, Lake Willow was well known for being Fiore's largest lake, one of the largest bodies of water inside of Fiore in general. With over 5,000 square miles and 500 feet deep, the lake was absolutely massive. Many of the people who lived outside of this particular world were all left breathless at the size of the lake. Urza Scarlet smiled lightly as she reminisced about an old memory from before she joined Team Natsu. Naruto noticed this and grinned. What's with that smile, Urza? He asked. Oh nothing, she said, I just remember that I've been here before. I was going out on an S-class job to eliminate a sea monster that had been terrorizing nearby locals in a lakeside resort. Whoa, that's awesome. Kiba had listened in. Urza nodded. As an extra reward, the owner of the resort had the sea monster's scales made into a dress. A dress? Naruto was surprised. It was actually quite beautiful. Urza told them. The scales were so beautiful. The dress actually ultimately won me the Ms. Fairy Tail pageant that year. Cool, think we'll have to fight one of the monster's offspring. Kiba grinned. Naruto shuddered at this. Don't joke about that kind of stuff, Kiba. Kiba grinned. If there was one thing Naruto hated as much as cold ramen was anything scary, like ghosts and monsters. Naruto kept shuddering. At that point, I'd rather meet a coalition force. Hold. They all suddenly heard Jalal's voice in their mind. Everyone froze at this. Our sensor has just sensed a large amount of presences nearby. They are numerous enough to be an enemy force. Jello told them. Prepare for a possible confrontation. Kiba and Lucy both glared at Naruto. Nice. Oh, shut up. I didn't jinx it. That kind of crap is a load of bull. Naruto shouted. Erza gave Naruto a stern glare. Naruto, I believe you. She said. But just in case this is your fault and you are somehow clairvoyant. You are hereby prohibited from saying anything else for the remainder of this war. What? You too, Erza? Naruto was exasperated. Erza ignored Naruto's distress and stared out onto the lake. Well, you all heard Jello. Onward. In another area by the lake, a tall muscular man in a vice admiral's coat crushed a large cigarette underneath his heels. A sound ninja nodded towards him. He sighed. Looks like our enemies are waiting for us. He noted. Or more accurately, we've met each other in a chance encounter and they're waiting for us to come to them. An even more muscular man who was dark-skinned with long blonde hair stood next to him. Indeed, personally, I hope they are ready for us. I have faith that they are, but... The dark-skinned man suddenly clutched his head in pain. The Vice Admiral, Al almost immediately knew that Kantan was exerting his control over him. The Vice Admiral took out another cigarette and started to smoke. He knew that the muscular man was under Kantan's control. It made the Vice Admiral sick to his stomach. In fact, it was one of the few things he openly despised in the coalition. However, he knew that he had to remain on this side of the war. Otherwise, the universe would be left in worse shape than it already is. Vice Admiral Smoker, what are your orders? Smoker's longest-serving subordinate, Tashigi, ran up to him. Smoker the White Hunter took a long drag of the cigarette in his mouth. Well, we could go around the lake, but the problem with that is that it will take longer and the Alliance definitely knows we're coming at this point. Are you absolutely certain of that, Vice Admiral? Tashigi inquired curiously. Our sensor has just confirmed it. Smoker gestured to the sound ninja. They're several miles out, and they've just stopped marching. Smoker looked at his trusted second in command. What do you think, Tashigi? Tashigi blinked in surprise. Me, sir. Smoker nodded. Yes, what do you think? Well, sir, I'm thinking about the men in T's case. That going around will just tire the men out. I think we should go across the lake somehow. Smoker nodded. An excellent point. This lake is wider than it is long, so the distance we have to travel to cross it won't be as much. Also, I doubt the Alliance will be expecting us to come at them directly. Smoker had a thoughtful look on his face. The only question is how. I can't exactly travel across the water. And most of our heavy hitters aren't good on the water. Smoker looked at the dark-skinned man next to him. And I certainly can't trust someone who's fighting his own war inside of his head to lead the ones who can travel on water across the lake. Excuse me, Vice Admiral, a youthful voice suddenly spoke up, but I may have a solution that will benefit all of us. Smoker looked surprised. Edit just who was offering him a solution. However, he still chose to listen in the end. He was curious as to just what this solution was after all. Back with the 5th Division. Naruto Uzumaki, Killer Bee, Sume Inuzuka, and Shibi Aburame stood in the lead of the ninja of the 5th Division. Naruto had a smile on his face. Damn, I can't believe I'm up front like this. Does Jello really think I deserve to be up here? Shibi responded. You may still be a genin, Naruto, but the fact of the matter is that you have the charisma of a great leader, just like your father. Shibi told him. Furthermore, as one of the 4 acts of order, you need to be up front to inspire morale. Naruto blushed slightly at the emotionless monk's words. Keep in mind, Naruto, you, like the other 3, are the kind of men that people look up to. Shibi's right, kid, Sume grinned. You're the 4th's brat, and it shows in your ability to bring out the best in people. Don't worry about it, you deserve to be right up here with the big kids. We've got 4 warriors out at front. Killer Bee rapped. You're a warrior now, homie, not some runt. Sume glared at Killer Bee. Will you stop rapping, you damn idiot? She screamed. Shibi raised an arm, signaling that they were prepared to move. This silenced both Sume and Killer Bee. Back on the shore, Jello watched them prepare to leave. He had ordered the ninja to act as the vanguard of the 5th Division. So to speak, Erza watched this all happen as well. Be safe, all of you, she thought. Meanwhile, the Soul Reapers of the 5th Division were standing in the air. They too, were acting as the 5th Division's vanguard. Shinji Hirako stood out front. Sajin Komamura stood at his side. You ready for this, Sajin? Shinji inquired. As ready as I can be, Hirako. Komamura replied. Before anyone could move, a giant platform came out of nowhere above the lake. What the hell is that? Naruto exclaimed. Sume narrowed her eyes. Looks like they've found a way to cross the lake. In the sky, Shinji narrowed his eyes. I take it you've noticed it as well, Hirako? Komamura asked. Shinji nodded. Yeah, that's Fullbring. Shinji turned to the Soul Reapers in the air. Everyone come down. We're going to take the fight to them. Shibi watched as the Soul Reapers came down from the sky. It appears that Hirako is thinking similarly. No kidding, Sume muttered, before shouting the next part. Onto the platform, she yelled. The ninja leapt onto the platform while the Soul Reapers landed. Jello watched all of this happen. Jello, should we go with them? Urza inquired. Jello shook his head. We don't know if it's a trap yet. He said. Just be ready. We'll join them when we see the enemy. The Soul Reapers and ninja of the 5th Division were now on the platform. Naruto, Shinji and Ko. Mamura quickly joined the 4 leading ninja, create a large contingent of shadow clones and send them ahead. We'll follow close behind. Naruto nodded and formed the hand sign for his signature jutsu. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. A small army of shadow clones appeared in front of them. Charge! Naruto yelled. The shadow clone army rushed ahead. Several miles out, several were suddenly struck by bolts of black lightning. Naruto winced. Looks like they've decided to make this our battlefield. Naruto noted. Jello had seen this as well. All units, onto the platform, move. He ordered. As the wizards and pirates all leapt onto the platform, the coalition army came into view. Soon, the entire 5th Division was charging to meet the coalition in battle. So soon after the Alliance's first major setback, another bloody battle was about to take place. And with that, the willow ran red. When the shadow clones came at the coalition army, Vice Admiral Smoker immediately took the initiative and drew his jeet. Smoker immediately started by slamming his jeet into the clone directly in front of him. The shadow clone immediately vanished out of existence. He then swung it to the side and defeated a second clone. Another Naruto clones then moved off to the side and formed a Rasengan. Rasengan! The clone yelled, slamming it into Smoker's chest. Smoker narrowed his eyes as the Rasengan immediately passed through his body. What the? The clone was shocked at this. Tashigi then struck. Shave! She yelled, speeding past the clone with her sword, Shigure, drawn. Tashigi came back into view and sheathed Shigure. The clone gasped and vanished. Good work, Tashigi, Smoker complimented, nodding curtly. Tashigi nodded back. Thank you, Vice Admiral. Smoker looked at 3 other shadow clones. He raised both of his arms, transforming them into smoke. White blow, he yelled, sending the smoke at the clones. The 3 clones screamed in surprise as they were struck by Smoker's white blow. He narrowed his eyes, recognizing the faces of those clones. So, an act of orders on the battlefield, huh? He muttered. I wonder how similar this brat is to Straw Hat. Meanwhile, a dark-skinned woman kicked A.F. Chunin in the jaw and knocked him into the air. She immediately spun around, kicked a missed Chunin in the side and knocked her away. Close by, a girl with magenta pigtails fired a strange gun at 2 charging pirates. A couch immediately expanded and knocked them down. Che, what a pain. The young girl muttered. None of these guys are cute enough to add to my dollhouse. The dark-skinned woman frowned at this. You know, your sudden obsession with adding things to your dollhouse is starting to creep me out. The girl frowned back. They are not just things, Jackie. She said sharply. They are cute things that I want in my dollhouse. Jackie Tristan rolled her eyes at this. You and your obsession with cute things, Riruka. Riruka Dokugamine stuck her tongue out at her longtime comrade. At least what I like is cute. Unlike you, might I remind you, you just like to get mud all over yourself. Riruka retorted. Jackie kicked a pirate in the chest. Why are we even arguing about this? This really isn't the best time. Go ahead and hunt down your cute things, Riruka. Jackie told her. Just stay focused for once. Riruka rolled her eyes. Whatever, she muttered. With that, Riruka leapt forward, renewing her hunt for cute things once again. Meanwhile, the dark-skinned, muscle-bound man slammed 2 Soul Reapers together. He then noticed several other Soul Reapers charging towards him. He narrowed his eyes at this. "You fools!" he yelled at them. "You cannot defeat someone of my caliber by charging me. Create some defenses to stop my attacks and then strike at me." The man went through some hand signs. Lightning style. Black spear. The man tossed what looked like an actual spear of lightning at the Soul Reapers. The leader acted quickly. Bakudo number 39, Enkozen. A yellow circle appeared in front of the lead Soul Reaper. The spear of black lightning broke right through and impaled the Soul Reaper, obliterating a large portion of his body and killing him instantly. The man gritted his teeth in anger. Are they truly capable of stopping me? He wondered. Damn, where is that young Cage, or the brat that made me stab myself when I need them? With Killer Bee. Killer Bee expertly weaved through a crowd of coalition soldiers, cutting them down with his many swords. I float like a butterfly, and sting like a killer bee. Bee sang. "'Cause I'm the 8-Tails Jinchuriki." A voice suddenly stopped him. It was his tailed beast. Gyuki the 8-Tails. Be on your guard. He yelled warily. I sense a familiar presence on the battlefield. A very familiar presence. I hear you 8-Tails. Bee replied. I've got a feeling things are gonna go off the rails. Need I remind you that I hate it when you rap? Gyuki reminded him. Man, why you gotta be so rude? Bee asked. This ain't no time to get an attitude. Bee's eyes darted around the battlefield. He then noticed a wave of black lightning strike down another group of Soul Reapers. Holy crap, black lightning. Bee was now utterly terrified. Now that's just frightening. I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I agree with you. Gyuki said. If that's who I think it is, we're in serious trouble. Gyuki narrowed his eyes inside of Bee's mindscape. So you're back too, third Raikage. With the third Raikage, several surrounding Alliance soldiers watched in horror as the third Raikage effortlessly tore through the soldiers attempting to combat him. I told you, defense first, offense second. The third Raikage yelled at them. I am known as the strongest Raikage of my village. You cannot face me directly and expect to win. The third Raikage sped through some more hand signs. Lightning style. Black Twister. He yelled, twirling his arms around. The Alliance soldiers all screamed as they were blasted away by an enormous bolt of lightning. A few more Alliance soldiers managed to sneak around and attempted to take the third Raikage by surprise. A pirate attempted to take off his head with a slash, only for the third to duck underneath it. Uppercut, he shouted, slamming his fist into the pirate's jaw. A Soul Reaper then struck. Hado number 58, Tenrin. The third Raikage was blown back by the sudden gust of wind. The third glared at the Soul Reaper and did some more hand signs. Lightning style. False darkness. The Soul Reaper was struck in the shoulder by the bolt of lightning, tearing his arm off in the process. The third Raikage narrowed his eyes at the attempts to stop him. I'm not impressed so far. He thought. Is there anyone here who can stop me? Anyone. Destruction cannon. A male voice shouted. The third Raikage looked over his shoulder and Barel. Y managed to catch a speeding punch that exploded on impact. The one throwing this abnormally long-armed punch was the infamous XXX rank boxer of the long-armed tribe, Destruction Cannon Idio. Idio grinned. You may have a ton of raw power. But you're still useless against my explosive fists. Blocking means nothing against me. When the smoke cleared, Idio gasped to see that the third Raikage had been unharmed by the explosion. Other than a few burn marks on his body. I have trained my body to the highest peak of physical condition in existence. The third Raikage told him. A few explosions mean nothing to me. Oh crap, Idio muttered. Pulling his fist back, the third Raikage was suddenly coated in lightning. Idio's eyes widened at this. What the hell? This is my cloak of lightning. The third Raikage explained. With it, my strength has increased even more than normal. The third Raikage formed a single hand sign. Teleportation jutsu, he yelled, vanishing in a bolt of lighting. Oh crap, Idio yelled, realizing he was in trouble. The third Raikage appeared right in front of Idio and slammed his arm into the boxer. Lariat, he shouted. Idio gasped in pain as he was sent flying backwards by the bow. Nay crunching lariat from the third Raikage. The third kept a stoic look on his face at the downed boxer. Is there anyone here who has surpassed me? He wondered out loud. With Killer B. Yep. That's definitely the third, all right. B noted. This is going to be a long fight. Indeed, the fact that he's back is not good at all. Gyuki nodded in agreement. Even if you were fully transformed, we'd still be hard-pressed against that man. His legend was created off of fighting me whenever I was on a rampage. I know, this is gonna be rough. Killer B nodded. But we still gotta win, so tough. I know. Just try to take fighting him seriously. That means no rapping. Yeah, I know. Killer B nodded. He then looked out at the many coalition soldiers blocking his path. But I don't think these guys will just let me go. Then get through them. Killer B then noticed something out of the corner of his eye, and it was streaking towards the third Raikage. He grinned, realizing what it was. Yo, I don't think I need to. He said. Looks like someone else is gonna come through. You do realize who you're leaving him to fight, right? Hell yeah, but my man's got this. With the third Raikage, the T-Road Raikage sensed his new opponent coming towards him and could immediately tell that this one was much stronger. He turned around, only for a fist to connect with his face, sending him skidding back. This one's faster, the third noted. Tougher too. 5th Division Commander Jelil Fernandez landed after punching the third Raikage directly in the face. I'm sorry, but I cannot allow you to rampage any longer. The Raikage took note of the fact that the punch had not done any damage thanks to the lightning cloak surrounding his body. Jelil noticed this as well. The force of my attack should have at least done some damage. He thought. That defense of his is impressive. Jelil looked at his hand and flexed it, wincing slightly at the pain. Damn, I think I was hurt more than him. The third Raikage got back into his own taijutsu stance. You do not wear the outfit of a shinobi, boy. He noted. Where exactly are you from? I am 5th Division Commander and former wizard Saint Jelil Fernandez. Jelil introduced himself. A pleasure, Commander Fernandez. The third said respectfully. I am the third Raikage of the village hidden in the clouds. I am called A. Jelil blinked in surprise. Isn't that the name of the current Raikage? He inquired. As it is the name of the second and first Raikage. The third Raikage admitted. A is merely a codename. Okay, what is your real name? I am sorry, but I have no reason to give you such information. Jelil's sweat dropped at this. Then what was the point of introducing yourself in the first place? He asked rhetorically. Jelil sighed. Never mind, he said quickly, that's not important. What is important is that I stop you from continuing to hurt my subordinates. You can try, brat. The third Raikage said, but can you stand against the strongest of the Raikage? Jelil surrounded himself with heavenly body magic. I wouldn't have confronted you if I didn't think that I could. The third Raikage then surprised Jelil by grinning. Then I wish you luck in defeating me, Fernandez. He told him. The Raikage then sped towards Jelil, his speed enhanced by his lightning cloak. Meteor. Jelil yelled, speeding towards the third as well. With Naruto Uzumaki and Urza Scarlet. Requip. Urza Scarlet shouted. Heaven's Wheel Armor. Urza changed into her winged armor. Naruto Uzumaki, and several of his shadow clones grinned pervertedly at how revealing the armor was. However, Naruto was almost immediately broken out of his perverted thoughts when he was forced to duck under a sword swung by a marine. He immediately glared at his attacker. What the hell, man? He asked. Can't you just let me admire the view? With that, Naruto punched the marine in the jaw, knocking him to the floor. Dance, my swords, Urza yelled, summoning several swords that immediately formed a circle. Circle sword. Several coalition soldiers screamed as they were slashed by the spinning blades. Holy crap, a coalition soldier just outside of the attack's range muttered in fear, Titania Urza, the fairy queen. And Naruto Uzumaki, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, how the hell is this even fair? Stand firm, soldier. A familiar voice stood beside the man. They may be powerful, but they are still human just like you. Ah, Vice Admiral Smoker. The soldier was surprised. The soldier then noticed Smoker's right-hand woman standing right next to him. Captain Tashigi, too, he added. Smoker kept his gaze fixated on the two Alliance heavy hitters. Tashigi, back me up. Smoker ordered. Yes, sir. Tashigi said obediently. With Riruka. After knocking down several more soldiers with her love gun, Uka found herself looking for something cute to add to her dollhouse once again. Who knew there would be so little cute things in a war? She spoke without any sense of irony. However, before Riruka could throw in the towel, she saw someone who made her stop dead in her tracks and her heart rate increased to an extremely fast pace. Her cheeks almost immediately turned red at the sight. He was perfect, the blue eyes, the spiky blonde hair, the lean build. What was his name again? Right, Naruto Uzumaki. So hot, Riruka declared with hearts in her eyes. Riruka turned even redder. He's one of those acts of order. Just like Ichigo is, she remembered. And Ichigo's just as hot as he is. Oh, I wonder if the other two acts of order are just as hot as they are. She wondered out loud. Sever. All soldiers on both sides sweat dropped at the weird girl's display. Oh, I can see it now, Riruka said excitedly to herself. My very own reverse harem. With that, Riruka's mind started to wander. She sat on a pink throne, her fingernails being tended to by Naruto Uzumaki, her feet being massaged by Monkey D. Luffy. Meanwhile, Ichigo Kurosaki came into view, holding a tray with a cup of tea. Would you like some more tea, Lady Riruka? He asked, his eyes sparkling. Natsu Dragneel came into view as well, holding a box of donuts. Some more donuts, perhaps, Lady Riruka. I have almost finished your nails, Lady Riruka. Naruto told her, and I have almost finished massaging your beautiful feet, Lady Riruka. Luffy added, oh, you boys are so good to me, Riruka said blissfully. Ichigo smiled. Of course, after all, we live to serve you, Lady Riruka. They said in unison. Yes, I shall make that my future, Riruka declared. I will create my own reverse harem from those four and they will treat me like a princess. Riruka smirked at Naruto. I think I'll start with you. Back with Naruto and Erza. Naruto grabbed two coalition soldiers and tossed them both into the air. Erza, he yelled. Erza saw he two flying soldiers and flew into the air, reequipping two swords in the process. She quickly cut down the two men and landed. A coalition soldier took this chance to try and jump Naruto from behind, only to be kicked away by a shadow clone. Erza smirked at the sight. That really is a useful jutsu, she complimented. Naruto grinned. Damn straight. Before the two could converse any longer, a new voice interrupted them. White blow. Naruto and Erza leapt away from a sudden blast of smoke. The two looked to see Smoker and Tashigi standing with impassive looks on their faces. Naruto narrowed his eyes. The gears in his head had been turning, thinking about this man and his powers ever since he got the memories of his three defeated clones back. Seeing it best to warn Erza, he turned to the scarlet-haired woman. Erza, be careful, he yelled. Physical attacks pass right through that guy. I think he ate a devil fruit. Smoker frowned at this. How did that brat know? Great guess, brat, he said. I ate the plume fruit. My body is made entirely out of smoke. Great, so he did eat a devil fruit like Luffy, huh? This is going to be tough. Any ideas, Kurama? Naruto asked. Hard to say, Kurama replied. As far as we know, only armament hockey works on him. Best thing to do is to play it cautiously, hit him with whatever we can think of and see what works. If he's made entirely of smoke, is it possible to just blow him apart with wind? Naruto thought. Theoretically yes, but I think this guy might be able to put himself back together. It would quickly turn into a stalemate if we simply attacked him with wind-style jutsu. Well crap, this is going to be tough. Naruto mentally lamented. Tashigi then stepped forward. Titania Erza, she addressed the fairy queen. You have a reputation as a powerful fighter. You are the strongest female wizard in the strongest guild in your country and you are renowned as one of the great swordsmen of your world. Erza narrowed her eyes at this. And, my goal is to defeat a man named Roronoa Zoro. Tashigi explained. And if I am to defeat him one day, I must step over several other powerful swordsmen in the process. She's got a grudge against Luffy's swordsman, Zoro. What, did he break her heart or something? Naruto wondered. In other words, Titania, Tashigi pointed her sword at the S-class wizard, you are a stepping stone to me. You will face me one-on-one. Smoker's eyes widened at this. Tashigi no. Shave. Tashigi vanished before Smoker could stop her. Urza quickly blocked Tashigi's Shigur with her own blades. I will surpass Roronoa Zoro, Tashigi declared, and in order to do that, I must defeat people like you, first. Urza narrowed her eyes at this. While the girl was driven, she could already tell that this marine had a very messed up thought process. Time to do a little investigating. Naruto. Urza addressed her blonde-haired companion. Can I trust you to face the Smoke Man? Naruto realized what Urza was implying and nodded, giving her a thumbs up of confidence. Urza smiled. Then I leave him to you. Smoker growled in anger. Damn it Tashigi, he thought angrily, you're still not strong enough to fight someone like Titania Urza. Your grudge against the pirate hunter is going too far. I'm going to have to remind you that when this is over. Smoker raised his jeet and prepared to back up Tashigi, only for Naruto to stand in his way. You want to get to Urza? You're going to have to go through me first. Naruto got into his own taijutsu stance. And by the way, those are really bad for your health. Smoker glared at the blonde in front of him. I can already tell you're going to be as troublesome as Straw Hat. He noted. I'll deal with you quickly. Meanwhile, the two most powerful drag queens of Momoro Island and high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army, Emporio Ivankov and Inazuma, stood facing a cloud ninja with a scroll in his mouth. Queen Ivankov, Inazuma said loyally, will we face this one together? Drag King Ivankov shook his head. There is no need to waste our resources, Inazuma. He told him. Go and assist the soldiers, I will be enough for this one. Inazuma was surprised at this. But my queen, surely I can handle this one and there are stronger enemies you can face. No, go on, Inazuma. Ivankov insisted. I can adapt better to fighting styles than you can. Go and assist the others. Inazuma knew that Ivankov was right. While he was incredibly powerful in his own right, Inazuma's own power still paled in comparison to Ivankov's. And Ivankov was an extremely versatile fighter. As you wish, Queen Ivankov. Inazuma sped off. Ivankov turned his full attention to the scroll-holding cloud ninja. Now then, who might you be? Ivankov asked. The man did not reply. Ah, the strong and silent type, I like that. Ivankov grinned. The man took the scroll out of his mouth and summoned several square-shaped shuriken. Ivankov raised an eyebrow at the unique shape of the shuriken. Ivankov was then surprised at how Ch shuriken seemed to attach itself to one another. Well, that's interesting, he noted. This is just like Captain Kid's devil fruit powers. Is that magnetism you are using? Ivankov inquired. The man simply nodded. Ivankov frowned, now starting to get annoyed with the man's silent personality. Be careful, Ivankov. Ivankov heard someone call to him. That's magnet-style Turoi. Those shuriken are a vital part of his fighting style. Ah, your name is Turoi, Ivankov smiled. Well, Toro boy, prepare to lose to the Drag King. Meanwhile, a young man with a white streak in his hair lifted a magic wand into the air. Next to him was a man in pink armor with an Elvis-like hairstyle, a short old man, and a woman who looked strangely like Urza. Command tact, he yelled as water at the end of the platform rose up to great heights. Several charging Alliance soldiers looked up in fright as the water crashed down on them. The woman who looked like Urza frowned. I wouldn't use your command tact on water so much, Hughes. She told him. At some point, you're going to wipe out some of our men as well. Hughes, captain of the 3rd Magic War Division of Edelus, grinned. Ah, come on, Urza, I'm having an awesomely good time. Can't you lay off me a bit? Urza Nightwalker, also known as the Fairy Hunter, captain of the 2nd Magic War Division, glared at Hughes. Take this seriously, fool. She insisted. The old man interjected. If you two are finished arguing, we have a few pests that need to be taken care of. Hughes and Urza turned their attention to Kiba Inuzuka, Akamaru, and Shino Aburame. Whoa, that is a big dog. Hughes was paying attention to Akamaru. That is totally awesome. Hughes grinned. Hey, you, he called to Kiba. Mind giving me your dog if I beat you? Kiba glared at Hughes. Like hell I will, Kiba shouted. Akamaru barking in agreement. Don't let him provoke you, Kiba. Shino told him. You saw what he did with that wand of his. Yeah, I know, Kiba growled. But there's no way in hell I'm letting him take Akamaru. Hughes grinned sadistically. Hey, Urza, Sugarboy, Byro, you guys find someone else to fight. Hughes took out a scroll from his pocket. I'll totally be enough for these guys. The old man, now identified as Byro, the chief of staff of the Edelus Kingdom, frowned. Immature fool, he growled. Sugarboy, captain of the 2nd Magic War Division, laughed at Hughes' enthusiasm. Fine with me, just don't get yourself killed. Hughes. Nightwalker shook her head. Idiot, she muttered. With that, the three left the scene. Kiba grinned. You sure you want to send your buddies away? He asked. 3 against 1 is hardly a fair fight. Hughes chuckled. I totally agree, he said. Hughes opened up the scroll. But who said I was alone? He inquired. With Byro. That brat is going to get himself killed one day. Byro muttered. Byro then found himself face to face with a familiar-looking reindeer. Aren't you an interesting-looking creature? Byro let his opinion of him known. Tony Chopper raised an eyebrow at Byro. What's an old man like you doing on the side of the coalition? That question seemed to get a reaction out of Byro. Why are any of us here? He wondered. 1 minute we're in Edelus. The next we are being told that we are to fight the Alliance. Why did it seem like such a good idea though? King Jello wouldn't have wanted us to fight another war. There was no way he'd approve. Byro hissed in pain as a sharp pain shot through his head. What your king in Edelus thinks doesn't matter. A voice told him. I am your king now, Byro. Byro chuckled darkly at Chopper, as he seemed to take that statement in his head to heart. You're going to die, reindeer. With Sugarboy, several Soul Reapers backed away in fear as they watched what was happening. Sugarboy's Rosa Espada had gone R.I. through one of their comrades' Zanpakuto for some strange reason and immediately cut his head off, killing him instantly. What the hell did he do to use Zanpakuto? One Soul Reaper wondered. I don't know, another replied. It just lost its shape and the guy cut right through it. Sugarboy grinned as he advanced on the others. It's good to see that my new Rosa Espada has the same abilities as my old one. Sugarboy thought. Deciding to avenge you, a Soul Reaper charged Sugarboy with his Zanpakuto held high. No, don't. His comrades tried to warn him. Sugarboy quickly blocked the Soul Reaper's swing. The Reaper watched in horror as the blade liquefied. Sugarboy then cut the Soul Reaper's throat with Rosa Espada, downing him instantly. Sugarboy smirked and continued advancing on the other Soul Reapers. He's liquefying our blades. A Soul Reaper realized. That sword of his can liquefy whatever it touches. Sugarboy grinned. Well, not everything, he admitted. I certainly can't liquefy people. Ugarboy then noticed several kunai flying towards him. He quickly blocked them all with Rosa Espada, liquefying them in the process. He grinned at who had thrown them. So Akunoichi would like to try her luck with me now. He said. Okay then, let's have some fun. Tenten glared at Sugarboy as she readied more of her weapons. The weapon mistress of the leaf was determined to beat this guy's liquefying abilities and maybe take that interesting sword of his in the process. With Urza Nightwalker triumphantly stood over a defeated pile of Alliance soldiers, many dead, many dying, but some simply incapacitated. The fairy hunter had almost immediately confronted a group of Alliance soldiers after leaving Hughes to face the Inuzuka and Aburame heirs. Needless to say, the battle was over quickly. Nightwalker took note of the battles going on around her. It appears Sugarboy and Byro have found opponents to fight as well. Nightwalker then sensed a presence closing in on her fast. As have I. Nightwalker blocked the incoming sword with the claw end of her magic spear, 10 Commandments. Shinji Hirako grinned at the fairy hunter. You're good, he said. Nightwalker did not respond. So, Shinji said, who exactly are you, and why do you look so much like Urza? Are you her twin? Nightwalker narrowed her eyes at this. So Scarlet is here. I thought that was her presence I sensed. To answer your question, Soul Reaper, I am not her twin, I am her counterpart from the Edelus dimension. I am Urza Nightwalker. Shinji frowned at the mentioning of yet another dimension in the universe. You know what? He said after a moment, I'm done thinking anything's impossible. Shinji got a good look at Nightwalker's body. You certainly are quite the counterpart. You've got Urza's hot body. He noted. Nightwalker glared at Shinji's perverse nature and used her 10 Commandments claw to clamp down on Shinji's blade. Shinji cursed at his carelessness as he was thrown to the side by Nightwalker's impressive strength. Luckily, the Squad 5 captain and de facto leader of the Vizards managed to land on his feet. "Phew," he said, "you're certainly as strong as Urza is." "Enough talking," Nightwalker said, now starting to get annoyed with the blonde in front of her. "Either you fight me seriously, or I'll just kill you and move on to Scarlet." Shinji grinned at this. "You sure you want me to get serious, Nightwalker?" he asked confidently. "'Cause my friends will tell you that a serious me is a scary me." Meanwhile, an older man with a pocket watch stood behind 4 coalition soldiers. "Master Kutsuzawa, when are you going to enhance us?" one of the soldiers asked. Guriko Kutsuzawa sighed. "Patience, boy," he said. "There is plenty of time for me to grant your wishes for more power. Keep in mind though I can't just give you power, the contract must allow it first." Guriko noticed a man from the Alliance causing a great deal of chaos on the battlefield. "In fact, I think I've found someone to lock into a contract with," he said, smirking. As Guriko and his own personal squad advanced on this unsuspecting man, the man continued to plow through the coalition soldiers. Trafalgar D. Water Law, aka the Surgeon of Death, grinned at the many soldiers who had basically become patients in his own personal operating room. He yelled, utilizing the powers of the Op fruit. "Oh crap, stop him." A Marine who was well aware of Law's reputation shouted. Law smirked. "Shambles," he shouted, moving his hands about. The coalition soldiers all screamed in pain and fear as their bodies were suddenly switched around, incapacitating them instantly. "Very impressive, Surgeon of Death." An older voice spoke up. Guriko Kutsuzawa and his squad walked towards Law. Guriko looked at his men. "Stay out of his range, gentlemen," Guriko told him. "That op fruit is incredibly dangerous." "Yes sir, Master Guriko," the 4 replied. Law hefted his Nodashi onto his shoulder. "You're going to send your boys to fight me first?" Guriko smiled. "Of course," he said, "and I certainly am not going to do it without giving them a fair chance." Guriko held out his pocket watch. "Time tells no lies." Law watched as all 4 men shined brightly in a green light. "What did you just do to them?" he inquired. "I have placed them under a contract," Guriko explained. "You now officially have 5 minutes to defeat them." "Before," Guriko smiled. "Simple. Every 5 minutes their strength will double." Law's eyes widened at this. Guriko's smile darkened evilly. "This will continue until they are either incapacitated, or you are dead." Law narrowed his eyes at this. "You think that's going to make a difference?" "My devil fruit is great at taking out large groups." Guriko chuckled. "Then you should have no trouble with this." "With Jackie Tristan." Jackie roared with exertion as she kicked Blue Gilly in the chest, downing the already severely injured member of the Long-Leg tribe. Jackie looked down at her brand new dirty boots. They were just as effective as her old dirty boots. Of course, she never did ask for these boots, she was perfectly fine with her life as it was. Of course, that man just had to drag her and her still-living comrades into this war. He even went and resurrected her dead comrades when he should have just let them rest in peace. A giant pair of scissors suddenly came down on Jackie. The dark-skinned woman quickly blocked it with a kick. She glared at the wielder, whose scissors were actually attached to his hands. "What is that, ninjutsu, magic, a devil fruit?" Jackie inquired. "It is a devil fruit," Inazuma told her. "I ate the snip-snip fruit. I am a scissor man." Jackie narrowed her eyes at this. "Devil fruit, Okay, let's see what's superior right here and now, devil fruit or Fullbring." Jello Fernandez vs. the third Raikage. Jello grunted in pain as he was kneed in the stomach by the third Raikage. He felt the electricity course through his body. He immediately countered with a palm thrust embedded with heavenly body magic, knocking the third back several feet. Jello pointed both index fingers at the third Raikage and held them together. The 2 fingers started to shine brightly. "Serious," he shouted, firing a brilliant beam of light. The third Raikage grunted as he was struck by the beam of light. However, much to Jalal's surprise, the light did not pierce the third's body, it was simply stopped by his cloak of lightning. Jello narrowed his eyes at this. So that cloak isn't just for offense, he realized, it's also a defensive ability. My defensive capabilities are legendary in this form, Fernandez. The third Raikage told him. I'm afraid your heavenly body magic will have no effect on me. So it would seem, Lord Third Raikage. Jello agreed respectfully. If you wish to beat me, you must use wind. The third Raikage told him. Or get me to wound myself. The third then screamed in pain, clutching his head. You must hurry. The third Raikage warned him. Kantan is trying to exert more and more control over me. I'm trying to resist as best as I can, but he is too strong. If he keeps this up I will no longer hold back. Do not worry, Lord Third Raikage, I shall free you. Jello declared. Jello started channeling wind magic in his body. The third Raikage watched as the wind around Jello seemed to pick up. The wind seemed to gather around Jalal's hand vortex. Jello shouted, releasing the wind all around him. The third braced himself as the wind blasted through him. However, as this happened, Jello sped towards him. Wind tunnel, he shouted, slamming his palms on the ground. A magic circle appeared underneath the third Raikage. A tornado then appeared and struck the third Raikage, knocking him into the air. The third managed to recover and do some hand signs. Lightning style. False darkness. Wind tunnel. Jello countered with a magic circle in front of him, making another tornado appear, cancelling out the bolt of lightning. Jello managed to make himself airborne with a blast of wind. He moved in front of the third Raikage, who threw a punch at him. Jello quickly moved his head to the side and slammed his palms onto the third, ignoring the pain from touch. The lightning that surrounded the third's body. Violent wind. Jello shouted as slashing wind suddenly exploded. The third screamed in pain as he was shot towards the platform, creating a small crater in the process. Jello noticed that the crater quickly repaired itself and landed. The third Raikage was getting to his feet. He then saw Jello preparing to charge him once more. His fist shined with light and had wind surrounding it as well. The third held out his flat hand, pointing his fingers at Jello. Hell stab, he said, four-finger nukite. The two charged each other, preparing their respective attacks. The lightning on the third's hand crackled, while the wind around Jalal's fist continued to grow. Before their attacks could meet, the surrounding wind struck the third's hell stab first, knocking it away. The third's eyes widened at his mistake. Jello smirked. A combination of heavenly body magic and wind magic. He said, a technique inspired by a friend and his own combination of powers. Jello slammed his fist into the third Raikage's chest. Divine wind, Jello shouted. The third Raikage screamed as the impact launched him backward several feet in a delayed impact. The combined advantage of wind over lightning, and the raw power of heavenly body magic had broken right through the third's cloak of lightning. Jello watched as the third Raikage attempted to get up from his attack. As this happened, he attempted to make a fist, wincing in pain slightly. The damages from divine wind also seemed to extend to him as well. And he's still getting up, too. Jello noted. He really is the strongest Raikage. Jello then noticed a presence behind him. He turned around just as a woman who strangely had cat claws was about to attack him. His eyes widened. I didn't even notice her. Before the woman could attack, she was suddenly punched away by a familiar face. Sajin. Jello was surprised. Concentrate on your own enemy, Commander Fernandez. Komamura told him. I will handle this woman. Jello noticed the fierceness in Komamura's eyes and relented. Stay safe, Sajin, I can tell that woman is dangerous. Komamura nodded and turned his full attention to the now recovered woman. Attacking a man with his back turned is rather dishonorable. Komamura told the woman, a ninja has no need for honor. The woman retorted. She then got a good look at her new opponent. You are a wolf man. She noted. Tell me, are you a demon? Komamura was surprised at this. Of course not, he said. I am Squad 7 Captain Sajin Komamura, I am a Soul Reaper. Interesting, they allow beings like you to become Soul Reapers. The woman noted. A shame. Perhaps my life would have been better had I been a Soul Reaper rather than a Kunoichi and Jinchuriki. Komamura's eyes widened at this. Jinchuriki. Was this woman like Naruto? Are you? Komamura began. I am Yugito Ni of the Hidden Cloud. I am also the Jinchuriki of the two-tailed monster cat. Yugito introduced herself. It's rather interesting really. Yugito added. For some reason, I feel a strong desire to crush you. Yugito smirked. Maybe it's our mentality as animals, but I get the feeling that we are destined to fight, you and I. Naruto Uzumaki vs. Smoker. Naruto frowned as his kick went straight through Smoker's head, the head bursting into smoke in the process. He landed behind Smoker and punched him in the back, his fist going right through the smoke. You have got to be kidding me. Naruto groaned. Naruto leapt back before Smoker could strike him with his jeet. We can do this all day, Uzumaki. Smoker told him. Unless you have armament hockey, you will never hit me. Naruto grinned at this. You know what's funny about that statement, Smoker? He inquired. I can go all day, maybe even longer than that. I'm a living chakra battery. Nah. Naruto channeled some wind chakra into his hand. Wind style. Rasengan. Smoker was struck in the chest. The wind immediately expanded and blew Smoker apart. Did I get him? Naruto wondered out loud. Smoker reformed himself almost immediately. Not quite, Uzumaki. Smoker punched Naruto in the face with a hockey-embedded punch, knocking him backwards. Smoker then held out his other hand. White Snake, he yelled, extending his hand with a line of smoke. Naruto's leg was suddenly grabbed by Smoker's hand and slammed onto the floor. Naruto groaned in pain. Crap, he's tough. Naruto groaned. I now officially hate devil fruits. I did warn you that wind style might not do that much against him. Kurama reminded him. Ah, shut up you furry smart ass. Naruto retorted with no real malice. Naruto got to his feet. Hey, Kurama, think you can give me some chakra? He inquired. Going to see if my demonic chakra will break through his intangibility, Kurama grinned. Good call, Naruto. Smoker watched as Naruto was suddenly enveloped in a chakra cloak. Urza and Tashigi, in the middle of their clash, watched in awe. So that's the power of the nine-tailed fox. Urza muttered in amazement. I can feel his demonic energy from here. Tashigi added. Is he even human? Urza caught this and glared at Tashigi. Watch what you say, she growled. Naruto's more human than the majority of the people on your side. You take that back, Titania. Tashigi glared back. Why? Because you believe what you are doing is right? Urza asked. Tashigi seemed to take offense at this. Shut up, she shouted. While Urza turned this into a battle of ideals with Tashigi, Naruto and Smoker continued to clash. Tailed Beast Rasengan. Naruto shouted, slamming the demonic version of the Rasengan into Smoker, only for it to go right through him once again. Naruto's eyes widened. You have got to be kidding me. I'm afraid not, Smoker replied, even though that was a rhetorical statement. The White Hunter spun around. White Spear, he shouted, unching his jeet-wielding arm with a line of smoke. Naruto gasped in pain as the jeet was slammed into his throat, pushing him back several feet. You mean to tell me that a damn fruit's power is greater than mine? Kurama appeared genuinely offended by this. Naruto, I swear if you don't find some way to defeat this guy the first I'm going to kick your stupid ass. Naruto shook his head in annoyance. Knowing that staying inside of his nine-tails chakra cloak was useless, he reverted back to normal. He glared at Smoker. You know Smoker, you have officially pissed off Kurama. Who the hell is Kurama, and why should I care? Naruto grinned. Most people would care if they pissed off a giant demon fox. Smoker raised an eyebrow at this. The Nine-Tails has a name. Of course he does, he's a living creature, of course he has a name. Easy there, Uzumaki. No need to get defensive. I'm just surprised that your village would bother allowing you to get attached to their weapon. Oh, so I'm a weapon now. Kurama glared at the man from inside of Naruto's mind. Okay, Naruto, really kick his ass now. How? All of my attacks just go right through him. Idiot, you still have one last thing you can test out on him. Naruto's eyes widened. You're right, I do. Good thing I left a few shadow clones behind to prepare, he thought. Naruto's grin became more confident. Okay, Smoker, let's see how good your devil fruit powers are against this. Smoker waited for Naruto to show him what this actually was. However, before anything could happen, a new voice suddenly broke in. I permit you. Naruto spun to where the voice was, only for his cheek to be struck by a floating heart. Smoker frowned at this. So, you decided to get in my way, huh Riruka? Riruka Dokugamine smirked as Naruto's body was suddenly distorted and sucked into her dollhouse. 1 down, 3 to go. Urza Scarlet's eyes widened at what had just happened. Naruto, she yelled worriedly. Naruto Uzumaki, you are now officially a part of my ever-growing collection of cute things. Riruka looked at her dollhouse. But don't worry, your friends will be joining you soon enough. Naruto Uzumaki was a warrior through and through, a warrior who had been surrounded by death since the age of 12. Where he witnessed his first death, who happened to be someone that understood him quite well, one Haku Yuki. It was this lifestyle he had that was the very reason why being surrounded by the girlish colors of pink, magenta, purple, and more, left him extremely uncomfortable. Where the hell am I? Naruto wondered out loud. Ah, you look even cuter from up here. Naruto looked up to see the giant head of Riruka Dokugamin. Ah, it's a giant. Naruto screamed in fear. Riruka seemed offended by this. I am not a giant, you jerk. I am nothing more than a cute little lady. You are just really small. Maybe when I was 12, but I went through a growth spurt, you know. Naruto argued back. That is not the point I am trying to make. Riruka shouted. I shrunk you and permitted you into my dollhouse. Dollhouse. Naruto then cried a river of anime tears. Oh come on, I'm inside a girl's toy. This is so uncool. Hey, don't insult it. Riruka screamed. This dollhouse is my prized possession. Filled with hundreds and hundreds of cute things, you included. Naruto caught that last part and frowned. Me included. You've been captured, idiot. Kurama told him. Consider yourself a POW. Wait a minute, I'm your prisoner. Naruto asked angrily. No, you are a guest in my dollhouse. Riruka replied. I didn't even want to be a guest. This is forced captivity. I am a prisoner. You are a guest, and you are going to be a part of my reverse harem, along with Ichigo and those other 2 acts of order. Riruka insisted. Naruto's eyes widened at this. Reverse harem, he repeated. Naruto frowned at this. Oh hell no, he shouted. Naruto Uzumaki is man enough to keep a girl happy, he does not need help from 3 other guys to do that. Ew, what kind of perverted thoughts are you thinking? Riruka asked. Me, what about you? Riruka groaned. Forget it, if you're not going to join my reverse harem willingly, I'm going to have to train you to accept your new role. Something large crashed down behind Naruto. Naruto turned and his eyes widened in shock. What the hell is that? He wondered out loud. Allow me to introduce Mr. Toad, Riruka said smugly. He will be training you, so be good, he's a rather strict teacher. Mr. Toad was a giant toad plush toy with muscles that were particularly well defined in his legs, which probably came from jumping around quite a bit. Oh crap, Naruto muttered. Mr. Toad raised a leg and sent it crashing down onto Naruto, who swerved to dodge it. Naruto started running away from Mr. Toad, who was leaping after him. Kurama was absolutely stunned at his vessel's display. What the hell are you doing, Naruto? He asked in shock. Kick its ass, you're much stronger than that thing. I can't, Kurama. Naruto responded out loud rather than in his mind. Why the hell not? Naruto was close to crying. Mr. Toad looks too much like Gamma. I can't hurt it if it looks like Gamma. I could never hurt Gamma. When Kurama took a closer look at Mr. Toad, he saw that it indeed looked like Naruto's frog wallet. Gamma. And for the first time in history, Kurama, the 9-tailed demon fox, had a look of comical shock on his face. What? With Urza Scarlet? Urza Scarlet was stunned at what she had just witnessed. Just like that, Naruto was gone. The woman who had taken him sighed contentedly as she closed the lid of her dollhouse. He's all mine now, she said dreamily. Urza growled in anger at this. Let Naruto go, she demanded. Riruka glared at Urza. No way, she shouted. Like I said, Naruto belongs to me now. He's part of my collection of cute things and there's nothing that's going to take him away from me. Riruka then sensed an incoming attack directed at her. She quickly leapt away from a shining whip with her dollhouse in hand. Lucy Heartfilia had a determined look on her face. If you're not going to let Naruto go willingly, then we're just going to have to take him from you. Riruka grinned. Hey, you can try. Hey, Riruka, Smoker suddenly spoke up. You do realize you won't be able to keep him, right? Riruka spun around in surprise. Huh, what are you talking about, Smoker? Smoker sighed. What I mean is that Lord Kanton won't just let you keep Uzumaki. This Goes for Straw Hat and the other 2 acts of order as well. He'll just execute them to set an example. Riruka's eyes widened. What? No, he can't do that, she screamed frantically, waving her arms up and down in an animated manner. Naruto belongs to me now. He's a part of my reverse harem. He's the leader, of course he can. Smoker deadpanned. Riruka stamped her foot down like a spoiled child. No, I won't let him do that. That jerk will ruin my reverse harem if he does that. I'll march right down to that damn throne room and tell him he's not executing them myself if I have to. Many coalitions so. Elders who served in Kanton's kingdom had comically shocked expressions at Riruka's impetuousness. That girl is crazy, they screamed in unison. Kanton will not take away my reverse harem from me and that's that. Riruka pouted. Hey, did you forget that I want to fight you to save Naruto? Lucy yelled at the magenta-haired girl. Riruka turned her attention back to Lucy. Oh yeah, I forgot about you. Lucy prepared her whip. I'm going to take you down and save Naruto. He's an honorary member of Fairy Tail after all. Riruka smirked. I'd like to see you try. Riruka put down her dollhouse. Now, playtime, she shouted. Lucy watched as the dollhouse started to shine. A ball of light then appeared out of the dollhouse and expanded. Lucy watched in shock as the ball of light became a giant plush octopus. This is my newest ability, playtime. Riruka explained. I can summon anything from inside my dollhouse and use it to fight for me. What the hell is that thing? Lucy asked. You don't like him. Riruka pouted. That's not very nice, Mr. Squid loves to meet new people. Mr. Squid, that's an octopus, not a squid. Lucy shouted. And now you're making fun of his name. Shame on you, Blondie. Lucy turned red with anger at this. Why you? Lucy took out one of her gate keys. Open. Gate of the Golden Bowl. She shouted. Taurus. Moo. Taurus lowed as he appeared from the celestial spirit world. If you're going to summon things, then I'll just have to do the same. Lucy grinned. Oh wow, Ms. Lucy, you look incredibly sexy in that army outfit. Taurus grinned pervertedly. Why didn't I summon someone normal? Lucy lamented. How disgusting. You let your spirits ogle you like that. Where's your shame, Blondie? Riruka said accusingly. Me, what about you? You're trying to start a reverse harem with my friends for crying out loud. Lucy retorted. I won't let you insult Ms. Lucis dignity, little lady. Taurus readied his giant axe. Stuff like that gets me in a real bad moody. Lucy's sweat dropped. My dignity died the minute I became a part of Fairy Tail. She mentally lamented comically. However, Lucy quickly regained focus on the task at hand. Don't worry Naruto, she thought, I'll save you no matter what. Meanwhile, Smoker decided that arguing with Riruka was useless and simply turned his attention to another situation that demanded his attention. Tashigi still isn't strong enough to combat someone like Titania. I'll have to give her some backup. Fang over Fang. A tomboyish female voice yelled. Smoker gasped in surprise as a spinning whirlwind went straight through him. Sume Inuzuka and her partner, Ku Romaru, landed in front of the Vice Admiral, glaring at him. Shibi Aburame quickly appeared by Sume's side. Smoker frowned at this. Do you realize what you're getting into? There's no way you can beat me with that level of skill alone. Sume grinned. Who said we had to beat you? Smoker frowned. Fine. If you want to get in my way, be prepared to face the consequences. Kiba Inuzuka, Akamaru, and Shino Aburame vs. Hughes. Oh crap, Naruto. Kiba Inuzuka yelled, worried for his friend's well-being. Akamaru whined worriedly, as he also really liked the blonde Jinchuriki. Damn it, he needs our help. Kiba noted. Leave him be, Kiba. Shino Aburame said in his usual monotone voice. What? Seriously Shino? You seem to forget that this is Naruto we are talking about. Shino said. If there is a way out of his situation, then he will find a way. That's who he is in the end. Kiba groaned, realizing that his closest friend was right. Ah geez, you're right. Besides, Kiba continued, we need to focus on this prick anyway. Hughes pouted slightly as he opened up the scroll in his hands. That wasn't very nice, dog boy. He said. I mean, I've got such an awesome surprise prepared for you, the least you could do. Oh is be a bit nicer to me for that reason. Why would I be nice to you over a surprise that's likely gonna try and kill us? Hiba yelled at Hughes. Calm down, he's trying to provoke you. Shino told him in a matter-of-fact tone. Hughes waved his command tacked over the scroll. Now, come forth students of Monster Academy. He commanded as the scroll started to shine. Hiba and Shino's eyes widened as a group of monstrous creatures suddenly appeared in a straight line in front of Hughes. Hughes grinned. Didn't I tell you I wasn't alone? He said. I have my own totally awesome army here to back me up. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Hiba said exasperatedly. It appears that in order to get to this annoying fool, we must defeat his monsters. Shino pointed out. Yeah, no duh, Hiba said in annoyance. Who? Gaze waved his command tacked around the monsters. Okay, let's have some fun. He shouted excitedly. Urza Scarlet vs. Tashigi. Tashigi gritted her teeth in frustration as she found herself unable to land a solid blow on the famed Titania. Her frustration was starting to show, she was getting sloppy. Urza frowned as she continuously blocked Tashigi's increasingly sloppy strikes. Urza had to admit that Tashigi had a great amount of skill. However, she allowed her emotions to rule her when she was fighting. The girl was clearly upset about something, and it was not just the fact that the gap between her skill and Urza's was clear. No, it was something else. Did it have to do with Zoro? Tashigi leapt back and prepared another swing of the sword. Tempest kick, blade variation. She shouted. Extended reach. Tashigi slashed the air in front of her, sending an air blade at Urza. Urza quickly blocked it with her two swords. Tempest kick is not just usable through legs and other appendages. Tashigi explained. Anything at high speeds can use this technique. Tashigi then drove her Shigur into the ground. Tempest kick, blade variation. She continued. Buzzsaw. Tashigi created an air blade that flew across the ground, like a buzzsaw. Towards Urza, who countered with her two swords once again. Tashigi was visibly angered that Urza had blocked her effortlessly again. Tempest kick, blade variation. Tashigi started slashing repeatedly at high speeds. Autumn rain drizzle. Urza watched as multiple small air blades flew towards her. Requip, she shouted. Flight armor. Urza sped away from the many flying blades coming towards her. Tashigi narrowed her eyes at how fast Urza was moving. Shave, she shouted, attempting to keep up with the scarlet-haired woman. Tashigi managed to stop Urza in her CKS with another attempt to cut the woman down. Luckily, Urza managed to block her attack again. Urza was now starting to get annoyed with the glare of anger and frustration Tashigi was giving her. Pay that look of frustration off your face. Urza told her. If you want to defeat me and take a step closer to defeating Zoro, then do not allow your anger to drive you. I will not allow the enemy to lecture me. Tashigi replied. Tashigi knocked Urza backwards and used armament hockey on her Shigur. Sword pistol. Tashigi shouted, launching the tip of her blade forward at high speeds. Urza blocked the attack with her swords, only for her to gasp in surprise as the swords were suddenly shattered by the impact. Urza quickly leapt back before Tashigi could follow up with another attack and reequipped two new swords. Damn, she's using armament hockey to increase the power of her sword now. Urza realized. Tashigi yelled out a war cry and rushed Urza again. Urza attempted to match Tashigi's strike with her own, only for her armament hockey to break right through her blades. Regular swords won't cut it at this rate, Urza thought in frustration. Why are you so driven to defeat Zoro anyway? Urza inquired. I may not know the man that well, but I can tell he's not the type to cause people to hold grudges. Someone who'd ally with pirates couldn't possibly understand. Tashigi replied. I must defeat Roronoa Zoro no matter what. But why, Tashigi? Urza inquired. Why do you feel this need to defeat him? This may be what is holding you back. No, my resolve to defeat Zoro is strengthening me. Tashigi insisted. I will defeat Zoro, and I will relieve him of all three of his swords. Urza's eyes widened at this. Relieve. Tashigi nodded. 2 years ago, I was stationed in Logatown as a sergeant major. Vice Admiral Smoker was a captain at the time. Tashigi explained. During that time, the Straw Hat Pirates, before they became a major threat to the world, landed in Logatown. Soon after, I unknowingly ran into Roronoa Zoro. Urza patiently listened to Tashigi's story. At first I thought he was just a swordsman like me, one who also had an interest in rare swords, evidenced by his possession of the Wado Ikimonji. He needed some new swords. So I took him to a sword shop. Here, we discovered 2 rare swords, the Yubashiri and the Sadai Kidetsu. Zoro ultimately managed to get the 2 rare swords at an extremely low price due to an insane luck versus curse test that could have cost him an arm. He earned the shopkeep's respect that day. I was happy that 2 rare swords were given to a real swordsman at the time. But then I found out just who he was. I confronted Zoro and demanded that he hand over all 3 of those swords, but he refused. Tashigi yelled angrily. I tried to fight him to take those swords back, but he defeated me easily. Since then, it's been my personal quest on the Grand Line to collect all the rare swords in this world, even if it means taking them out of the filthy hands of pirates who would use them for evil. Urza's eyes widened at Tashigi's story. Swords like the Wado Ikimonji, the Kidetsu, the Yubashiri, and his new sword the Shisui, they do not belong in his hands. Tashigi stated, swords of such strength and beauty should not be in the hands of criminals no matter what. Urza suddenly requipped a new outfit. The top was merely bandages, and the pants were baggy training pants with flame designs. She held a single sword that simply radiated power. And they would be better served in the hands of people like you, am I correct? Of course, Tashigi shouted. Anything is better than being in the hands of a criminal. So you mean to tell me? Urza glared at Tashigi furiously. That you hold a grudge against Zoro because of your own arrogance. Tashigi was stunned. Arrogance. She was insulted by the insinuation. He tricked me. If I had known who he was from the beginning, I would have stopped him from buying those swords. I would have just arrested him on the spot. Oh, did he lie to you about who he was? Urza asked. Did he trick you by saying that he was someone who deserves such rare swords? Tashigi did not have a response for that. Did he steal the swords? Urza continued. Of course he didn't. He paid for the swords with his own money. Far away, an orange-haired navigator sneezed. As far as I'm concerned, he did nothing illegal. Or perhaps it was illegal simply because he was doing it, and not you. Is that it? Are there different rules for the Marines? Is that it? What? No. All I'm hearing right now, Tashigi, Urza continued, is a pathetic attempt to justify your own arrogance as a Marine. And an irrational desire to take something that does not belong to you, something that was acquired legally by a man who just so happened to be a pirate. Face it, Urza was shouting now. You are as corrupt and arrogant as the organization that you work for. No, Tashigi insisted. I am not. I do not follow the Marines' doctrine of absolute justice. I follow my own brand of justice. And my justice involves taking from criminals that which they do not deserve. Even if it was bought legally. Urza countered. Listen to yourself. You may think you're following your own form of justice. But somewhere along the way you allowed yourself to become indoctrinated with the black and white views of the world government. All pirates are evil and therefore do not deserve rare swords even if they were bought legally. How black and white could you possibly get? And just what the hell would you know? You're not even from my world. Tashigi screamed furiously. You're right, I'm not. Urza admitted. But every world has a gray area, no matter what. While I agree that there are some evil pirates that exist in your world, I've met plenty good ones as well just from being in this alliance. But he, Tashigi stammered. Tashigi, could it be that you don't necessarily hate Zoro, but the fact that he has those swords and you don't? Could it be that your jealousy for him has been fueled by the arrogance the Marines have drilled into your head? Urza inquired. Tashigi could not bring herself to respond to this. Tashigi, in spite of this, you seem like a smart and reasonable person. Said Urza. You must know that what's being done is wrong. Urza lowered her blade and held out her free hand. Come over to the alliance. We'll accept you, because I know that deep down, you think what they're doing is wrong. Urza awaited Tashigi's response. How she eventually responded, however, disappointed Urza greatly. I won't let you poison my mind. She screamed, raising her shigure. Then you leave me no choice. Urza said. Prepare to fall to the strongest sword, Benizakura. Tashigi gripped Shigure tightly. Titania, she screamed, charging forward. Urza simply stood her ground, prepared to swing her sword. The two women swung both of their swords in unison. Tashigi landed behind Urza. For a brief moment, neither moved. However, Tashigi suddenly gasped in pain as her midsection suddenly spurted out blood from being slashed by Benizakura. Shiger split into two pieces even though it had been coated in armament hockey. The Marine captain collapsed forward, defeated. Urza Scarlet, however, remained completely unharmed. Sume Inuzuka and Shibi Aburame vs. Smoker. Tashigi. Smoker yelled in worry as he watched his subordinate fall. Smoker snarled in anger and annoyance. Damn, I told her. She wasn't ready for Titania Urza and she didn't listen to me. He lamented. Smoker turned his attention to Urza. She'll probably go right for Riruka now. I need to stop her or Uzumaki will be freed. If you think we're going to let you do that, you are one dumb bastard. Smoker looked up to see Sume Inuzuka and Kuromaru preparing another attack. Fang over Fang, the Inuzuka matriarch shouted. Smoker allowed the attack to strike him, only to reform once again right next to Sume. He grabbed both the Inuzuka and the ninja hound by the neck. Haven't you figured out by now that regular attacks don't work on me? Smoker yelled as he tossed the two away. Sume and Kuromaru both cried out as they were tossed away. Smoker then noticed something on his arm, a rather strange bug. He narrowed his eyes. The Aburame, he realized. Smoker turned into smoke, ridding himself of the insect in the process. Shibi Aburame narrowed his eyes. Damn, I think he noticed. Sume and Kuromaru landed next to him. We have to keep trying. Neither of us know water style so we can't cancel out his devil fruit powers. I know, Shibi nodded. Even if that continues to fail, Sume continued, all we really need to do is hold this guy back until he returns. Shibi nodded grimly, knowing that Sume was right. With that, Sume and Kuromaru charged the completely reformed Smoker. Okay, Sume thought, Earth, Lightning, and Wind style are out of the question at this point, and neither of us know any water style. She narrowed her eyes. That leaves us with just one option at this point. White blow. Smoker reformed and launched more smoke at Sume and Kuromaru. Kuromaru, hit him with fire. Sume shouted. Right. Kuromaru shouted. Fire style. Sume and Kuromaru shouted in unison. Dog flame bullet. Smoker narrowed his eyes as the flames cancelled out his smoke. She figured out how to cancel my smoke. He thought annoyedly. Hidden jutsu. Sume shouted. Fire style. Hellhound. Sume and Kuromaru both breathed fire as they started spinning, creating tornadoes of fire. Smoker growled at this as he coated his fist in hockey. White fist. He shouted, launching it with a column of smoke. The fist met the flaming tornadoes head-on, stopping them dead in their tracks. Shibi Aburame was not a man who showed much emotion, but even he was rather surprised at this. The Hellhound is considered to be one of the strongest techniques in the Inuzuka clan. He remembered, to stop it with no real effort. With the momentum stopped, Sume and Kuromaru both came out of the tornadoes. Crap, maintaining that technique takes a ton of chakra. Smoker grabbed Sume by the throat once more. Sume. Kuromaru shouted in worry for his partner. Smoker, without even looking, pinned Kuromaru to the ground with his jeet. Smoker looked Sume dead in the eyes and glared at her. Look at you, he shouted. The difference in our strength is noticeable and yet you still try to fight me. Why? Why throw your life away like this? Why fight a losing war? Why throw in your lot with criminals when your military is well? Sume grinned and spat in Smoker's face. In no particular order, jerk. She said, we don't consider this a losing war, so we're going to fight. While I don't particularly like a few of the pirates and their beliefs, most of them are better people than you coalition scum. Furthermore, Sume continued, I keep fighting you because I believe. Believe, Smoker repeated. I believe in Naruto Uzumaki. Sume declared. I know I don't have to beat you, I just have to hold you off long enough for Naruto to return. That kid alone is worth throwing my life away for. Smoker frowned upon hearing this. You're willing to sacrifice your own life just to give that brat a chance to beat me. What kind of belief is that? Sume remained defiant. It's not just the kid. It's the belief that he embodies. Naruto is the living embodiment of the will of fire that my clan has protected since the founding of the Leaf Village. I'll gladly give my life if that's the case. Sume shouted the next part. Naruto Uzumaki will one day become Hokage for that very reason, I can guarantee that. I'll gladly give my life for that kid, Sume thought, especially after my own mistakes with him. Flashback. After the prelims for the third part of the Chunin exams. Damn it, Kiba Inuzuka shouted in frustration. How could that loser beat me? Sume Inuzuka listened patiently as she listened to her son's rant about his defeat in the prelims to Naruto Uzumaki. When she had first heard what had happened, she was admittedly disappointed in Kiba, mainly because of her own feelings regarding Naruto Uzumaki. While some, like Shikaku Nara, had allowed their children to form their own opinions of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, others, like Sume, encouraged their children to mistreat the boy. Sume's reasons were much like the majority of the populace. Many Inuzuka and ninja hounds had died during the Nine-Tails attack, and as the matriarch of the clan, Sume had felt every loss personally. It was a large part of her hatred for Naruto, being the one who held the beast that did the deed, but knowing that she could not do much against him, lest she risk the wrath of the third Hokage was a major source of frustration for Sume. However, what many did not know was that Sume was one of the few people who actually knew who Naruto's parents really were. The truth of the matter was that Sume was actually close friends with Kushina Uzumaki and Makoto Uchiha growing up. While the third Hokage had hidden Naruto's heritage rather well, Sume knew better. The fact the kid was a carbon copy of Minato Namikaze, the fact that he had Kushina's surname, and the fact that he had a scent that matched both of them, Sume figured it out rather easily. Whether the third Hokage knew that she had caught on or not, she never found out. While most would think that Sume would actually sympathize and care for Naruto for that reason, the opposite was true. It actually infuriated Sume that her best friend had died because of the Nine-Tails, and now it was inside of Naruto, rather than dead. It was irrational, yes, but every time Sume looked at him, all she was reminded of was the loss of her closest friend, to the point where when she had first figured out who Naruto really was, she refused to believe it at first. So, she subtly encouraged Kiba's actions against Naruto. However, something happened a while before Kiba had arrived complaining about his loss. Kurenai Yuhi had arrived at the Inuzuka compound to inform her that her son had lost to Naruto. Sume was naturally furious and started yelling at Kurenai, blaming her for her son's failure, to claiming that Naruto had cheated somehow, and without thinking, demanding a rematch to be set up. No, most people would be rather intimidated by the Inuzuka matriarch yelling at them. In fact, while Sume was only a special jonin, she easily intimidated most jonin, especially newly minted ones. So imagine her surprise when Kurenai yelled right back at her to sit down and shut up, as she would not allow her to insult Naruto in her presence. Sume was stunned at this, as she had thought that Kurenai was rather wary of Naruto as well. Kurenai soon managed to calm herself down and took a seat with Sume, where Kurenai explained what happened shortly after Naruto defeated Kiba, particularly the battle between Hinata Hyuga and her cousin Neji. Sume was rather confused as to why Kurenai wanted to tell her this, but the look in Kurenai's eyes told her not to interrupt. As Kurenai went through the details of the match, Sume's hands balled up into fists as she heard of how Neji treated his cousin, his own flesh and blood. Sume liked Hinata quite a bit, and she did not deserve that sort of treatment. What was surprising to Sume was that Naruto and how he constantly encouraged and cheered for Hinata during the match kept coming up. In fact, Kurenai surmised that Hinata would have forfeited had it not been for Naruto's encouragement. Sume almost looked ready to go out and kill Neji herself when she had heard that he tried to kill Hinata. She knew she could not, however, Hiashi would have her head for it. She was relieved to hear that Hinata would be fine, in spite of almost dying, but then Kurenai told her something that made her freeze in shock. Naruto vowed to avenge her, Kurenai told her, he vowed to win. The look in his eyes wasn't that of a demon or a monster, but rather a boy who was furious that his friend was nearly killed for a stupid reason. Kurenai had sighed before continuing. I think we might have been wrong about him, Sume. Kurenai admitted. I know I was. He spent that entire match cheering for Hinata, telling her not to give up and that she was stronger than Neji believed, than even she believed. Would a monster do that? With that, Kurenai said her goodbyes and left, leaving Sume alone to her thoughts. At that point, Sume realized Kurenai was right. A monster would not do those things, but rather a human being, and the offspring of Minato and Kushina at that. Memories of the times where Tsume was not as confident as she was today flashed through her mind. Kushina would encourage her all the time whenever she felt down. That lack of confidence was ironically also due to Tsume having an incredibly strict and demanding father, much like Hinata. Comparen. That memory to the knowledge of Naruto doing the same for Hinata made Tsume's eyes widen in horror as a revelation came to her. She did not mistreat the nine-tailed fox, she mistreated her closest friend's son. And for what? Empty hatred. At that moment, the Inuzuka matriarch did something that had not been seen in years. Tsume Inuzuka cried in shame. So, as Kiba ranted furiously about Naruto, Tsume felt her anger grow. Part of it was at Kiba for behaving in such an unbecoming manner, but another part was at herself for making her son this way. Soon, Tsume had enough and she snapped. Kiba Uzuka, you will quit your damn whining right now, you hear? Kiba froze, stunned at his mom's tone. She was a harsh and demanding woman, but he never once saw her this angry, even with him. Ma, Tsume sighed. Honestly, Kiba, if this is how you act just because you've lost, then I have truly failed you as a mother. But Ma, I lost to the dead last. I shouldn't have lost to the dead last. Kiba told her, You always told me to assert my dominance over the people who were lower than me, right? Kiba asked. I've always asserted my dominance over him up until that match. Tsume winced at those words. Though, say were the exact words she used when subtly encouraging Kiba to mistreat Naruto. It used to make her feel good, but now. Kiba, that kid may have been the dead last, but he's stronger than you realize. She told him, careful not to reveal Naruto's special burden. In fact, when you look at him as a whole he's much stronger than you. Kiba was shocked at this. Ma, Kiba, Naruto Uzumaki, Tsume winced again. That may have been the first time she ever referred to him by name. His strength doesn't come from his talent in ninjutsu, taijutsu, or genjutsu. Tsume gestured to her heart. His strength comes from in here. And with the life he has lived, that inner strength is probably greater than anyone else's in the village. Greater even than Lord Hokage's. Kiba's eyes widened at this. Sometimes, what pay, opal or is not what we assume at first glance. Tsume continued. But rather, what lies inside of their hearts. Their hearts. Tsume nodded. I myself made that mistake, but I'm correcting it. Let this be a lesson to you Kiba. Tsume told him. And a lesson to all of us for that matter. True strength doesn't come from the jutsu we use, the clan we come from, the grades we get in the academy, or even the amount of chakra we possess. True strength comes from our hearts. Tsume narrowed her eyes at him. The next time you see Naruto Uzumaki, I want you to apologize to him for whatever you said during that match. And whatever you said to him throughout your academy days, you hear? Because whether you realize it or not, that kid is stronger than you will probably ever know. Kiba did not respond for a moment. He then decided it was best to listen and nodded. All right, Ma. With that, Kiba left the room, still stunned. Tsume had a solemn look on his face. She waited until Kiba was out of earshot. Forgive me, Kushina. She muttered. Please find it in that big heart of yours to forgive me for what I allowed to be done to your son. Tsume's fists clenched in anger and sadness. I'm sorry, she said. Eldiv had more faith in the fourth sealing abilities. I should have known from the start that your son and that monster were two different entities. I should have been there for him, Kushina. A sad smile graced Tsume's features. He's so much like you, it's not even funny, Kushina. She noted sadly. He stood up for the Hyuga heiress, just like you used to stand up for me. He's got just as much inner strength as you do, if not more. I promise, Kushina, Tsume continued, I'll make up for my mistakes, even if it takes me the rest of my life to do so. End flashback. Kushina, you'd be so proud of how your sons turned out. Tsume thought sadly. To still manage to turn out the way he did after what most of his own people did to him, me included, he really is your son. Do you get it now, Smokey? Tsume asked with that same defiant grin. I'm willing to sacrifice my life because I believe in the will of fire. I believe in Naruto Uzumaki. As Tsume shouted her declarations, Shibi Aburame carefully moved his bugs into place. His mind also flashing back to the time where his opinion of the boy changed as well. Flashback. After the Sound Sand invasion, Shibi Aburame calmly sipped tea with his son right next to him. You were very brave, Shino. Shibi told him. You conducted yourself like a true shinobi, a true Aburame. Thank you, father, Shino said. I was just doing what I had to do so Naruto could reach that sand ninja, Gaara. Shibi raised an eyebrow at the mentioning of Naruto Uzumaki. While Tsume opted to mistreat the boy, Shibi took a more neutral stance and actually made his opinion based off of what his son ultimately decided, as he would be spending the most time with him. When Shino had returned and told Shibi about how Naruto was a talentless prankster, Shibi was admittedly disappointed in the fact that the boy seemed to be disgracing the fourth sacrifice with his actions, and actually expressed his sentiments to the third, requesting that Naruto be removed from the academy, as it quickly became clear he was going nowhere. The third refused and simply told him that Naruto had potential and that his actions were a direct result of his loneliness. Shibi was disappointed that the third would not take his advice, but knew that he could not press the subject any further. While the third had become rather serene and grandfather-like in his old age, he was still the professor, the supreme shinobi, and for good reason. So, Shibi simply decided to leave the boy be, not like he could do anything anyway. Father, Shino said suddenly, is it okay to be wrong about something? Shibi raised an eyebrow at this. Of course it is, Shibi replied, we learn when we are wrong, after all, Shino. Why do you ask? Shino looked down. I fear that I may have been wrong in my assessment of Naruto Uzumaki. Do you remember my initial assessment of him, during our first year in the academy? Shibi nodded. I referred to him as a talentless prankster. Shino remembered. I thought he would never amount to anything. But, then he defeated Kiba in battle. Shino continued. And while Kiba was brash and arrogant, he was still strong, much stronger than Naruto. Logic stated that Naruto should have lost easily to him, yet he didn't. Shibi grunted in acknowledgement, and then the match between Naruto and Neji happened. Shino sighed before continuing. I will admit, father, I wanted Neji to feel pain for what he had done to Hinata. I was so angry, but I honestly thought there was no way Naruto could beat him. Neji was a prodigy. Once again, logic stated that Naruto should have lost easily, yet he won that match as well. Shibi had to nod at this. The Uzumaki certainly was quite impressive in going against conventional wisdom and succeeding. And what is your conclusion now, Shino? Shibi inquired curiously. Shino sighed. I realize now that I may have been too quick to judge Naruto. He replied. His potential is limitless, actually. Not only did he defeat Kiba and Neji, he also defeated that sand ninja, Gaara. This shocked Shibi, even though he did not show it. He defeated the one who controlled the sand. Shino nodded. I realize now that I had judged Naruto unfairly. In my original conclusion, Veer once considered how Naruto's drive to improve himself might actually yield results. Father, Shino said, I know it's rather soon, but I now find myself believing that Naruto might actually become a great shinobi for our village. Shibi had a contemplative look on his face as he took in this new knowledge. He soon came to the conclusion that the third was indeed right. Naruto did have potential. Furthermore, he realized that Shino was right. They had judged Naruto far too quickly. If there was one thing Shibi hated, was being wrong due to a careless mistake. He could live with just being wrong. But being wrong due to a careless mistake that could have easily been avoided bothered the Aburame clan head to no end. Shino, Shibi said, I don't think it's too soon at all. I agree with you, Naru. Uzumaki will become a great shinobi for our village. End flashback. Tsume believes in you, Naruto. Shibi thought, moving the last of his bugs into place. Know that I do too. You will become Hokage one day. Unfortunately, Smoker once again noticed the bugs crawling on him and turned into smoke again. White out, he shouted, surrounding Tsume and Kuromaru. Shibi gasped. He's suffocating them. He realized. Smoker soon allowed the unconscious Tsume and Kuromaru to collapse. You didn't kill them. Shibi breathed a sigh of relief. I had no reason to. Smoker replied. Smoker aimed his jeet at Shibi. Instead, I shall teach you both the results of sacrificing your lives for something as foolish as faith in one man. One man cannot make a difference in this world, no matter how strong he is. That is why people like Dragon, Uzumaki, and Chitsujo will fail. White launcher. Smoker turned into smoke and launched his jeet at Shibi. The jeep pinned Shibi down and Smoker reformed right above him. If you make any attempt to cast a jutsu that will allow you to either escape or place your damn bugs on me, I will press down and crush your throat. You will suffocate and then die, which is not a pleasant way to go, might I add. Shibi narrowed his eyes at this. Damn, with Naruto Uzumaki. Damn it, Naruto, harden your heart and attack that damn plush toy. Kurama screamed. I can't. Naruto whined as he ran away from Mr. Toad. You are my jailer, idiot. My jailer. I believe I've made it clear to you that I refuse to have a weak jailer. And I believe I made it clear to you that I can't hurt Mr. Toad because he looks too much like Gamma. Dear God, this is embarrassing. Kurama lamented. You've fought and defeated maniacs who would bring about the end of the world as you know it, and you can't bring yourself to hurt an oversized plush toy. Gamma was my only friend growing up, you couldn't possibly understand. Naruto whined some more. This had unfortunately been the norm during Naruto's less than pleasurable stay in the dollhouse. As he could not bring himself to harm Mr. Toad, as it indeed looked like his wallet Gamma, Naruto resorted to running from it instead. How about this, if you won't hurt Mr. Toad, I will. Kurama desperately tried to reason with his host. Let me take control for a bit and I'll kick this thing's ass so we can return to the battlefield. Hell no, Naruto screamed. If I won't hurt Mr. Toad, what makes you think I'm gonna let you hurt Mr. Toad? Don't you think you're being a bit unreasonable at this point? We have a damn war to fight, Naruto. Kurama reminded him. Naruto's eyes widened. Yeah, you're right, he said, grinding to a halt. Okay, I'll fight. Unfortunately, when Naruto looked at Mr. Toad, all he saw was a giant version of Gamma running towards him. This resulted in Naruto running from Mr. Toad once more. Oh come on. Kurama screamed in frustration. I'm sorry Kurama, but I can't do it. Naruto said sadly. I can't hurt Mr. Toad. You mean to tell me that Mr. Toad still hasn't beaten you into submission? Riruka Dokugamin's voice suddenly sounded out. Can't you hurry it up please? You're lucky I'm busy fighting this blonde bimbo right now, otherwise I'd be really upset. You're cruel, you know that, Naruto screamed, using something that looked like Gamma against me, knowing that I would never attack it. Riruka's sweat dropped. What the hell are you talking about? She asked. She sighed. Whatever, I guess I'm just going to have to send Mr. Toad some backup. Riruka waved a finger. Go and get him Mr. Rooster. Mr. Rooster. That does not sound terrifying at all, yet I feel frightened right now. Kurama deadpanned. Perhaps it's because this girl clearly has a demented imagination. A shadow descended above Naruto. He looked up to see a giant plush rooster crashing down on him. Outstretched talon first. Oh crap, Naruto screamed, diving forward to dodge the attack. While Naruto was able to dodge the attack successfully, the same could not be said for Mr. Toad, who unwittingly jumped into the attack's line of fire in an effort to catch Naruto, resulting in him taking a razor-sharp talon to the head, ripping the stuffing out almost instantly. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief as he got back up. That was a close one, he said. Now then, I need to be careful now that I've got two of these things after me. He turned around and his eyes widened. Mr. Toad was down, and not getting back up. He then saw the injury that Mr. Rooster had given him. Mr. Toad, Naruto stammered. Naruto. Naruto glared at the plush rooster that seemed indifferent to the damage it had just done, which was probably because it was just a giant plush toy that acted on the orders given to it by Riruka. How could you? He screamed. The rooster looked at Naruto in confusion. How could you do that, you overgrown chicken? What is he doing now? Kurama wondered. Mr. Toad never harmed anyone. Naruto was crying anime tears at this point. What was more, he was your comrade. And you just killed him like it was nothing. I'll never forgive you. What? Kurama was stunned. I will make you pay. Naruto declared as his chakra levels started to rise. Lucy Heartfilia vs. Riruka Dokugamin. Go, Mr. Squid. Riruka shouted. Mr. Squid launched its giant tentacles at Lucy and Taurus. Lucy leapt back while Taurus readied his giant axe. Moo, Taurus yelled. Taurus swung the axe and cut off one of Mr. Squid's tentacles. He was then struck in the side by another tentacle. Taurus grunted as he managed to stand his ground. This ain't gonna move me much, you overgrown calamari. Taurus quickly cut off that tentacle as more. Quit cutting off Mr. Squid's tentacles, you stupid cow. Riruka yelled angrily. Mr. Squid brought up 2 tentacles and slammed them down onto Taurus. Taurus reacted quickly and blocked the tentacles with the broad side of his axe. Riruka gritted her teeth in frustration over the fact that Mr. Squid had not taken care of Taurus yet. I can't believe Mr. Squid can't beat up a perverted cow. Riruka thought angrily. I may just have to punish him when this is over. Riruka then cried out in pain as she was struck from behind by a whip. What the hell? Riruka growled. Who just whipped me? Lucy had maneuvered behind Taurus and Mr. Squid. Did you really think that I would just fall back while Taurus fought my battles for me? I fight with my spirits, not leave them. Did you seriously just whip me? Riruka turned red. And you call me creepy for wanting my own reverse harem? What are you, Blondie, a dominatrix? Lucy turned red as well. Stop trying to get me flustered, weird girl. She shouted back. I'm not trying to get you flustered at all. Riruka pointed at Lucy. I'm not into that kind of stuff, so lay off. Riruka took out her love gun and aimed at Lucy. However, before firing it at Lucy, she suddenly changed targets and fired a dresser at an unknown target. The dresser was quickly cut in half, revealing that it was Urza Scarlet was the one who was attacking her. Urza. Lucy was surprised. The redhead. Riruka was as well. What the hell happened to Tashigi? Riruka leapt back and dodged another slash from Urza. Damn, Riruka muttered, frustrated. Playtime. 2 more lights came out of the playhouse. Go get them. Mr. Pork, Mr. Kitty. A giant, muscular cat plush toy and a giant, muscular pig plush toy towered over Urza and Lucy. Are all her toys gigantic? Lucy wondered. Mr. Kitty attacked them with his claws, only for Urza to block them with her own swords. I've got the cat, you can have the pig. Lucy looked at the pig, which looked much stronger than Mr. Kitty. Don't I get a say in this? She inquired. Mr. Pork brought his fist back. Lucy screamed in fear and brought another gold key out. Open. Gate of the Lion, Leo. Loke, also known as Leo the Lion, matched Mr. Pork's fist with his own light-coated one. Mr. Pork stumbled back in surprise at the young man's sudden appearance. It's so flattering that you almost always summon me to save your life, Lucy. He grinned. It makes me feel like your knight in shining armor. Now is really not the time, Loke. Indeed, Lucy did not have time for his flirting right now. Loke looked up at his opponent. Geez, when I heard we were at war with new enemies, I'll admit I was curious about what we'd fighting. This wasn't what I was expecting. You just take care of the pig, I'm going after the summoner. Loke looked back at her. Just don't summon another zodiac spirit. Whatever you do, Loke told her. Lucy looked back at one of her most trusted spirits. You almost killed yourself from using up that much magic energy. Not only that, but you lost Aquarius key as well. Lucy looked down sadly. I know, Loke sighed, as he did not like making Lucy sad. Please, just listen to me this time, okay? Lucy nodded. You just worry about taking your opponent out, Loke. Loke nodded and charged Mr. Pork. Lucy, meanwhile, turned her attention to Riruka. Looks like it's you and me again, psycho. Lucy noted, preparing her whip. Riruka took aim with her love gun. So it seems, Blondie. Riruka fired an armchair at Lucy. Lucy wrapped her whip around the chair. Yelling with exertion, Lucy spun the armchair around and sent it right back at Riruka. Riruka's eyes widened in surprise as she barely dodged the chair. What kind of whip is that? She wondered out loud. Lucy grinned. This is Fleuve d'Etoiles, it's not your average whip. Just like that dollhouse of yours isn't your average dollhouse. It's a magic whip, and it's very powerful. Riruka had a deadpan expression on her face. Yeah, you're a dominatrix. I am not, Lucy screamed. You certain? Lee seemed to get a kick out of using your whip. If that doesn't make you a dominatrix, I don't know what does. Riruka shouted, firing another blast from her love gun. This shot became a coffee table. Lucy ducked underneath it, and cracked Fleuve d'Etoiles, sending it towards Riruka. Riruka cried out in surprise as she was suddenly bound by the whip. Let me go, Blondie. Riruka shouted. I told you I'm not into this. Will you get your mind out of the gutter already? Lucy screamed. Lucy pulled Riruka towards her. Lucy, she shouted, kicking Riruka in the face. Kick. Riruka cried out in pain as her head whipped backwards. Lucy's look of triumph was wiped away the minute she saw the smirk on Riruka's face. Gotcha, she shouted. Playtime. Yet another bright light came from Riruka's dollhouse. Allow me to introduce Mr. Monkey. Lucy watched in horror as a childishly cute-looking, muscular gorilla appeared. Mr. Monkey grabbed Fluve Daytoils and yanked on it, sending Lucy falling forward and freeing Riruka. Ow! Lucy muttered. Mr. Monkey loomed over her, preparing to strike her down. Lucy screamed in horror at her situation. Lucy! Loke yelled in worry while he grappled with Mr. Pork. Suddenly an enormous amount of chakra blasted out of Riruka's dollhouse. Riruka's eyes widened in surprise at this. What the? Naruto Uzumaki in his Nine Tails chakra cloak appeared in front of the dollhouse. How did you? That's impossible. Riruka screamed in shock. No, it's not though. Riruka realized. Ichigo did the same thing. Riruka narrowed her eyes in anger at this. What happened to Mr. Toad and Mr. Rooster? Inside of the dollhouse, Mr. Rooster and Mr. Toad were both motionless on the ground, defeated and all over the place. Naruto noticed that Mr. Monkey was about to attack Lucy and sped towards him. Tailed Beast Rasengan, he shouted, slamming the Rasengan into the side of Mr. Monkey's head, defeating him in one shot. Naruto landed right in front of Lucy. You all right? He asked, worriedly. Lucy was stunned at Naruto's display of power. Why yeah, thanks, she replied. Naruto smiled and came out of his chakra cloak. That's good to hear, he said. You stopped using that power. Lucy noted. Naruto nodded and turned his attention to Riruka. I'm not wasting it against her. He replied. No, I've got just the thing for her. Riruka heard this and aimed her love gun at Naruto. You, stay away from, you hear? She was furious. This wasn't supposed to happen, you were supposed to become a part of my reverse harem. Naruto grinned. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Several Narutos appeared around Riruka. Oh no. Riruka stumbled back in fear and surprise. Damn, and I've already reached my limit on things I can use playtime on. She thought in fear. Lucy waited to see what Naruto had planned for the girl. She smirked, thinking Naruto was going to take Riruka out with some badass ninjutsu. Naruto grinned as the several shadow clones started to transform. This is for Mr. Toad. Reverse harem jutsu. He shouted as the shadow clones all transformed into naked men. Say what? Lucy screamed in shock. Oh my. Urza muttered as a bit of blood seeped out of her nose. Riruka's eyes widened at the small army of naked men surrounding her. What is Naruto thinking? Lucy wondered. Does he really think so hot? Riruka screamed as a geyser of blood shot out of her nose. Huh, Lucy gasped as the technique actually worked. Riruka collapsed onto her back with blood all over her face and a dazed and perverted look in her eyes. Almost instantly, the plush toys collapsed as well. Loke breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like these USH toys were maintained by her conscious state. Now that she's unconscious, Loke ran over to Naruto, who was helping Lucy up. Thanks a lot, Naruto, you really saved Lucy back there. Said Loke. No problem, Lucis my friend. I'd do anything for my friends. Naruto grinned. You will pay for what you did to Riruka. The trio turned to see several coalition soldiers charging them. These guys keep coming, don't they? Loke muttered. Before the trio could prepare to fight back, the coalition soldiers were suddenly cut down from behind by Taurus and Urza. Taurus. Lucy screamed in happiness. Urza. Naruto grinned. Nice J. Ow. Urza smacked Naruto over the head. Don't you ever use that perverted jutsu again, do you hear me? She shouted, red-faced and blood seeping out of her nose. Urza, why is your nose bleeding if you hated it so much? Lucy inquired. Urza glared at her. Are you implying I am some distasteful pervert? No, not at all. Lucy waved her hands wildly. Naruto then turned his attention to Smoker, who still had Shibi pinned by the throat. He glared at the Vice Admiral. Let him go, he demanded. I'll fight you one-on-one if you do. Smoker frowned. I don't know how you got out of the dollhouse, but you won't beat me, Uzumaki. Distasteful techniques like that won't work on me. That's fine, because I've got something else in mind for you. Naruto closed his eyes and then opened them just as fast. His eyes had changed to become more toad-like. Is that? Lucy began. Naruto's sage mode. Urza's eyes widened. Urza, Lucy, stay back. Naruto told them. I'll take care of him. Urza looked at Naruto in surprise. Naruto, I can take him just fine if I use my Water Empress armor. Naruto grinned. Yeah, but I've got just the thing for him as well. You guys just worry about backing up the others, don't worry about me. Naruto smirked. Besides, I already said I'd fight him one-on-one, and I never go back on my word. Urza sighed. You men and your pride. She muttered. Lucy, let's go, she ordered. Right. Lucy and Urza moved away with Taurus and Loke close behind. Smoker nodded at this and knocked Chibi unconscious with a swift strike to the head. I hope you really do have something for me and you. Didn't just send those women away because of bravado. Smoker told him, flexing his shoulders. To be honest, I almost wish Titania had stayed. I have to pay her back for cutting down my subordinate after all. Naruto grinned. I'm not a liar. I already said I've got something for you, so I do. With that, Naruto charged Smoker, a fist cocked back. Smoker narrowed his eyes at this. Why is he charging me? Doesn't he realize that the results will be the same? Smoker wondered. Naruto threw the punch forward, only to stop mid-swing, surprising Smoker. Why did? Smoker suddenly cried out in pain as he felt the force of a punch strike him in the face. He skidded back several feet. Impossible. Smoker was stunned. You didn't use Haki, how did you hit me? Naruto grinned. Your devil fruit powers are impressive. But even your intangibility can't stand up to the power of nature energy. Smoker's eyes widened. So that is Sage mode you're using? He growled. Naruto nodded. It's round 2 and I've got your number now, Smokey. He declared. So bring it on. Damn, Riruka. Jackie Tristan muttered in annoyance. There is no way you can excuse a defeat as shameful as that. Jackie then leapt over a swipe from one of Inazuma's scissor hands. She then attempted to perform an axe kick from above, only to be blocked by the other hand. Jackie growled in frustration at this. Damn devil fruit powers, she muttered. Azuma had a rather impassive look on his face. While your kicks are extremely powerful, they still leave much to be desired. He admitted, either you are not as strong as you give yourself credit, or you are currently restricted. Jackie landed and glared at Inazuma. This bastard was mocking her like she was nothing. Please tell me, Inazuma continued, I'm actually rather curious as to what your answer is. Jackie's glare intensified. I'm not weak, drag queen. She snarled. I'm simply restricted at the moment. Oh, Inazuma raised an eyebrow at this. How so? My Fullbring is known as Dirty Boots. Jackie explained. They increase my leg strength and kicking power, which is why most of my fighting style revolves around kicking. Unfortunately, the only way to make my dirty boots stronger is to get them dirtier. The dirtier I get, the stronger I become. Inazuma showed a rare instance of emotion at this. Ugh, he muttered in disgust, what a filthy power. Do I look like I care? Jackie deadpanned. Inazuma sighed. You don't, and rightfully so. Caring about what other people perceive of you simply holds you back from your potential. Something I have no interest in. Jackie smirked. As you can see, T.'s platform my comrade created for me has a complete lack of filth on it. She said. However, the exhaust pipes on Jackie's right shoulder and thighs started spurting filth all over her legs. Any filth will do, as you can see. Even filth artificially created from these exhaust pipes that make up my Fullbring. Inazuma watched as the filth seemed to become a part of Jackie's dirty boots. I didn't want to use this because adding filth from my exhaust pipes tires me out, but you've proven that you can stand against me in my regular, more restricted state. Jackie narrowed her eyes at this. This is he real deal compared to what you saw earlier, prepare yourself. Jackie leapt at Inazuma and aimed a kick at the side of his head. Inazuma held up a scissor hand to block the kick, only for the kick to break right through the scissors and connect with his head. Inazuma coughed up blood as he was sent flying to the side. Jackie smirked again. Notice the difference. Inazuma wiped the blood off of his lips. This may be difficult, he muttered to himself as he created another scissor hand. Tony Chopper vs. Biro. Flame liquid. Biro shouted, holding up a vial. Jumping point. Chopper countered, dodging the flames that came from the vial. Biro grinned and held up another vial. Tornado liquid. He followed up. Chopper gasped and then cried out as the tornado struck him, sending him flying backwards. Guard point. Chopper yelled, transforming and landing softly. Heavy point. Chopper shouted, transforming into his default battle mode. Chopper glared at the small little man in front of him. Damn, those vials of his are keeping me from getting close to him. He thought in frustration, if I could just get close enough to him, I could end this fight in one good shot. Still, Chopper continued, I really don't want to hurt him. I'm a doctor. Doctors treat the elderly, not injure them. Biro chuckled darkly at Chopper's visible mental dilemma. I know what you're thinking, reindeer. He said, you, rethinking about how you can end this in one shot if you can get close enough, right? After all, I'm just a frail old man who has no business on the battlefield. Whoa, Chopper screamed in amazement. Did you eat a devil fruit that lets you read minds? Biro's sweat dropped. No, idiot, I didn't eat a devil fruit, I'm just a genius. I'm chief of staff in my kingdom for a reason, you know. Biro grinned. Well, back on topic. Let me tell you something, reindeer. I may be an old man, but I am not as easy to stop as you may think. Biro took out another vial. I'm actually surprised you of all people would judge a book based on its cover. You're certainly one to talk, you know. Chopper narrowed his eyes again. What is he trying to pull? Much to Chopper's surprise, Biro chugged the entire vial. Hey, isn't that stuff bad for you or something? Chopper yelled in worry. You're never supposed to drink science experiments, it always goes wrong. I never said this was poisonous. Biro yelled back. Biro's arms then became more muscular. He suddenly started growing taller. Chopper's eyes widened. What the hell? Prepare to fall to my muscle liquid. Biro declared, now a buff man who for some reason still had the head of an old man. Chopper's eyes were still wide with shock. His eyes were particularly on Biro's old man head, which looked like it had been attached to his body and was not naturally there. I can understand that you'd be intimidated. Biro said arrogantly, flexing his artificial muscles. This is one of my strongest concoctions. I don't just look powerful, I radiate it. So your fear is under. Biro was suddenly cut off by the sound of giggling. Giggling that soon turned into full-blown laughter. Biro's eyes widened, stunned at the fact that his opponent was laughing at him. Chopper found it difficult to stand as he guffawed at Biro's ridiculous appearance. You look so freaking stupid. Chopper cackled. Look at you. Your head doesn't fit your body. Biro narrowed his eyes, growling in anger. Damn you, he snarled. Chopper kept laughing, ignorant to how angry Biro was getting. However, he soon learned just how angry Biro was. When he was suddenly punched in the gut, that is. Jello Fernandez vs. the Third Raikage. Two combatants stared each other down, panting from slight exhaustion. There were wide open spaces around them, as nobody, alliance and coalition alike, wanted to get in the way of this particular fight. The Third Raikage had powered down from his cloak of lightning as he narrowed his eyes at the young man who had managed to push him so far. I see, he said out loud. It appears that the 10 wizard saints can be considered the cage of your world. Jello Fernandez clutched his bleeding shoulder, where he had been struck by one of the Third's hell stabs. I suppose you could think of it that way, yes. He nodded. Although, I would say that even among the wizard saints, the 4 gods of Ishgard are on a completely different level. Even I could not possibly hope to defeat one of them in combat. Their power is unreal. The Third Raikage nodded at this. The 4 gods of Ishgard. Is there a reason why they are not here? You would be better off with them, would you not? We would be, Jello admitted. But only one of them answered the call. And his magic is more of a support-based magic. The others have simply not responded. The royal family and the Magic Council do not attempt to control such powerful beings. The Third frowned. I see, they're just like the Sannin of the Leaf Village. Although they really should have done a better job attempting to recruit them for the war effort. Jello seemed to know what the Third was thinking. The other three know it's best for them to remain neutral. He told them. A battle between two of the lower rank 10 wizard saints would cause a cataclysm. In fact, since you are right on my level, I shudder to think the kind of damage we will do to this area. Nobody in Fury wants to think about what would happen if one of E4 gods of Ishgard were evenly matched against one of your forces in combat. The third remained silent as he took this information in. I suppose it is for the best then. The third Raikage admitted. While during my reign, I believed in victory above all else. I did understand the need to preserve the areas we were trying to protect. I'll admit it, Fernandez, I too shudder to think of the damage you and I will do to this area. The third continued. However, I'm afraid that I have no choice but to face to you at an even higher level. I cannot stop myself. Jello narrowed his eyes at this. Indoctrination. The third Raikage nodded. Kontan is too strong for any of us. His power, he gets into your head, Fernandez, tells you to commit such horrific deeds, and you listen to them. They all sound like great ideas, even though in the end, you know that they are not. Jello patiently listened as this was good intel. I remember getting the report compiled by Kazuki, Jello thought to himself, him and Lord Chitsujo concluded that Kontan implants a part of his consciousness into his victims' minds to manipulate them. It's almost like a form of hypnosis, or the devil on your left shoulder. It would be good to have this theory confirmed. Just in case. Lord Third, Jello said, do you see Kontan himself in your mind? The third nodded. Every time I am ordered to do something new. He replied. He would appear in my mind and give me new orders. I want to refuse them, Fernandez, I really do, even if his orders seem reasonable. But every time I try to refuse, he simply exerts more power, more control. No matter what, I obey in the end. Jello had a look of sympathy on his face. Black lightning started to surround the third's body. This is a technique I never had a chance to master before my death. The third Raikage explained. But as soon as I was resurrected, Kontan's first order was for me to master it. As you can see, I have. The third Raikage was soon surrounded by a cloak of black lightning. This is an advanced version of my cloak of lightning. The third explained. A cloak of black lightning. Please try to survive against this, Fernandez. I fear you may be one of the only ones who can best it, and by extension, me. Jalal's sympathetic look turned determined. Do not worry yourself, Lord Third. I will not lose, even if your power has increased to such phenomenal levels. Sajin Komamura vs. Yugito Ni. Sajin Komamura roared as he charged Yugito Ni with the ferocity of a wild animal. He threw a haymaker at the two-tails Jinchuriki. Yugito gracefully leapt into the air and propelled herself off of Komamura with her arms. She faced him while in midair and did some hand signs. Fire style. Raining fire. She shouted, breathing several small but blazing balls of fire. Komamura spun around and Flash stepped away from them. Yugito looked to the side to see Komamura appear in that spot. Roar! He shouted, Tenkan. Yugito's eyes widened as a giant arm and blade came down on her. Damn! She growled, creating her cat claws. The blade slammed down on Yugito, but the cat claws managed to block the attack, protecting her. However, the force still sent her back down onto the platform. Amazingly, the woman managed to land on her feet, unharmed. Komamura narrowed his eyes at this. Impressive. Yugito smirked. Don't you know, cats always land on their feet. Yugito did some hand signs. Amazingly, in spite of her long claws, she did them fluidly. Fire style. Torrential flame. Yugito breathed a long and large stream of fire at Komamura. Bakudo number 39, Enkozen. Komamura shouted, creating a gold, circular shield that blocked the stream of fire. Yugito narrowed her eyes. Tenkan. Komamura shouted, swinging horizontally. Yugito leapt into the air. Komamura pointed a finger at her. Hado number 4, Byakurai. Komamura shouted. Yugito's eyes widened at the speeding bolt of lightning coming towards her. She moved her body as quick as she could, but still felt the bolt tear through her shoulder, passing cleanly through the back. Being a seasoned kunoichi, Yugito was able to resist the pain. She landed gracefully on her feet. Komamura swung down Tenkan once again, only for her to move to the side and dodge. She then decided to test her wounded shoulder by flexing it. She winced slightly as blood flowed freely from her injury. Damn, she muttered, doing hand signs will be a bitch unless I do something. Not bad. She addressed Komamura now. You knew that I couldn't dodge the lightning bolt no matter how fast I moved. So, you fired it knowing that either I take a possibly fatal attack or an act that stops me from making hand signs by injuring my shoulder. Great plan, Yugito complimented. In fact, on anyone else, it would have gotten you the win. Anyone else? Komamura wondered if this was bravado, or something else. Yugito then surprised Komamura by smirking. Well, yeah, see, I'm afraid there is one thing you failed to realize. Yugito clutched her shoulder. She then addressed someone else. Matabi, mind healing this up for me? She inquired. Chakra then appeared around Yugito's injured shoulder, closing the wound almost instantly. Komamura's eyes widened at this. Did you forget, Captain Komamura? Yugito inquired. I'm not what you would call normal. Or perhaps you did forget that I'm just like Naruto Uzumaki. Komamura growled in frustration at this. The two tails that's sealed inside of you. He realized. I forgot about that damn thing. While the life of a Jinchuriki is hell on earth, there are a few silver linings. Yugito explained. Not only are you given inhuman chakra levels, but your tailed beast also heals you with its own chakra. Not a big surprising, considering they possess a fear of death just like we do. Yugito flexed her shoulder, smiling in satisfaction at the fact that it was completely uninjured and pain-free. There we go, she said in relief. Yugito then got on all fours. Now then, Captain Komamura, prepare yourself. What I'm about to do is show you the Newman amount of chakra that we Jinchuriki are known for. Komamura watched in horror as Yugito became enveloped in a chakra cloak. This is my version 1 transformation. Yugito introduced as a tail of chakra appeared behind her. Since I'm a nice person, I'm going to start you off easy. Considering what I can do beyond version 1, it may be a good idea for you to surrender. So do yourself a favor and die. Yugito told him darkly. Trafalgar Water D. Law vs. Guriko Kutsuzawa. Trafalgar Water D. Law almost instantly activated his room, hoping to stop Guriko from completing his contract and doubling He strength of his men every 5 minutes. Law had at first thought that this would be an easy process. 4 peons against a supernova and ex-warlord. Why would he not be confident? Unfortunately, Law quickly learned that there was a reason that Guriko had chosen these particular men to be his chosen squadron. They were defensive-based fighters, they're simply to survive as Guriko doubled their strength every 5 minutes. The two sound Chunin had unsealed several different stumps of wood from scrolls. Then they would attack him and avoid him using shambles on them by using substitution techniques to swap themselves with the stumps. Meanwhile, the two wizards would stay just out of Law's range and bombard him with long-range attacks. Law had to give them all credit. When Guriko told them to stay out of his range, they took that to heart. The only question was, how did they know of his range? Law had to frown at the thought of it. The only person who could have possibly brought it to anyone's attention was that bastard. Don Quixote Doflamingo. That man probably brought it up to Kanton, knowing that the op fruit was going to be dangerous in the war. Law brought his Nodashi in front of him, blocking 3 kunai thrown at him. He then dodged 3 bullets from one of the wizard's bullet magic. He then noticed the other sound Chunin preparing an attack. The Chunin brought his Tonto down on Law, only for Law to block it. Law knocked the Tonto out of the way and cut the man's head off, only to end up cutting through another substitution jutsu. Law growled in frustration at this. Bastards, he muttered. Law then leapt over a blast of fire from the second wizard. Another source of frustration for Law was that with the constant attacks from the wizards, he could not concentrate as much as he wanted to in order to properly use his op fruit. Concentration and medical knowledge, those were the key components in using the op fruit to its fullest extent. Damn, I'm running out of time. Law thought in frustration. Law looked over at the 2 wizards. Those 2 need to be taken out first. He thought, I can't concentrate with them constantly attacking me. But how? Every time I try to get close they move out of range. Law then noticed something that caught his attention. That's it. Law suddenly stopped all movements. He started doing hand gestures, much to the confusion of the 2 wizards. Doesn't he know that we're out of his range? One of the wizards pointed out. Maybe he can increase its range. The other suggested. What? No way. There's no way that's possible. The TWO sound Chunin appeared behind with a kunai and Tonto prepared to attack the young man. However, before they could strike, they found themselves looking down at half a stump. A substitution. One of the Chunin was surprised. Don't be stupid. He can't use chakra. The other admonished his comrade. They then heard the two wizards scream. They looked to see Law in front of the bullet magic wizard. Their eyes widened in realization. Law had switched places with the half-stump that had been within range of his op fruit. Injection shot. Law shouted, thrusting his sword forward. The bullet wizard cried out in pain as his heart was destroyed in one fell swoop, killing him almost instantly. Law smirked in victory, having taken out one of Gariko's men. However, he noticed out of the corner of his eye that Gariko was smiling. He then looked to see Gariko holding up his pocket watch. I'm afraid your time is up, Surgeon of Death. Gariko told him. Law's eyes widened. He then realized that 5 minutes had indeed passed. Damn, he thought, frustrated. Gariko's pocket watch started to shine that same green light as before. Per the terms of the contract, the strength of my remaining subordinates will now double. Gariko reminded Law. 3 green lights appeared around Gariko's men. The fire wizard leapt away out of Law's range. Whoa, this is insane, I really do feel twice as powerful as before. The wizard grinned. Burn, surgeon, he yelled, shooting a fireball at Law. Law's eyes widened at the clearly more powerful fireball. He quickly leapt away from it, only for the fireball to explode nearby. Law cried out as he was caught in the blast. Shinji Hirako vs. Urza Nightwalker. What truly irritated Urza Nightwalker was his cocky expression. Even though the two seemed evenly matched, Shinji Hirako kept grinning at her as though victory was a foregone conclusion for him. Nightwalker quickly caught onto why he was grinning at her the way he was. He was not taking her seriously, and it did not just irritate her. It absolutely infuriated her. Shinji had used special abilities in the battle, he simply grinned and beat her back with his own swordsmanship. Nightwalker had to admit, he was quite the swordsman. But there was no way she was going to lose to this grinning fool. Take this fight seriously, damn you. Nightwalker screamed furiously. Vacuum spear, Mel force. Nightwalker's spear transformed and then blasted Shinji with a strong gust of wind. Shinji frowned at how strong the wind was and exerted some of his spiritual pressure, using it in a manner similar to Kenpachi Zaraki. Something he himself could afford to do, due to his own monstrous amount of spiritual pressure. Nightwalker's eyes widened as the shockwave of spiritual pressure dispersed the winds. Impossible, she muttered. Shinji flashed Nightwalker the peace sign, grinning. Nothing's impossible if you're like me, Nightwalker. Why you smug little, Nightwalker growled. Nightwalker changed the form of her sword again. Light spear, million suns. Nightwalker fired a beam of light as though it were coming out of a cannon. Shinji's eyes widened slightly and moved his Zanpakuto in front of the attack, blocking it. Phew, you really do have a lot of power stored up in that hot body of yours. Shinji noted. You're definitely Urza's counterpart, that's for sure. Nightwalker glared at Shinji, not happy about being compared to her Earthland counterpart. Velocity spear, Sylpharian, she shouted, changing her spear's shape yet again. Shinji raised an eyebrow at this. A speed-based weapon. Urza vanished from Shinji's sight. Shinji gasped and barely managed to block Nightwalker's next attack, aimed straight for his head. However, he was still nicked slightly in the cheek. Whoa, that is fast, he muttered. Shinji knocked Nightwalker away from him. Nightwalker vanished from view once more. Shinji narrowed his eyes in annoyance as he frantically blocked each of Nightwalker's following attacks. Hey, Shinji said, trying to get Nightwalker's attention, don't you think you're pushing it just a bit? I told you that a serious me is a scary me, so you really shouldn't try to force that side of me out, you know. If you think I fear an imbecile like yourself, then you truly are as much of an idiot as I pegged you to be. He heard Nightwalker's voice on the wind. Shinji sighed dramatically. All right then, don't say I didn't warn you, sweetheart. Shinji threw off his Haori just as Nightwalker stabbed forward. The spear got caught in the coat. Shinji leapt backwards as Nightwalker tossed the Haori off of her spear. The Squad 5 captain smirked as he put his hand to his face. "Try not to freak out too much when you see this," Shinji said, waving his hand downwards as though he were pulling something over his face. Nightwalker watched in shock as a hollow mask appeared over Shinji's face. Shinji then exerted some of his dual spiritual pressure. Nightwalker's eyes widened at the sheer intensity of it. "See, a serious me is a scary me," Shinji reminded her, "and this isn't even me totally serious. If you can't even handle this, Nightwalker, I don't think you want to see me when I'm dead serious." Naruto Uzumaki vs. Smoker. Naruto Uzumaki and Smoker both gritted their teeth in pain as they both struck one another at the same time, with Naruto being punched in the face and Smoker in the stomach. The two stumbled backwards slightly from the strength of their punches. Smoker clutched his stomach. "Damn," he muttered, "it's been a while since I've felt the feeling of someone punching me." Naruto wiped some of the blood away from his cheek. "Looks like you've gotten a bit cocky in your supposed superiority, Smokey." "Not at all," Smoker replied. "There are only so many people who actually have the capability to hit me. I'm sure you can understand my surprise whenever someone actually manages to hit me." Smoker then continued with a deadpan expression on his face. "And don't call me Smokey, you got that, Uzumaki?" Naruto cracked his knuckles. Smoker frowned as he found himself looking at Monkey D. Luffy instead of Naruto Uzumaki. "What's wrong? I was just thinking about how someone with a sparkling personality like yours would love having a nickname." Naruto joked sarcastically. "You just remind me of someone I really can't stand," Smoker replied. Glaring at one another, the two matched one another punch for punch, kick for kick, with Naruto powering up his attacks with nature energy while Smoker used armament hockey. "You know, I have to say, I was kinda looking forward to fighting someone like you." Naruto grinned. "Oh, and why is that, Uzumaki?" Smoker inquired. Naruto ducked under Smoker's punch and uppercutted him in the jaw, sending the Vice Admiral stumbling backwards from the sheer force of the attack. "I kinda got the short version from Luffy how your world government runs things, and I gotta say it pisses me off." Smoker glared at Naruto after recovering. "I may not agree with everything the world government does, Uzumaki, but I won't have you insult them in the presence of a high-ranking officer such as myself." Naruto glared at Smoker when he heard him say this. "What part of what they do you actually agree with? Killing people just for their heritage? Was it blowing up an entire island just because you feared their knowledge? Oh, how about the slavery? Do you not have a problem with slavery? Smokey, that's kinda messed up, you know. Shadow clone jutsu," Naruto shouted, creating 4 clones of himself. "White cannon," Smoker yelled, now really starting to get annoyed with Naruto. Smoker turned his arm into smoke and fired his fist like it was a cannonball, coating it with armament hockey in the process. Naruto and his clones easily dodged the attacks and went after Smoker. One Naruto attempted to engage the White Hunter in a straight-up taijutsu fight, only to be karate chopped in the back of the head, destroying him in the process and revealing himself to be a shadow clone. Another Naruto then formed a spiraling mass of chakra in his hand. "Sage Art! Rasengan!" he shouted. Smoker leaned to the side and away from the attack. He then kneed this Naruto as well, destroying him as well and showing him to be a shadow clone as well. A third Naruto then came at Smoker and threw a kunai at the Vice Admiral. Smoker allowed the attack to phase through him, hitting the floor right behind him. "White blow," Smoker shouted, striking this Naruto with smoke, only for yet another Naruto to poof out of existence. "Another shadow clone," Smoker muttered in frustration. "We've only got 2 left then. And one of them's the real Uzumaki." He then quickly reacted to the 4th Naruto attempting to throw a punch at his face. Smoker whipped his head to the side and grabbed this Naruto by the face. "So, are you the real Uzumaki, brat, or are you just a part of his parlor trick?" Smoker glared at the spiky-haired blonde. Naruto grinned underneath Smoker's grip. "It's not a parlor trick if it works. Smokey, nothing beats the classics after all." The 4th Naruto then disappeared in a puff of smoke. Smoker looked around, trying to find the real Naruto. Where the hell did he go? He wondered. Behind Smoker, the kunai suddenly transformed into the real Naruto. Naruto quickly formed a Rasengan in his hand. Sage art, he shouted. Smoker spun around, his eyes widened, realizing what Naruto had done. Rasengan, Naruto shouted, shoving the Rasengan into Smoker's stomach. Smoker cried out as blood flew out of his mouth. Your government is corrupt to the core, Smokey. Naruto glared at the Vice Admiral. And I'll gladly take on every single one of you bastards if it'll bring peace to the people you oppress. Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, and Akamaru vs. Hughes. Kiba was still grinning over how Naruto had broken out of the dollhouse and had defeated Riruka moments later. His battle with Smoker only made his grin widen. Some things never change, Naruto, he thought. Kiba then turned his attention back to the situation at hand. I can't afford to be caught slacking off at this rate. Hughes giddily waved his command tact spell around, controlling the many RS of Monster Academy that he had summoned to fight for him. Okay, he grinned. Vampire Bite. The vampire opened its mouth, revealing several sharp fangs trained right at Kiba and Akamaru. Kiba and aka Maru quickly leapt out of the way on opposite sides as the monster dived at them, fangs first. Now, Franken-Knuckle, Hughes continued. Oh crap, Kiba yelled, realizing the Frankenstein monster was right behind him. Akamaru saw his master's distress and rushed at the Frankenstein monster. The monster was quickly tackled by Akamaru before it could punch Kiba. Akamaru landed next to Kiba. Thanks boy, Kiba praised. Werewolf claws. They heard Hughes shout. The two then saw Shino Aburame leaping away from a slashing werewolf. Shino quickly rejoined his longtime teammates. Our numerical disadvantage is proving to be troublesome. Shino noted. Yeah, I hear you. Kiba agreed. Damn, is there nobody around who can at least give us a hand with these guys? Don't complain, Kiba, everyone else is giving th. Are all trying to defeat their respective opponents, the least we can do is not complain about our situation and do our best as well. Shino told him. Why you asked? Because that is exactly what we Signy on to do when our village joined the alliance. I hate it when you're right. Kiba muttered. Kiba frowned as the many monsters of Monster Academy surrounded the trio. So, any ideas, Mr. Tough Guy, because I'm all ears. Minotaur charge, Hughes shouted. The Minotaur charged the three members of Squad 8. Shino leapt over the Minotaur while Kiba and Akamaru leapt to the side. They all took notice the fact that the Minotaur kept charging forward, showing visible difficulty in stopping. Looks like he's only got one direction he can go in, Kiba noted, forward. Kiba turned towards Hughes, who was still directing the monsters with his command tact. Best way to end this fight is to take out the controller. Kiba grinned. Let's rock, Akamaru. Man-beast clone. Akamaru barked in agreement as he transformed into a clone of Kiba. Together, they charged Hughes. Fang over fang, Kiba shouted, spinning with Akamaru. Hughes grinned. Mummy bandages. Kiba and Akamaru's momentum was suddenly stopped by bandages wrapping around their bodies. The mummy moaned as it pulled on its bandages, slamming the duo onto the ground. The Monster Academy wouldn't dare let their totally awesome master come to harm. Hughes said arrogantly, "You're really lacking in brains, aren't you, dog boy?" "Yeah, only because you're controlling them." Kiba glared at Hughes. "What kind of teamwork do you have with them, anyway? Just controlling them and forcing them to fight for you." "I'm not forcing them to do anything, dog boy," Hughes said impassively. "They're just dolls. Without me controlling them, they serve no purpose. If anything, they should be totally thanking me for giving them a purpose." "Bastard," Kiba growled. All of what Hughes had just said infuriated Kiba, someone who cherished teamwork and camaraderie, especially with Akamaru. That had been drilled into his head the moment his mother, Sume, told him to take his training with Akamaru seriously. The thought of controlling anyone or anything rather and just working together with them pissed him off to no end. Hughes smirked and waved his command tact again. "Okay then, let's see you dodge this a second time when you're wrapped up like that, Minotaur charge." Kiba and Akamaru looked off to the side when they saw the Minotaur charging towards them once more. "Damn it, I can't move." Kiba growled angrily. Akamaru growled as he struggled against his wrappings as well. "I'm afraid that Minotaur of yours will be bringing no harm to my comrades." They all suddenly heard Shino speak up. They looked to see Shino standing over two defeated monsters, the Gorgon and the Devil. Why, you asked? Because I have discovered that I am the worst kind of opponent for you to face. The Minotaur then suddenly collapsed forward. Hugh's eyes widened. What the hell? I see. Can't feel my command tact working on him anymore. It's not that your command tact is working, Shino said. In fact, it's working just fine. It's just that the magic that powers your command tact is no longer being used to power that Minotaur, along with the Gorgon and the Devil for that matter. What are you talking about? Allow me to explain, Shino said, in order to manipulate the students of Monster Academy. You use your command tact and the magic within it to establish a connection of sorts with it. I realized this after I remembered the fact that an inanimate object cannot simply just get up and start moving unless it is given a power source to run on. It is actually quite similar to the Puppet Master Jutsu in our world. However, while the puppets in our world require chakra strings, the students need to be powered by magic from your command tact like a battery, making them sentient other than the fact that you can freely manipulate them. In other words, Shino continued, you're using your command tact to manipulate the students by powering them with magic. That still doesn't explain how you incapacitated them. Hughes shouted. I was getting to that, Shino said impassively. After I realized this, I knew I had to get my insects onto your monsters. Once my insects are on your monsters, they can continuously feast on the magic power you are supplying them with the command tact, thus severing your control over them. Hugh's eyes widened. How the hell did he figure that all out? He wondered, now slightly afraid. It's like I told you, I am the worst kind of opponent for you to face. Shino pointed his arm at the mummy and let out several of his insects. The mummy could not dodge in time as the connection it had with Hugh's command tact was completely severed, incapacitating it and freeing Kiba and Akamaru as well. Kiba breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks, Shino. Akamaru nodded in agreement. Shino nodded in acknowledgement. I need to use my insects wisely. Shino thought to himself. If I am not careful, I'll run out of insects to use in the fight. Hey you three, Hughes shouted angrily. Did you forget I've got several more awesome monsters to kick your stupid asses? Now, Franken Knuckle. The trio dodged the giant Frankenstein's punch once again. I got this, Kiba grinned. Can't let you show me up after all. Let's go Akamaru, Kiba shouted. Fang over fang. Kiba and Akamaru struck the Frankenstein monster, defeating it in one shot. Hughes growled furiously at losing yet another one of his monsters. Damn it, he snarled. Get them werewolf, Cyclops. The werewolf attacked Ino while the Cyclops went after Kiba and Akamaru. Werewolf claw, Hughes shouted. The werewolf slashed through Shino, only for Shino to reveal that he was a bug clone. The real Shino was actually right behind the werewolf. Hidden Jutsu. Beetle Sphere. While the sphere of insects enveloped the head of the werewolf, Kiba and Akamaru took on the Cyclops. Cyclops smash, Hughes ordered. The Cyclops brought its hands up and smashed downwards. Akamaru leapt to the side while Kiba leapt into the air. The Cyclops looked up as Kiba struck. Tunneling Fang, he shouted, striking the Cyclops directly in the eye, knocking it backwards. Kiba grinned at his handiwork, and watched in satisfaction as Shino finished off the werewolf. However, a speeding mass made Kiba's eyes widen. Shino, he yelled. Shino SPU. Around to see the vampire looming above him. Hughes grinned sadistically. Vampire bite. Shino could not dodge this time. He screamed in pain as the vampire bit down on his neck. Kiba and Akamaru watched in horror as Shino immediately went paler than usual and then dropped onto his back. They then watched as the vampire grew in size and mass, becoming a more muscular version of itself. The vampire. Is the awesome star student of Monster Academy, Hughes explained. Truth be told, I never got the chance to use this against that damn Dragon Slayer back in Edelus because he scared all of them so much. Who knows, if I did, the fight might have turned out differently. See, the vampire is quite special, Hughes continued. It has the ability to drain the target of his energy and then transfer it to himself to become stronger. Hughes laughed, seeing how powerful the vampire had become. This is actually the first time I've seen the vampire after using a new power source to strengthen itself rather than magic. I gotta say, he looks awesome. Now then, time to finish Bug Boy. Before the vampire could deal the finishing blow, Akamaru leapt in and pulled Shino away, bringing him to Kiba. Damn it, Kiba said in worry, hang in there, Shino. Kiba took out a food pill and forced Shino's mouth open. This should replenish your chakra. Don't you dare go dying on me, man. Remember after the war, how we all celebrated, the promise we all made. Don't you die on me after making a promise like that. Shino slowly chewed on the food pill. That's right, Kiba said, you know as well as I do that we can't die. We all vowed to continue to support our future Hokage with our power, remember? We all promised we would always be right there by Naruto's side. After all, what good is a Hokage without soldiers he can rely on, right? Hughes just laughed upon hearing this. Too bad, I guess you're going to have to break that promise. Hughes kept laughing as the vampire prepared to charge Kiba, Akamaru and Shino. I'm gonna make you pay for what you did. Bastard. Kiba glared at Hughes. Are you? I told you, the vampire is the star student of Monster Academy, top of the freaking class. And with the power he just orbed from your depressing looking friend over there, who could possibly defeat him now? Certainly not you. Kiba formed a hand sign. Shadow clone jutsu, he said, forming a shadow clone next to himself and Akamaru. Time to end this, Kiba shouted. I couldn't agree more, Hughes shouted gleefully as the vampire charged Kiba, Akamaru, and the shadow clone. In Izuka style, Kiba shouted, Man-Beast transformation combo. The trio of Kibas transformed as they fused together, creating a giant three-headed wolf. Three-headed wolf. Hughes' eyes widened. What the hell is that thing? He wondered. The vampire charged, but there seemed to be a bit of hesitation in its eyes now. It can't be, the Academy's star student is scared of that too. Hughes was now frantic. Tail chasing rotating fang. Kiba shouted. He giant three-headed wolf curled up into a ball and spun into the vampire. The vampire shrieked in pain as it was driven backwards. Hughes gasped in fear. And no. Get away, he yelled, turning around and preparing to run away. Naruto. Kiba thought. Don't expect me to ever admit this to you in person, but I'll never become Hokage. That title is reserved for you and you alone. No, I've got a new dream now. And that is to be the best friend and the best damn soldier you can ask for. You're leader of the pack now, Naruto, you're the alpha. And as a mere subordinate in the pack, you've got my support until the very end. Hughes screamed in pain as he was struck by the combined weight of the vampire and the force of Kiba's attack. Hughes was sent flying, spinning through the air multiple times. The Daedalus captain landed on his back horizontally, defeated with multiple broken bones. The vampire laid on top of him, also defeated. Teamwork may involve the extra responsibility of keeping your partner alive, but it still grants you a lot more power in battle, power you can't possibly have while fighting alone. Kiba said, reverting back to his normal form along with Akamaru. Sorry, but it looks like our teamwork beat your puppeteering. Sweet dreams, loser. Kiba grinned victoriously. Tenten vs. Sugar Boy. Sugar Boy chuckled cockily as his Rosa Espada blocked another flurry of kunai from Tenten. Tenten watched as the kunai liquefied on impact and rested harmlessly on the ground. I'm getting nowhere like this, she thought in frustration. That damn sword of his liquefies everything I throw at him. You poor thing, Sugar Boy said arrogantly, I can see the frustration on your adorable-looking face. It really is too bad that you can't show off just how strong you are against someone like myself. Tenten was creeped out by Sugar Boy's strange show of affection in those words. That weird-ass hair, the personality, the pink armor, it's official, I've met a man who is more disturbing to be around than Guy-sensei and Lee. She thought to herself, God only knows how his comrades can put up with him and stay sane. Even worse, what would happen if those three met each other? Tenten's eyes widened at the thought of it. Your youthfulness is on par with ours, Sugar Boy, wouldn't you agree, Lee? Yes, you were right as always, Guy-sensei. Sugar Boy was standing, wearing an incredibly disturbing pink jumpsuit, smiling at the two. I must say, I was uncertain about this youth business, but this jumpsuit feels quite amazing around the body. This is a joyous occasion. Guy sobbed tears of joy. Wee-haw, they found a new comrade to share in the flames of youth. This is truly a day to remember, Guy-sensei. Lee sobbed in agreement. Guy held out his arms. Let us embrace and share in our youthfulness. Lee and Sugar Boy rushed into Guy's arms. Oh Guy-sensei. Guy, Lee, Sugar Boy. Tenten went pale with horror, shivering involuntarily. No, bad Tenten. Don't disturb yourself with such horrific thoughts. Still, I should do everything in my power to make sure that never happens. Tenten decided. Yes, this is for the sanity of people everywhere. Sugar Boy took notice of Tenten's distracted state and frowned. What is she thinking about? He wondered. Sugar Boy then decided to use this to his advantage and charge Tenten. Tenten managed to get out of her distracted state and summon two Tonfa to fight with. She do. CKED under Sugar Boy's horizontal slash and struck his legs with her Tonfa. Sugar Boy gritted his teeth in pain as he slashed downwards, trying to take out Tenten. Tenten quickly leapt backwards, resealed the Tonfas. As they did not seem to do anything against someone as surprisingly durable as Sugar Boy. She then took out another scroll and unsealed a Fuma Shuriken. Tenten tossed the shuriken at Su Garboy while she took out yet another scroll. Sugar Boy easily blocked the shuriken, liquefying it in the process. Meanwhile, Tenten tossed the much larger scroll into the air. Manipulated tools, she shouted. Tensasai. Sugar Boy looked up as several white streaks sped towards him. His eyes widened as he raised Rosa Espada, desperately attempting to block the many weapons raining down on him. He managed to liquefy several, but was still cut in several non-fatal areas that still hurt like hell. Tenten grinned while Sugar Boy glared at her. Sugar Boy attempted to charge her once more, only for Tenten to unseal more kunai. Foolish girl, have you already forgotten that I can just liquefy those kunai of yours? Sugar Boy inquired arrogantly. Tenten smirked and tossed the kunai at Sugar Boy. Sugar Boy moved Rosa Espada in front of him, liquefying them. However, he quickly noticed that when the kunai liquefied, several small pieces of paper floated in front of him. His eyes widened in horror as the pieces of paper caught fire and exploded right in his face. Tenten watched as Sugar Boy was enveloped in a ball of fire. That should get him, she thought, turning away. However, something soon moved out of the fire and towards Tenten. Tenten's eyes widened when she realized what was happening and turned around, only to be cut deeply across the chest by Rosa Espada. Tenten gasped in pain as she fell backwards. Sugar Boy grinned triumphantly. Did you really think that would be enough to stop me, my dear? He inquired. You may be smart and good with weapons for that matter, but you're still rather weak in the end. It's simply way too early for you to take on someone of my caliber. Tenten was breathing heavily, desperately trying to stay conscious. She did, however, hear Sugar Boy's words very clearly, and it infuriated her. Mainly because what he said was true. Damn it, she thought in frustration, is this really all I've got? Several coalition soldiers grinned and laughed at Sugar Boy standing triumphantly over Tenten. Awesome, that's Captain Sugar Boy for you. One soldier said. Yeah, no kidding, even the Leafs' so-called elite are crap compared to him. Another added. They're laughing at me, Tenten lamented. And they're right too. In the end, I am weak. I was one of the strongest kunoichi coming out of my class, if not the strongest, and that continued for quite some time, even when I had the added competition of Hinata, Ino, and Sakura. But then Ino and Sakura started training under Lady Tsunade, and Hinata just kept progressing and progressing with newfound confidence. Now, there's just no doubt about it. In the end, I'm weaker than my fellow kunoichi. Not only that, but I'm the weakest of the Leaf 11. A memory then flashed through Tenten's mind. But you know, that's why we all made that promise, right everyone? Flashback. After the fourth great ninja war and Neji's funeral. Oh man, it feels good to just kick back and relax after what we all just went through. Hiba Inuzuka smiled as he took a sip of sake. It's too bad Naruto couldn't join us, he loves this kind of thing. Choji Akamichi said sadly. It's a drag, but he still needs to get used to the new arm Lady Tsunade made him. Shikamaru Nara reminded them. To lose an arm like that, Ino Yamanaka shuddered. I guess Madara was as strong as we all thought he was. Everyone present nodded in agreement, not knowing what real. Lee went down after Infinite Tsukuyomi had been activated. Off to the side, Tenten solemnly took another sip of sake. Her teammate and close friend, Rock Lee noticed this and smiled. Tenten, Come join us in these youthful celebrations. Tenten forced a smile. Of course, sorry Lee, I guess I'm still kinda shaken up about the news concerning Guy-sensei. I'm actually surprised you aren't bothered. Lee's smile brightened. I am proud of Guy-sensei for his display of youthfulness. Lee told her, even if it means he can no longer continue being a shinobi, his flames of youth will never die because of how brightly they burned against Madara. Tenten sighed. I guess you're right, she said, getting up. However, there was something else that was still bothering Tenten. Hey, Lee, do you think I'm weak? Lee was surprised by Tenten's question. Kiba also picked this up due to his enhanced hearing. Why would you think you're weak, Tenten? Kiba asked. Tenten was slightly embarrassed that Kiba had picked up on what she said. And now everyone was looking at her, surprised at her assessment of herself. Shikamaru had a quizzical eyebrow raised, curious as to where this was going. I'm sorry everyone, I guess. I still kinda think our victory was kinda bittersweet, considering everything that happened. Tenten admitted. Hinata Hyuga nodded. I'm going to have to agree. Neji's death made our victory bittersweet. And Guy-sensei's crippling. Tenten added sadly. What does this have to do with you thinking you're weak? Kiba asked curiously. Obviously it's the fact that two horrible things happened to her own teammates. Shino Aburame answered. Tenten feels useless because one of her teammates died, and her sensei is now crippled. Shino looked at Tenten. Am I right, Tenten? Tenten nodded. It does kinda haunt me sometimes. She admitted. Sometimes I wonder if Neji might have survived had I been stronger. Or maybe I could have at least helped Guy-sensei in his battle with Madara and he wouldn't have had to open all 8 gates. Neji's death was out of your control. Ino reminded her. And besides, Madara was a total monster. Calling yourself weak over examples like that is kinda unfair, Tenten. What happened to Neji may have been out of your control, and Madara may have been a monster, but it's still not entirely an unfair assessment of yourself. Shikamaru interjected. Hey, Shikamaru, Ino yelled angrily. We're trying to make Tenten feel better. I'm not trying to make her feel bad, this actually goes for all of us. Shikamaru pointed out. Shikamaru sighed. Remember when I said that we couldn't keep relying on Naruto? And the rest of us had to step up. And we did, right? Kiba asked. For a while, Shikamaru nodded, but when push came to shove, we still needed Naruto to save us in the end. We may have been a big help in beating Obito Uchiha. But in the end, we were still useless in the real final battle. We're still too weak. Everyone immediately grew solemn at Shikamaru's blunt description of their skills. Shikamaru sighed again. This just won't do, he said. Not at all. We need to step up our game again. Everyone was shocked that Shikamaru of all people would suggest getting stronger. Naruto is going to be Hokage one day. That's a fact, Shikamaru reminded them. And when he does, we need to be stronger. Strong enough so that he doesn't have to constantly save us. We're his soldiers, his comrades. He should be able to rely on us and not shoulder everything on his own, right? Nobody could argue with that. Shikamaru stepped into the middle of the crowd. Let's all make this promise, right here and now. Shikamaru continued. We're going to get even stronger than we were during the war. We're going to become great soldiers that Naruto can rely on. We're going to become friends that he doesn't have to constantly save. One by one, everyone nodded in agreement. It's a promise. They all said in unison. End flashback. Naruto, Tenten thought, I know we were never really that close. But I always have considered you a friend. And someone to admire for that matter. You saved Neji from himself, brought back Lady Tsunade so Lee could be a ninja again. You did so much for my friends, I owe you, more than you could ever know. Tenten slowly reached into her pack and took out a plasma pill. She quickly popped the pill into her mouth. Almost immediately, she felt its effects as blood was created inside of her body at a faster rate, replenishing her in the process. Tenten slowly staggered to her feet, gaining the notice of Sugarboy, who had started walking away. Sugarboy sighed. I guess that's what happens when I make the mistake you made. I should have just finished you off, my dear. And that's why, Tenten continued, I'm going to keep that promise we all made no matter what. Tenten unsealed a strange-looking fan. I'm going to become stronger to pay you back for that big heart of yours. I can't believe she's actually getting up. A coalition soldier was surprised. She was cut real deep that last time. Ah, Captain Sugarboy will just knock her down again. This time for good. I have enough chakra for one final attack, Sugarboy. Tenten told him. And it'll be more than enough to take you out. Sugarboy smirked. Oh, and what do you intend to do? Tenten smirked back. This is the leaf fan, one of the treasured tools once wielded by the Sage of the Six Paths. Sugarboy laughed as he charged Tenten. Really? And what is such a powerful weapon doing in your hands? Obviously I'm going to kick your ass with it. Tenten replied. Kill her, Captain Sugarboy. The coalition soldiers all cheered in unison. Liquefy this you bastard, Tenten shouted, as flames started to dance around the fan. Sugarboy's eyes widened, realizing what she was about to do. Leaf fan, Tenten continued, waving the fan at Sugarboy. Fire coil, Sugarboy gasped. Oh no, he screamed as he was suddenly bombarded by the flames. The blast launched the flamboyant-looking man into the air, much to the shock of the coalition soldiers spectating. What? They all screamed comically. Sugarboy's eyes rolled into the back of his head as he was burnt by the fire coil. Captain Sugarboy. The soldiers all cried out in horror. Sugarboy landed on his back, charred and unconscious. His hair had been completely burnt off by Tenten's attack. Tenten frowned at the sight. Geez, he actually looks even creepier with that horrific hairdo gone. Tenten's frown then became a smile of satisfaction. Oh well, I still won, she said weakly before collapsing from exhaustion. Before she could hit the ground, she was caught by a familiar scarlet-haired woman. Urza, Tenten said weakly. Urza Scarlet smiled. You did well, Tenten, she complimented. Rest now. Lucy Heartfilia stepped in as well with a confident smile, followed by Locke and Taurus. The two wizards of Fairy Tale stared down the coalition soldiers who were preparing to take revenge for Sugarboy. We'll take it from here, Urza assured the girl as she lost consciousness. Meanwhile, a young blonde boy looked up at a screen in front of him. The screen read, Hughes, defeated. Sugarboy, defeated. The young blonde sighed as he went back to the handheld video game in his hands. That's 4 total now. That makes 4 of our top fighters beaten by the Alliance, he said in a rather uncaring manner. I went to all this trouble to create that platform for them and they can't even last against the Alliance. That actually kinda makes me mad. Yukio Hans Vorarlberna sighed again. I guess that means I should help them. I really don't want to get in trouble with Vice Admiral Smoker, anyway. Yukio started making some additions to his Fullbring, Invaders Must Die. Time to add a new level of difficulty to this game, he said. Back on the battlefield, there was a sudden rumbling on the battlefield. What the hell is this? A wizard wondered out loud. Keep your guard up, remember we're on the Coalition's own battlefield here. A Leaf Jonin reminded his comrade. The Alliance watched in show. CK as several strange towers rose up all across the battlefield. Towers, a Soul Reaper said in confusion. Crime Sorcerer Wizard Merity watched this all happen with wide eyes. This can't be good. Naruto vs. Smoker. Naruto Uzumaki looked around in confusion. What is all this? He wondered out loud. Smoker managed to recover from Naruto's earlier Rasengan. He narrowed his eyes at what was happening. So, you've made your move now, Yukio. The Battle of the Red Willow had paused briefly the moment the towers had risen from the floor. I don't get it, a member of the Bardo Club admitted. What exactly are these supposed to do? Idiot, a Mist Jonin yelled. Be on guard. Better yet, destroy them. They are obviously here to give the Coalition an advantage of some sort. Yeah, but what does it matter? As the Alliance pondered the use of the towers, the tops of the powers started to shine brightly. Suddenly, several beams of light fired from the towers, aimed straight at one Alliance soldier each. From all across the battlefield, Alliance soldiers screamed in pain as they were killed almost instantly from being struck by these beams. The Coalition soldiers all smiled at this turn of events. Yukio must be doing this. That's Yukio for you, that Fullbring of his is phenomenal. With guys like Yukio on our side, we can't lose. With that, the Coalition struck with renewed fervor. The Alliance Su-En found themselves being pushed back by the sudden counterattack from the Coalition. The combined assault from the towers and the newfound confidence from the foot soldiers was quickly overwhelming them. Several ranking members of the Alliance tried to keep the 5th Division together as best as they could. When a tower fired at a soldier, a barrier suddenly propped up between him and the blast. The soldier looked over in surprise. Bartolomeo, this ain't the time to panic, kid. Bartolomeo yelled. Don't forget, we've got totally awesome people like Naruto and Erza who are still fighting, even though the situation has turned unfavorable for us. We've got no business panicking and running over a bunch of dumb towers. After that barrier fell, Bartolomeo quickly created a second barrier that blocked another tower. Hold the line and concentrate your attacks on the towers, he yelled to everyone who could hear. At Alliance headquarters, commanders, we've just received word that the coalition has launched a counterattack in the form of towers of sorts. Towers. Mavis Vermilion was confused. Reports are saying they just appeared out of the ground, like the platform they are currently fighting on. Ben Beckman frowned at this. Could it be devil fruit powers? Shikaku Nara shook his head. No way, a devil fruit is far too specific. And it certainly isn't ninjutsu. That leaves just magic and reishi. Mavis noted. Although, I have never heard of a spell that can create a battlefield and towers that can attack. Then I suppose it's Fullbring. Kazuki Urahara grinned. Fullbring, how can you be certain? Beckman inquired. I kept a lot of data from the Soul Society's brief conflict with a group of spiritually aware humans known as Fullbringers. Kazuki took out his trademark fan. A young man's ability in particular stuck out to me. He created pocket dimensions for people to fight in. I don't think it's improbable that he can create platforms and towers in the outside world. So what do we do then? Mavis inquired. I think that's rather obvious. Shikaku folded his arms. We capture this young man and force him to cancel the towers. Beckman nodded in agreement. I agree, although we can't have him cancel everything. The 5th Division is still fighting there after all. Kazuki nodded. It's not going to be easy. We're basically asking someone to fight through the entire battle in order to get to this young man. Or at least, fight through half of it and get to the other side of the lake. Beckman nodded. Either way, the results will not come quickly. And our runner could die either way. Well, who's the fastest person we have in the 5th Division? Mavis inquired. Jelal, obviously, but he's needed on the battlefield. Beckman reminded them, and reports state that he's facing the 3rd Raikage at the moment. I'd suggest Naruto. His shadow clones would decrease the risk, Shikaku admitted, but he's currently fighting his own battle with Smoker the White Hunter. That, and getting a message to him will be tough without giving away our plans to Smoker. Mavis nodded. It also may not be the best plan because as one of the acts of order, Naruto is naturally a target. Mavis is right, as much as I have faith in Naruto. Sending his shadow clones to do the work will only invite trouble for those clones. Kazuki added. They'll face trouble regardless of who we send. Beckman reminded them. But Naruto will only invite more trouble. Mavis retorted. He's a target, as are Ichigo, Natsu, and Luffy. So what? We just shelter them then. Beckman frowned. No, Mavis said sharply. What I'm saying is that we need to be careful in using them. Those 4 boys are the faces of the Alliance along with Lord Chitsujo himself. If any of them were to die. Mavis trailed off. Nobody said anything for a while until Kazuki broke the silence. So who do we send then? He inquired. Shikaku thought it over. I suggest we send Hana Inuzuka. Kazuki grinned. A tracker with good speed and agility. Good call, Shikaku. Should we really send her alone though? Mavis was admittedly worried at the thought. She's got her ninja hounds with her. Shikaku reminded her. The Heimaru brothers are nearly unstoppable when they all fight together. We'll leave the path to our hidden Fullbringer up to Hana. Beckman said. But we need to take this kid out of the equation. Otherwise, our only other option is to fight back against the towers. We're still going to do that, but those things are capable of killing most of our men with one shot. I'd rather avoid sacrificing too many of our forces this early on. I agree, Kazuki said. That's why I think we should concentrate on defense and counters while Hana goes on her mission. But what about Hana? She does not have many defensive moves, she's still vulnerable. Mavis pointed out. So we send someone with her, obviously. Shikaku replied. The 5th Division has a long range of offensive and defensive fighters. Finding someone who can do that won't be difficult. Beckman nodded in agreement. Kazuki looked over at Squad 12 3rd Seat Akon. who was waiting as patiently as he could for orders to give. Relay the following to the 5th Division, Kazuki began. Jello Fernandez versus the 3rd Raikage. Jello Fernandez nodded as he received the new orders from the Intelligence Division. Yes, I understand, he said softly, thank you for telling me all of this. Jello the N dodged a bolt of black lightning fired at him by the 3rd Raikage. Employing the use of telepathy, Jello contacted the people he needed to. Hana, Nanao, this is Commander Jello Fernandez, I have new orders for both of you. With Nanao Eyes and Hana Inuzuka, you have been assigned to find the Fullbringer who is controlling these towers and incapacitate him. Just get him to cancel the technique creating the towers and capture him. Jalal's voice ordered her inside of her mind. I understand, thank you, Commander. Squad 1 Lieutenant Nanao Eyes nodded. Hana, she then called out to the young Inuzuka princess on the battlefield. I got the order too. Hana Inuzuka called out. Nanao looked across the battlefield. The battlefield has become too chaotic, our best bet is to leave the platform, go around and then find the enemy. Can you keep up with me? Hana grinned. You bet I can, she said confidently. Meanwhile, Jackie Tristan kicked Inazuma straight in the jaw, launching the drag queen into the air. Inazuma landed on the floor, face bleeding and jaw broken, defeated by the powerful kick. Nearly all of Jackie's body was covered in filth at this point. She was close to the height of her power. I'm going to need to find other people to beat up, she mused, otherwise the exhaustion I'm going to feel from having to nearly go all out will have been for nothing. She then noticed Nanao and Hana moving away from the battlefield. Where are they going? She wondered. Her eyes then widened in realization. Damn, they're trying to find Yukio. Jackie used Lightbringer to speed towards them. I have to stop them. I can't let them near Yukio, she thought. Hana's eyes widened, catching Jackie's scent. Nanao, we have an enemy coming straight towards us. She yelled at her. Nanao prepared a Kido Spi. LL to defend as Jackie prepared a powerful axe kick, but something else happened first. Barrier. A new voice yelled out. A rectangular barrier stopped Jackie's kick dead in its tracks. Jackie's eyes widened in shock. Her kicks were close to being at maximum power, how could this be capable of stopping it? Nanao gasped at who had intervened. Bartolomeo. Do what you've got to do, Nanao. Bartolomeo. The cannibal was in his barrier stance, standing off to the side. I'll take care of the dirty chick. Jackie landed on her feet and glared at Bartolomeo. You bastard, I'm going to make you pay for intervening, she promised him. Bartolomeo grinned. Hate to break it to you, sweetheart, but I've got no intention of letting you pass. I wouldn't be able to show my face to Luffy and all of my heroes if I failed to do everything in my power to make sure the 5th Division succeeds. Barrier crash. Jackie barely managed to dodge the high-speed barrier launched at her. He's managed to turn a defensive-based power into a weapon as well. He may look and act like an idiot, but he's clearly got some brains if he was able to pull that off. Jackie noted. While Jackie was focused on strategy, Bartolomeo was focused on something else. Watch me, Naruto, he thought. I'm going to beat this girl and make you proud. He looked over where Naruto was fighting. He squealed in delight when he saw Naruto and Smoker fiercely duking it out. Wow, Naruto is actually matching the White Hunter in combat. He is so freaking cool, I can't stand it. Bartolomeo mentally cheered, and he's even using the legendary Sage mode too. Luffy has second gear, Ichigo has Bankai, Natsu has Dragon Force, and Naruto has Sage mode. Those four have so many awesome powers. Bartolomeo clapped his hands together. Stars were in his EY's at this point. I need to get a super cool power up like that. Maybe I can join them afterwards. We can become the 5 Acts of Order. Bartolomeo squealed again at the thought of him kicking ass by the 4 Acts of Order's side. That's my freaking dream come true right there. Bartolomeo cheered out loud. Jackie's sweat dropped at Bartolomeo's display. What is he doing right now? She wondered. Emporio Ivankov versus Truroy. Inazuma. Emporio Ivankov yelled in worry for his defeated subordinate. Inazuma did not respond. Ivankov, being extremely dramatic, failed to realize that Inazuma was probably just unconscious. Oh, Inazuma, you poor thing. You sacrificed your very life for the sake of the alliance. Oh, How truly cruel. To have your life extinguished when you were so young is a tragedy that I cannot describe. Ivankov, he was just kicked in the jaw, he's not dead. Several Alliance soldiers pointed out. Now on a roll, Ivankov simply ignored them. Worry not, Inazuma, I shall avenge you. Rag queens from future generations will forever remember your name and your sacrifice. Ivankov shrieked as he suddenly had to dodge another strangely shaped shuriken thrown by magnet-style Toroi. Oh, watch it, will you, Toro boy? Ivankov said indignantly. Can't you see I am busy paying homage to my deceased comrade? Toroi did not respond. Ivankov frowned at this. Toroi had not said one word during their battle. It was actually starting to get on Ivankov's nerves as he himself was a rather talkative person himself. Ivankov, behind you, several soldiers yelled. Ivankov looked over his shoulder and leapt over the same shuriken coming back at him. Ivankov barely managed to dodge the shuriken's second attack. His eyes narrowed at this. Again, it comes after me once more. Do these shuriken have minds of their own? Ivankov thought. No, they don't. Ivankov continued, remembering an important detail. Toro boy is called magnet-style Toroi. But it still begs the question as to how this is happening. Is he using magnetism to manipulate the shuriken? That can't be it either. Wouldn't any other metal in the area fall to his influence if that were the case? Ivankov frowned in annoyance as he tried to figure Toroi out. What is his secret? Ivankov wondered. Ivankov went over the entire battle as he continued dodging Toroi's strangely shaped shuriken. It's not like this was from the very start. No, it all started after one of the shuriken cut my cheek. Ivankov's eyes widened. Could it be that Toro boy magnetized my body somehow? Is this the power of the magnet style? Ivankov then noticed another shuriken coming at him. However, this one was slower and eventually went off course. What was that just now? He wondered. Is the magnetic field he created weakening now? Ivankov narrowed his eyes. This may be my chance. Ivankov charged Toroi. Toroi responded by doing some hand signs. Magnet style, he muttered with the scroll still in his mouth, arms race. Ivankov aimed a kick at Toroi's head, only for Toroi to duck underneath the attack and then tap Ivankov's back with his palms. What the? Ivankov was surprised. Suddenly, several soldiers from both sides within a several-mile radius felt their metallic weapons being pulled from them. What the hell is going on? An Alliance soldier frantically asked. Damn it, this is Toroi's doing, isn't it? A coalition soldier furiously inquired. Ivanko. V gasped as several weapons were wrenched from the grips of soldiers everywhere. They were now flying straight towards him. Oh no. Ivankov's eyes widened. He magnetized his chakra and then transferred it to me. Ivankov realized. Ivankov frantically dodged the volley of attacks coming straight towards him. Luckily, he did have impressive speed, but the sheer number of weaponry eventually overwhelmed Ivankov as he was cut in numerous places. Some wounds were shallow, others deep. Toroi looked on with grim satisfaction. Ivankov collapsed to his knees when the attack finally finished. A Cloud Chunin looked on in horror. The arms race, the strongest jutsu that magnet style is known to have. He muttered. Ivankov, no. Ivankov took a deep breath and struggled to his feet. Emporio, he muttered. Healing synthesis. Toroi's eyes widened slightly as Ivankov's wounds started to heal. Wounds like these are nothing compared to the wounds I feel in my heart whenever I see a comrade fall in battle. Ivankov declared dramatically. I will keep fighting and avenge Inazuma. But Ivankov, we already told you, Inazuma is not dead. The soldiers called out to him, but to no avail. This is the power of my horm fruit. By injecting my body with a special hormone, I'm able to heal any injury for a price. Luckily, this only costs me a few months, maybe even a year at most. Toroi frowned as Ivankov's wounds had now completely healed. He then tossed his square-shaped shuriken at Ivankov once more. Emporio athleticism synthesis. Ivankov yelled, injecting his legs with hormones. Ivankov speedily ran past Toroi's shuriken before they could hit him. Toroi's eyes widened. He could not even see Ivankov anymore. Ivankov then appeared in front of him. Ivankov smiled confidently at him. Hell wink, he shouted, winking at Toroi. Toroi blinked in surprise, confused by what had just happened before suddenly being blasted away by a sudden shockwave. He winked at him. The soldiers were all shocked. Turoi had already lost consciousness. The scroll flew out of his mouth. He hit the floor and was soon splayed out across the ground. That is the power of the Drag King, boys and girls. Ivankov struck a pose. Alliance soldiers still could not figure out what had just happened. But hey, he won in the end, that was all that mattered, right? Hooray for Ivankov. They all cheered. Shinji Hirako vs. Urza Nightwalker. He was a monster. That was the best word Urza Nightwalker could use to describe Shinji Hirako in the current state he was in. The man was a monster in every sense of the word. The minute he put that accursed mask on, the entire pace of the battle changed. Shinji's speed and strength had increased drastically to the point where Nightwalker had found it hard to even keep up with him. This isn't good, she thought. I may have to use Ravelt at this point just to keep up with him. Or maybe the rune spear at least to try and cut through his spirit-based attacks. Shinji appeared by Nightwalker's side. Hey now, you can do better than that, Nightwalker. Shinji swung his Zanpakuto at Nightwalker. Nightwalker barely managed to block the blade with her spear. However, the force of the Attack still forced her back several feet. Shinji then held out his hand. Red energy started to shine in front of him. Sero, he said in a deadpan tone. Nightwalker's eyes widened as a massive amount of spirit energy was fired at her. Damn. Sealing spear. Rune save. Nightwalker's spear transformed again. Nightwalker swung the spear downwards and cut right through the Sero, avoiding the attack in the process. Shinji grinned behind his mask at this. Oh, so, you've got a spear that can cut through power sources That's quite useful when you're dealing with someone who's got as much raw power as myself. Nightwalker frowned angrily at how laid back Shinji was behaving in this fight. She then blocked another speedy strike from Shinji's Zanpakuto. You don't take many things seriously, do you? Nightwalker growled. I'm always serious, I'm just a guy who also likes to have fun, too. Shinji grinned widely. The two clashed multiple times as spear met sword. Shinji then managed to get behind Nightwalker. Bala. He pointed a finger at her. Nightwalker barely cut the attack in half, saving herself in the process. The two halves of the Bala exploded behind her. You, she growled, I will not lose to you. Saint Spear. Ravelt. Nightwalker's spear transformed once again. This is the strongest of my 10 Commandments spear. Nightwalker explained. A spear forged by the greatest blacksmith in Edolis. Shinji ignored Nightwalker's rambling and charged her once more, swinging downwards. Nightwalker quickly knocked the blade out of the way and took aim at him. Ravelt started to shine. Shinji's eyes widened behind his mask. Harmonia Musica. Nightwalker screamed, firing a blast of purple energy. Damn! Shinji yelled in fear, knowing that he could not get out of the way in time. With that, the Squad 5 captain was enveloped in Nightwalker's most powerful attack. Nightwalker looked on with a smirk on her face. When the attack finally finished, however, Shinji was revealed to still be standing. He was scorched in several different places and his mask had fallen off, but he was okay. That was my strongest attack, how did you? I told you, didn't I? Shinji grinned weakly. Anything's possible if you're like me. Although I will say this, Shinji continued, if it hadn't been for the boost in power I got from my holification, I might have been in serious trouble. Shinji looked at the cracked mask on the ground. Using it twice is a bad idea though, I don't know how Ichigo gets away with it. Who am I kidding? Of course I do. Shinji thought, frowning slightly. That kid's a damn spirit energy battery for crying out loud. Good thing I've still got a few more tricks up my sleeve, Nightwalker. Shinji grinned again. Otherwise, it'd be pretty clear that the standards of being a captain have gone down. Shinji started twirling his Zanpakuto. Collapse, he said darkly, Sakanade. Nightwalker's eyes widened as Shinji's Zanpakuto transformed into its Shikai form. What kind of blade is that? She wondered, looking at the strange design. Shinji chuckled. It's really not the design of the blade you should be worried about. What you should be worried about is that you have fallen into my trap. Nightwalker then took notice of the mist around her. It's too late, Shinji told her, the effects should be taking hold soon. Shinji started twirling Sakanade. Nightwalker then suddenly found everything turned upside down except for herself. What? She was already feeling disoriented from the sight. Welcome to the inverted world, my dear. Naruto Uzumaki vs. Smoker. Naruto Uzumaki and Y.T. Hunter Smoker furiously traded blows in a fiercely contested hand-to-hand combat battle. Naruto knew he could only use any of his more powerful techniques so many times before he went back to Norma. Ellen had to use another shadow clone to re-enter Sage Mode. Those precious seconds he had to waste returning to Sage Mode might prove fatal for him, especially against an enemy like Smoker. So, he had little choice but to try to overpower Smoker with his fists. Smoker, meanwhile, had to admit that this kid was extremely skilled. While he was greatly similar to Straw Hat personality-wise, Naruto had a good tactical mind that did not just rely on pure instinct like Straw Hat did. No, he relied on cunning and surprise, probably came with being a ninja. Smoker threw a hockey-embedded punch at Naruto, only for Naruto to knock it out of the way with a block and then threw another punch at Smoker's stomach. Smoker gasped in pain at yet another powerful punch. He quickly recovered and delivered a karate chop to Naruto's head, knocking him to the ground in the process. Naruto glared at Smoker and quickly got back up. He threw another hook at Smoker, who this time chose to dodge and put some distance between the two of them. "You're not doing too bad, Uzumaki," Smoker admitted. "You're certainly doing a hell of a lot better than Straw Hat did when we first fought. That idiot couldn't even touch me. Don't try to flatter me, Smokey." Naruto glared at him. "You're strong, but I've fought Luffy before too, and I gotta tell you, the way you are now, beating him won't be easy. Even I could only tie him. But enough about Luffy. Explain something to me." Naruto glared at Smoker. "If you hate some of the things your government does so much, why don't you try to change it? Why just sit there and follow orders while bitching about it on the side?" Smoker glared right back. "Don't test me, you brat." "Why? Because you know I'm right." Naruto asked. "Come on then, tell me why you don't try to change anything." "I told you already, one man can't make a difference, no matter how strong he is. That just sounds like a man who's already been defeated as far as I'm concerned." Naruto did not like Smoker's attitude at all. "You're certainly different from the people Luffy and Chopper told me about, but you're still as dislikable as the rest of your damn government. If you really hate the way they do things, then change it. You're a vice admiral, do it." "I already told you, brat, it doesn't work that way," Smoker yelled. "You can't change an entire organization's line of thinking. There will always be different opinions. That is the reality of life. You simply have to work with what you've got and do your best to follow your own beliefs." "Oh, and is that supposed to make the Celestial Dragon's slaves feel better?" Naruto yelled, charging Smoker. "What about Luffy's brother, Ace? Is that supposed to make him feel better?" "Oh, sorry you died. I guess you were just unlucky to run into someone whose belief system says that you're just out of luck." Smoker growled in anger. "White Snake," he shouted. Naruto was suddenly grabbed by the leg and tossed into the air. "Damn it, I let my guard down," he derided himself. Smoker held out both of his fists now. "White Storm," he shouted, launching his fists at Naruto multiple times at high speeds. Naruto could only scream in pain as he was struck multiple times by Smoker's fists. "Your naivety is really starting to piss me off, Uzumaki," Smoker told him. "While I do not agree with the Celestial Dragons and their slavery, the fact of the matter was that Portgas D. Ace W. as a pirate that had to be brought to justice. It mattered little if he was the son of Gold Roger or not, he was still a pirate." Naruto landed on his back, bruised everywhere. His eyes reverted back to normal, signifying the end of his Sage Mode. Smoker walked towards him. "Portgas D. Ace, Monkey D. Luffy, the Straw Hats, they are all criminals. Even if they are honorable, they still chose the lives of pirates. Every single pirate is a criminal that must be brought to justice, and while I may disagree with the methods of my colleagues, it doesn't excuse the crimes of the pirates I must hunt for as a marine." Smoker raised a fist as he loomed over Naruto. "I can't stand the things that are done in the name of justice sometimes, but the fact of the matter is justice takes different shapes depending on your personal views. There's nothing I can do about that. For that reason, I will continue chasing after criminals for the sake of the world government and for the sake of the law-abiding citizens they put in danger, because that, Naruto Uzumaki, is my justice. Smoker sent his fist at Naruto, only for it to be caught by him. There's just one thing you forgot, Smokey. Naruto growled in anger. Smoker gasped in shock. How? White Storm is my most powerful attack. How could he have recovered so quickly? If you pursue a criminal, and hurt the law-abiding citizens you're supposed to protect, doesn't that make you a criminal as well? Smoker gritted his teeth in pain as he felt Naruto's grip on his fist tighten. Let me tell you a story about a guy named Nagato. Naruto said, once upon a time he sought peace and justice just like your world government does. But in doing so, him and the guy manipulating him murdered hundreds of innocent people just for their quest to bring peace. What's the point of peace and justice when you have to step over hundreds of corpses to find it? Naruto screamed. There's no peace in that. There's no justice either. Naruto moved swiftly to his feet and delivered an uppercut to Smoker's chin, knocking him backwards. I may not be from your world or this world either, Naruto said, shaking with rage now. So I'm not sure I should be allowed to say this. But the truth is, even now I can hear the cries of sorrow from every single person your coalition is hurting in the process of creating your own peace. There's no peace or justice in that, Smokey, just evil. Smoker looked at Naruto's rage-filled eyes. His eyes widened when he saw that they had become frog-like once more. Naruto had entered Sage mode once again. All you see is evil, huh? Smoker glared at him. I'm surprised you can say that without any hint of irony. Guess you really are just a naive brat, Alliance boy. Naruto glared back at Smoker upon hearing this. What the hell are you talking about? Jello Fernandez versus the third Raikage. While Jello Fernandez managed to keep his focus on the third, his mind was still elsewhere on Hana and Nanao. Good luck you two, your actions may just end up deciding the outcome of this battle, he thought, praying for their safety. Try to keep up, Fernandez. The third Raikage yelled before vanishing in a bolt of black lightning. He's fast, Jello thought. Jello then cried out in pain as he was struck by the arm of the third. Lariat. Jello flew backwards. Damn, meteor. Jello shot into the sky. The third Raikage looked into the sky and did some hand signs. Lightning style. True darkness. Jello gritted his teeth as he barely managed to dodge the bolts of lightning. That's clearly a more advanced version of the false darkness jutsu, he noted, as he kept up his plan. Jello kept streaking through the sky as the third kept firing bolts of black lightning in quick succession. Jello then dodged one last time and struck. Grand Chariot, he shouted, creating several magic circles in the sky. The third's eyes widened in surprise as several beams of light fired down from the magic circles. He must have drawn those circles while he was dodging my attacks. The third could not dodge in time and was suddenly enveloped in several different explosions. Jello landed. Did I get him? He wondered. No, I can still sense his presence. I suppose it was foolish for me to hope so. His regular cloak was difficult enough to break through, but the black cloak may just be impossible even for me. Jello narrowed his eyes. Damn, will I have to resort to that technique at this rate? A bolt of lightning then streaked out of the smoke. Jello then gasped in pain as he was suddenly stabbed by the third's one-finger nukite. Damn, Jello lamented, he was too fast. Tony Chopper versus Bairo. Tony Chopper, in his Kung Fu point, went head-to-head with Bairo, who was still in his muscle liquid form. Chopper managed to look past the fact how ridiculous Bairo looked in that form and managed to take the fight seriously. The two traded blows for a while, neither giving the other an inch. Ha! Chopper yelled, striking Bairo in the chest. Bairo grunted in pain. Raw! He yelled, throwing a haymaker at the side of Chopper's head. Chopper cried out in pain, managing to take the blow. The two panted, both were bleeding in various positions. Damn, Bairo lamented. Even in this more muscular body I'm still an old man. I can only go for so long. Chopper chuckled. Too bad for you, I'm still young. I can drag this fight out as long as I want to. Bairo then surprised Chopper by chuckling darkly. Very true, I suppose I'll just have to take a form where I can crush you without much effort on my part. Bairo took out another vial. He then chugged this one as well. What is he trying to pull? Chopper wondered. Bairo groaned as he felt his body start to change. Prepare to fall victim to my octopus liquid, reindeer. He shouted as he transformed. Chopper's eyes widened. As Byro suddenly grew to an enormous size, sprouting tentacles and turning dark red. You, Chopper began. I will crush you in this form without even trying. Byro declared, having transformed into a giant octopus man. Chopper then found himself freezing up at the sight of this. Oh no, he's even bigger than me when I use Monster Point. He thought in fear. Could I really beat him if I used Monster Point? Oh, what's wrong? Too scared to fight now? Byro inquired mockingly. I shouldn't be. Chopper yelled at himself. I trained for 2 years to become a monster that Luffy could rely on. I shouldn't be so scared, and yet, I am. I'm facing an enemy that's actually larger than my Monster Point. I'm so scared right now I can't move. Byro cackled maniacally. Very well then, prepare to die. He yelled, swinging his tentacle downwards. Chopper's eyes widened. Oh no. Byro then cried out in pain as the tentacle was suddenly separated from his body. A familiar face then landed in front of him. If it's a monster you're dealing with, yo. Then I'm the one you want in some mano a mano, ah yeah. Killer B. Chopper was relieved. What's up little man? B grinned. How about I give you a hand? Chopper was mesmerized by B's rapping. Sure thing. B looked up at the giant octopus man. Yo, 8-0, I think this hack's stealing my thing. B, he's not even from your world, how could he steal from you? Gyuki pointed out. B grinned. Because I'm the only one that gets to transform into a slamming octopus man, yo. B, I'm not an octopus, I'm a bull. My tails just happen to look like tentacles. Time to show Grandpa Octo, who's boss, yo. Time to transform 8-0. Fine. B cheered as his chakra levels spiked. Chopper watched in amazement as B transformed into the 8 tails. So cool. Chopper cheered. However, before Chopper could cheer anymore, a bright light in the form of a circle shined around B and Byro. Yo, what the hell is that all about, man? B was slightly freaked out. It appears Yukio's rules are going into effect. Byro noted. What rules? B asked. Simple. Yukio planned ahead. Byro told him. Invaders must die, cannot take someone out of the game without them putting up a fight, it defeats the purpose of having a game in the first place. Get to the point so I can blow this joint. This is another precaution, like the towers. Byro explained. Whenever someone from the Alliance reaches a certain power level, they are pulled into a pocket dimension in order to remove them from the battlefield. B gasped in surprise. Hold up, why are you caught in it then? Like I said, invaders must die, cannot take someone out of the game without a fight. The only downside of this precaution is that Yukio must also put an opponent for them to fight inside of the pocket dimension. A game cannot have just one player. Even when you play alone, you are playing against something. Man, that is messed up, yo. B frowned. Byro grinned as the dimension finished forming. You may have raw power, fool. But you still cannot defeat a genius such as myself. You might as well give up now. Byro launched his tentacles at B. Give up or I'll kill you. B seemed to be frowning. He then struck. He screamed, charging Byro, horns first. Byro's eyes widened as B knocked his tentacles away without any effort. There's no way. Byro denied. Even with all that raw power this shouldn't be possible. I should be able to match him, damn it. I may be a fool, but I've always been too cool for school. B said in the middle of charging. So let me make this clear. Byro cried out in pain as B rammed him. This raw power of mine is something to fear. Byro screamed in pain as he reverted back to his original form, defeated. Meanwhile, B is inside of that giant cube. Lucy said in worry. Lucy then cried out in surprise as Locke pushed her out of the way. I'm sure B's fine, but don't lose focus. Locke told her. You've got an injured person in your arms and towers shooting at anything Alliance affiliated. Lucy looked down at the unconscious Tenten, whom Urza had handed off to. She then looked at where she had been before to see that the tower had shot at that spot. You're right, she said, sorry. Meanwhile, Taurus cut the top of a tower off. Ah yeah, he cheered. Move it or lose it, tower. Taurus' eyes then widened as the tower suddenly reformed. Locke, Lucy, and Taurus' eyes widened. Taurus. Locke screamed in worry. The tower then fired at Taurus. Taurus screamed in pain as he was sent back to the spirit world. Taurus! Lucy shouted in horror. Damn it, so these things can reform too. Locke muttered in frustration. Lucy, he said to his owner. Hide inside of Horologium. He can keep you safe. What? No, I'm not leaving you to deal with this on your own. Lucy retorted. Damn it, don't argue with me right now. You're my owner, damn it. Your safety is my top priority. Locke reminded her. Lucy glared at him but took out the silver key. Open. Gate of the clock, Horologium. Horologium appeared. You called. Lucy opened up Horologium. Locke breathed a sigh of relief, thinking she was going to listen to him. His eyes then widened when he placed Tenton inside and closed Horologium. Take her to the medical tents off the battlefield, okay? She asked. You know where they are, right? I understand perfectly. Horologium saluted before vanishing. Locke was now frustrated with her. Lucy. Look, Locke. Lucy glared at him. I appreciate your concern for me. But don't forget that I fight with my spirits, not hide behind them. So don't you ever tell me to hide again. Locke sighed defeatedly. Geez, you need to stop hanging around Natsu, you know that. Meanwhile, several Alliance soldiers were knocked down by a sudden blast from the towers. A few towers then took aim again. Oh crap, one of the soldiers yelled in worry. A figure got in front of them. Requip. Adamantine armor. The soldiers all gasped in surprise as they got to their feet. Ms. Scarlet. Urza Scarlet had protected them from the blast. These towers reform. She had tested it herself. Worry about surviving and have faith that we can find some way to stop them. Understood. The soldiers all scrambled. Urza narrowed her eyes as she defended herself from another blast from the towers. Jelal, she thought, I hope you've come up with a plan for this. We can't dodge and defend forever. Sajin Komamura vs. Yugito ni. Sajin Komamura cried out in pain as another blow knocked him into the air. It had been like this ever since Yugito ni had entered her version 1 state. The minute she had done that, the fight had become very one-sided. So this is the power of a Jinchuriki. Komamura thought, bleeding in several different places. And this is only from the two tails. This is only a fraction of what Bee and Naruto are capable of. Komamura then screamed as why. Yugito whipped him aside with her chakra tail. Come on, Komamura, you were doing so good before. She told him, grinning. And I even went easy on you and entered version 1 instead of version 2. Komamura got to his feet and swung his Zanpakuto. Tenkan, he yelled. Yugito dodged the giant blade coming down on her. She then did some hand signs at extremely high speeds. Fire style. Firefly beam. Yugito S. Hot several brightly shining fireballs out of her mouth. The beams flew at Komamura so fast, Komamura could barely see them coming. With this in mind, the Squad 7 captain could not dodge in time and was struck in multiple different places. Komamura cried out one more and collapsed to his knees in pain. Yugito chuckled. What do you think? That's my own original jutsu. I modeled it after Darui's storm style. Using it as fire instead is tough though. I can only control the technique while using Matabi's chakra due to the power boost I get. Komamura did not respond. How could he? He was in too much pain at this point. Not talking Yugito grinned. That's fine with me. Yugito sped towards Komamura. Komamura gasped in pain as he was suddenly struck by a punch coated with pure, demonic chakra. The pain he felt from that punch was simply excruciating. Bartolomeo vs. Jackie Tristan. Jackie Tristan kept yelling and yelling as she desperately attempted to get past Bartolomeo's barrier. Much to her frustration, she still had not done so, and that stupid smirk on his face was infuriating. However, the smirk hid Bartolomeo's worry and frustration. The barriers can only take so much damage before they come crashing down. What's more is that she's got that weird technique that helps her move fast. Hitting her isn't going to be easy. I'd have to get close to do that, and fighting close quarters with someone like her is dangerous. Bartolomeo's mind seemed to wonder. Luffy, what would you do in this situation? He then got an image of Luffy in his mind. Luffy gave him a thumbs up. You're a strong and smart man, Bartolomeo. I have faith that you will find a way to win. And when you do, we will become the 5 acts of order. Bartolomeo started to cry. Luffy, he sobbed. Jackie's sweat dropped. Ugh, there he goes again, she muttered. Jackie frowned. Focus on me, idiot, she yelled, kicking the barrier again. However, this time, Jackie broke right through and kicked Bartolomeo square in the chest, knocking the famed cannibal backwards. Ouch, that really freaking hurt, he wheezed. You were confusing as hell, you know that. Jackie stared at him. What are you even fighting for? Someone like you couldn't possibly understand. Bartolomeo got to his feet. Try me. I'm fighting because I want to help the people I admire the most, Bartolomeo told her. With a goal like that, risking my life against someone as tough as you is the least I can do. Jackie's mind flashed back to the death of her family. You damn fool, she yelled angrily. What kind of idiot sacrifices himself just because of petty admiration? Give your life a bit more value, damn it. Bartolomeo laughed at this. Big talk, coming from coalition scum. He glared at her. Why you? Bartolomeo crossed his fingers. Go ahead and attack me again, bitch, he said. We'll just be right back in this stalemate again. Laugh at me if you want, but admiration can drive a man to do feats he couldn't possibly do on normal occasions. Bartolomeo grinned. I'm the man I am today because of Luffy and the Straw Hats. That I can say with absolute confidence. So you see, Bartolomeo continued, it's not petty, not when you've gotten stronger from that admiration for your heroes. You fool, that's no reason to risk your life. Hell, there's almost never a good reason to risk your life. Jackie said to him, if they hadn't risked their lives they might still be with me today. Bartolomeo narrowed his eyes at this. Jackie caught onto her mistake. I'm going to crush you, you bastard, she yelled, charging him again. Before Bartolomeo could form another barrier, he heard someone scream. He looked off to the side to see that Meredy had been knocked to the ground by a blast, and another tower was preparing to finish her off. Damn it, she needs help, Bartolomeo thought. Bartolomeo looked back at Jackie. Time seemed to slow down. But if I do that, I'll be taking the full force of her kicks. And those freaking hurt. Bartolomeo shook in frustration. I can only create one barrier at a time. What do I do? Bartolomeo's eyes then widened in realization. What am I saying? I know exactly what to do. Bartolomeo grinned. Barrier. He spun to the side and shouted, forming a barrier in front of Meredy. Meredy screamed as the barrier managed to block the blast from the tower. She then looked to see her savior. Mr. Chicken, she said softly. Bartolomeo grinned at her as he was suddenly kicked in the side at full force by Jackie. Bartolomeo cried out in pain. Yep, they definitely hurt like hell. In spite of the pain he was in, however, Bartolomeo managed to fight through it and grab Jackie's leg. Jackie's eyes widened. Meanwhile, the barrier in front of Meredy broke. Luffy, Naruto, that's what you guys would have done, right? Bartolomeo thought, holding up his free hand. Of course you would have. You guys are heroes, right? Men to be admired. Bartolomeo grinned. And in a world that desperately needs heroes, you guys, Ichigo, and Natsu managed to become just that. That's what I admire about you all the most. Homage. God's weapon. Bartolomeo shouted, forming a barrier ball just above his hand. The ball started to spin at an extremely fast pace. Jackie's eyes widened as she realized what was about to happen. However, she could not move. Bartolomeo's grip was too strong. Flux barrier. Bartolomeo continued. Rasengan. Bartolomeo slammed the rapidly spinning ball onto Jackie's chest. Jackie screamed in pain as she was rammed into the floor, rendering her unconscious instantly. Bartolomeo landed on his feet, panting heavily. He looked at Jackie with sympathy. I might not know who you were talking about, but I do think I've got an idea what happened to them. He said, it's sorta like how Luffy and the Straw Hats operate. They risked their lives because they loved you. They wanted to see you happy. Bartolomeo said lowly, when someone precious exists, be it a friend or a lover or anything like that, risking your life for them so that they can smile is the least you can do. Bartolomeo turned away from the defeated Jackie. When this is over, why don't you tell me about those people sometime, and then I can tell you all about the Straw Hats. And hopefully you'll see that risking your life for people you believe in is not as foolish as you think. Bartolomeo then gasped in pain as he doubled over. Oh crap, he muttered. That last kick of hers might have broken a few more ribs. Mr. Chicken, are you okay? Meredy asked, running to him. Bartolomeo gave her a thumbs up. I'm fine, just trying to be like my heroes. With Yukio Hans Veralberna. Why? Ukio Hans Veralberna sighed in disappointment as the screen came up once more. He was particularly disappointed because of the name that came up. Jackie Tristan. Defeated. Aw man, even Jackie lost. Yukio lamented dispassionately. Bairo and Teroi just lost too. That makes 7 of our main fighters down for the count. How freaking disappointing. Yukio sighed again. I guess the only upside is that we managed to trap the 8 tails inside one of my chatroom traps, and Smoker seems to be holding his own against the 9 tails. Unless the 8 tails decides to kill Bairo, he won't escape. Yukio then heard movement close by. His eyes widened. Oh crap, I've been spotted. There he is. Nanao eyes pointed. Hana, right, let's go boys. Hana ordered her 3 ninja hounds. Yukio glared at them. Get away from me, he yelled, using his digital radial invaders to fire digital blades at Hana and the Heimaru brothers. Think that can stop us? Hana grinned. Spinning Fang. Hana and the Heimaru brothers started spinning like buzzsaws, breaking right through the digital blades. Oh no. Yukio turned and attempted to run, only to be pinned down by Hana with a kunai at his neck. Okay, kid, be glad that you're only a child. Otherwise I might just kill you. Hana growled at him. Easy there, Hana, we need him alive to dispel the towers. Nanao reminded her. It was a good cop, bad cop thing they were doing. Kyo was meant to feel safer with Nanao while frightened of Hana. But killing him would have to dispel the technique. After all, he's the one controlling it, right? Hana asked, grinning. The Heimaru brothers all growled at Yukio. Yukio looked downright terrified right now. I don't think we should take that risk. Nanao shook her head, playing her part perfectly. After all, what if that isn't the case? Nanao walked over to Yukio and leaned down. Listen, child, we don't want to hurt you. We just want to help our comrades. If you cooperate, we will simply take you prisoner. Will you please cooperate with us? Cooperate with me. Nanao purposely emphasized the me so it would sound like he's doing her a favor. Yukio nodded frantically. I can't cancel everything though, he admitted, only the towers. Everything else, well, there are rules that have to be followed. My Fullbring has limits after all. Nanao smiled. All we wanted were the towers dispelled. Yukio nodded again. Just let me up and I'll do it. Hana smirked. I'm keeping the kunai to your neck, kiddo, so don't try anything funny. Yukio was frightened of this woman, and her dogs. Indoctrinated or not, he had no intention of upsetting her. Hana eased up and allowed Yukio to sit up while still keeping the kunai to his neck. Yukio quickly pressed a few buttons on his digital radial invaders. There, he said, that should shut down the towers. As for everything else, it's like I said, conditions have to be met. Thank you very much, kid, you've been very helpful. Hana quickly delivered a chop to Yukio's neck, knocking him out. Hana then sighed as she looked at the boy with a bit more sympathy than before. I hate playing the bad guy in this. It couldn't have been helped, you're much more believable than myself. Nanao said, smiling at her. Nanao took a long look at Yukio. I can't believe Kanton would even involve children in this war. What do you expect from someone known as the being of chaos? Hana spat. Meanwhile, all across the battlefield, the towers suddenly broke down. What the hell? A coalition soldier was shocked. What happened to Yukio? Another wondered. Hey, the towers are gone. An alliance soldier cheered. We still have a chance, let's get them. And with that, the tide of the battle turned once more. Jello Fernandez versus the Third Reikage. Despite the pain he was in, Jello managed to smile happily at the successful mission. Good job, Hana, Nanao. The Third Reikage could not help but grin. You have tremendous comrades, Fernandez. He said admiringly. Jello smiled as he kept his wound from bleeding out. Yes, he said, I do. Meanwhile, little did the Alliance know, however, the battle still was not over yet. For the infamous being of chaos still had one last trick up his sleeve for this battle. Kanton as he replayed the events of the battle up to this point in his mind. Having implanted a part of his consciousness into all of his indoctrinated forces, he was able to see what they all saw. Why? This would serve well if his soldiers were taken captive. Being taken straight to prisons did not exactly help in the matter. To think that they countered Yukio's towers perfectly. Kantan mused. The Alliance has certainly surprised me today. They've managed to come back from their devastating defeat at Harjan as though it never even happened. Kantan's laughter died down as he continued to sit in a relaxed position on his throne. However, he said, let us not forget that they lost at Harjan because they got complacent and believed the battle to be over. They may just be on their way to making that same mistake twice. Kantan's look became more sinister. The great thing about gathering soldiers from different worlds is that the possibilities are endless. Anything can happen. Kantan chuckled, smiling darkly. And with that in mind, it is time to stir up some chaos on the battlefield and see if pride will be the Alliance's downfall once more. Wouldn't you agree? Yugito. Sajin Komamura vs. Yugito Ni. Yugito Ni suddenly froze in place as her battle with Sajin Komamura continued. Komamura caught on to this. Yugito, what is wrong? Yugito's eyes widened. I don't understand, she muttered. Why now? Why are you asking me to do this now? Yugito suddenly screamed in pain, clutching her head. No, please no, she screamed. If you make me do that I'll destroy everything, including your own men. The chakra around Yugito started to thicken and take shape. It looked almost cat-like. Yugito. Komamura screamed in worry. I don't want to. I don't want to. Yugito screamed as a sudden burst of chakra knocked Komamura off his feet. What is this malevolent chakra? Komamura wondered out loud. Back with Kantan. Oh, you're trying to resist me. Kantan chuckled. Poor thing, you don't want to become the monster that has been your burden for such a long time. Oh well, resist all you want, it changes nothing. In the end, you will listen to me. All who are under my control always do. He said arrogantly. Kantan laughed darkly. Oh, brother, I do hope you were smart enough to brief your alliance about the dangers of the Jinchuriki. After all, how bad would you look if a tailed beast completely annihilated an unsuspecting division? The look in Kantan's eyes was sadistic, insane even. Let's find out, shall we, brother? Episode 5 ends here.